Okay, hello everybody.
Hello from me as well.
Quick audio check if someone can tell me in the chat whether everything sounds right. Hello Tranquilly, hello Game On. Again, a quick check, please. Give me a feedback on the audio. Sounds okay for me. Yes. Okay, great. Then let me get rid of the overlay. And we'll go to the map. Now, quick overview of what this stream is going to be. I'm going to go over Barbarossa again, a little bit more in detail this time. Not only because I have new information, but also because some of this information and a little bit more detail on certain operations will be necessary, in my opinion, to understand what the heck's going on in 1942. Especially since almost the entire first half of 1942 is spent with the Soviets counterattacking and then the Germans trying to do something about it in preparation for actual Fallblau before Fallblau can even happen. So this stream is going to be from June 1941 to December. I'm probably going to do another stream where I'm then talking just about the counterattacks, depending on how much stuff that is. I found a couple of sources. There's a new book coming out, unfortunately, November this year, so I obviously can't wait for that one. But especially those counterattacks will also be very important, because some of the scenarios that we actually played are about dealing with those counterattacks. And in order to understand why those counterattacks could happen, where they happened, you need to know what happened in 1941. So that's the plan. I think this stuff will be interesting, and I'm sharing my screen with Brock, so he'll probably help me with reading some stuff if I'm slow at reading. If I have something to read for myself, quick explanation on that. I got my stitches out in my right eye last month, and reading is still a little bit troublesome. So preparing this was actually a little bit of a pain, but yeah. So let's jump right into, before that, you might actually look at the Balkans region. You might see some changes there, which are, of course, the result of the Balkans campaign that we discussed 2 streams ago. So that's what that looks like right now. If anybody has any questions about that, you can ask me later. Well, let's jump right into June to July. This will be what it looks like. Pretty much all the corps, all the army corps that are going to attack. I tried my best to figure out where the hell they were and where the hell they went. For the infantry army corps, which are the light gray boxes over here, I didn't always draw the entire line to the front, usually because they were busy behind the front with dealing other stuff while the Panzer forces were already advancing. So if you see them advance in the next section from a different point from where they are now, they basically just kept marching forwards because there was nothing much in their way anymore. So that's not really interesting where they were on the way there. They were basically following the next best road forwards. Another thing, if some corps suddenly disappear or suddenly appear, that's usually because they were either pulled back from the front for some pausing and refreshing, or dealing with some other stuff, occupying a city, cleaning a city out, or if they appear, they were usually held in reserve and then pulled into the front. you will see, for example, an entire army later appear, which was held in army reserve. So that's the explanation for that. I cannot guarantee 100% that every one of these cores is exactly where I'm showing them here. I did my best. I used Eastery's channel, link in the video description, that shows the animated Eastern Front, but I corrected a lot of his stuff because he had some mistakes in there based on historical maps, situation reports and all that. So I'm pretty confident that it's accurate enough so you get at least an idea on what the hell is happening here. So,
yeah, probably the best map out there.
yeah, I've been told so. I've actually wondered about doing a little bit more documentation videos about this, but that needs to be scripted and edited, and oh my god, I kind of have a full-time job, so I have no idea whether I will be able to do something like this. Something that I'm also doing here is this time including some of the generals on the enemy side, in our case the enemy side. Also on the armies, you will see a lot of name changes here. First of all, because Stalin kept switching people around and shoving them into the critical areas left, right and center. The actual armies get destroyed left, right and center, so some of their commanders get replaced or even killed. The armies stick around, you might notice. That has to do something with the Soviet approach to war. If the army gets destroyed, they take whoever made it out, even if it's just 10 guys, and they just refill the army and they send them back to the front again. So even if it's still the 27th Army that's fighting, usually, yeah, that's army only in name. If you look at Wikipedia, army so-and-so, you very often find army in the first creation, in the second creation, in the third creation, in the fourth creation. So they just keep recreating these things. So it's not like they're always getting away. It's just they keep rebuilding these armies. I will try my best to point out the interesting commanders that went on to do great things in, well, great on how you look at it in military terms, mainly in other terms basically nobody did anything great here. I will try to point those out, people like Rokossovsky and Manstein, and yeah, people you may know, people you may not know of, but who are still important. So maybe that gives you an idea on what these guys were actually doing during the war, and maybe it makes you a little bit more familiar with the Soviet guys that are of any interest. So as you can see, the main thing was just like last time, going to destroy the pocket at Minsk, Bialystok, Minsk, which is a little bit of a misnomer because the pocket actually happened way west of Minsk. But you can already see what the Panzer forces are doing here. They are actually spreading out quite a bit after they closed the section of Minsk, because they are trying to achieve their original goal of reaching the Dnieper and the Western Dwina, which is this river, which is basically what Army Group Center is doing here. As you can see, Guderian is going for the Dnieper at 3 major cities where the bridges are, and Army 3rd Panzer Group is going for the bridges across Western Dwina, as well as Army Group North is trying to get those bridges. Now this is June to roughly middle of July. If I say June to July, July to August, sometimes stuff happened in one army group that I already put here that happened a little bit later in the month, where in South it happened a little bit earlier in the month. I'm trying to put it in that month somewhere where it makes sense in correlation to other things. Usually it's the same time period. So if it says July to July and then August, September, that basically means to the middle of the month. Here in the case that next one is October, so this means that includes the entirety of September. Just to get an idea what that means. And November, December basically ends with 5th of December, because that's when the Soviets start counterattacking. So that's just as an overview, and then I think I want to go over these notes real quick. By the way, feel free to interrupt me in the chat anytime. Brock, same to you. I don't have anything scripted here, just going through this. So if anybody has any questions about anything, why is someone in command, why did anybody go where they went, just feel free to interrupt me at any point. I wanted to go through this real quick. Brock, can you read this either on your end or in the share screen?
Yeah, okay. That's the big box.
That's the big box next to Berlin, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I will try to completely read it. In November 1940, Reichsmarschall Hermann Göring ordered General Infantry Lieutenant General Georg Thomas, Chief Armed Forces Economics Office, to study the economic implications of a campaign against the Soviet Union. In the summary of his report, Thomas arrived at the following conclusions. During the initial month of an operation which would lead to the occupation of European Russia, excluding the Urals, Germany would improve its food and raw materials position if the destruction of the Soviet supplies would be prevented, if the Caucasus oil region was seized intact, and if transportation problem was solved. You still have the chat overlay showing. Okay, yeah. B, in the event that hostilities should continue for some time, Germany would benefit only if the transportation problem was solved and the civilian population induced to remain in cooperation. More specifically, first, the destruction of mechanized equipment would have to be prevented, and the production of new farm machinery would have to be resumed without delay. Supplies of petroleum, oil, and lubricants would have to be allocated to agriculture. The industrial production would depend on the immediate availability of electric power plants and the delivery of raw materials generally available in European Russia.
Unavailable.
Unavailable, sorry. C, until the establishment of a link with the Far East, Germany would be short of such strategic materials as rubber, tungsten, copper, platinum, zinc, asbestos, and jute, whatever that is.
Jute, I think. Not sure what they needed that for, but yeah.
The area south of the Volga and Don, Asturias, include the Caucasus, would have to be included among the objectives of the operation. The oil production in the Caucasus region would be essential for the exploitation of any territories occupied in Russia. By occupying European Russia, Germany would seize 75% of total Soviet armament potential and almost 100% of the precision tool and optical industries. The study was submitted to Hitler, who, though recognizing its intrinsic value, failed to make any basic changes in his overall military political plans. The German campaign in Russia, planning and operate. Yeah, that's the source.
That's the source. Yeah, that was a pamphlet by the Department of the Army, already released in 1955. Basically, mainly on German sources. But yeah, the point here is they made these studies. They even have overviews of what the actual economy. I move that over here, of the Soviet Union looks like, where all their stuff is. So they knew pretty much where the resources are, this is basically most of the industry that produces armaments and stuff. So they knew there was a whole lot of stuff back in the Urals region. So taking European Russia basically means getting all the way to there, which on the map is somewhere. Let me zoom out far enough. That's basically somewhere over here. So you basically have to take everything west of the Volga, at least, which is quite far out. So here the city of Samara, for example, that's still on the Volga. They knew that by attacking the Soviet Union, they were gonna cut themselves off from all the deliveries they were getting from the Soviet Union. The only way they're going to get that back is if they first get the civilian cooperation. First, they prevent machinery being taken away from agriculture, and they needed to actually allocate petroleum to that agriculture, which, yeah, if you actually need that for the army, might be a little bit of a problem. So, and there are strategic materials either in the Soviet Union or in the Far East outside of the Soviet Union that are currently coming towards you. through the Soviet Union, and which is pretty much the only trade route that is open to you to get that stuff is through the Soviet Union. So if you start a war with them, until that war is finished and you have completely pacified the country, so you have a link to the Far East again, you're basically completely cut off from all that stuff. That might not sound so important, like asbestos and manganese and stuff like that. What the hell do they need that for? Well, some of this stuff is specifically the kind of material that you need to make good steel, which was responsible for later armaments and equipment, Panzer armor and ammunition and all that kind of stuff being of low quality later in the war, because they completely ran out of this stuff. So this is strategically incredibly important. That's why when people say, should we attack this at all? Well, this is basically your answer. No, you shouldn't. Because even if you can bring the war to a very quick end, until you have completely pacified the country, and if you manage to take all the necessary stuff without it being destroyed, and you take all the way to the Caucasus, and only under those conditions will you have any situation where Germany does not suffer from a strategic downfall quite a bit. So yeah, that is obviously a little bit of a problem. I also read a memory of one of the commanders here, one of the generals in command of one of the army corps, General Heinrichi. He will become a little bit big importance later. He will fight in the Battle of Berlin. He also talks about this. He talks about the prospect of going to war with Russia, and he talks about that as well. So many deliveries from there would stop, and so many divisions would be bound to the front for such a long time. So the generals are perfectly aware that this might not be the greatest idea, but it's happening anyway, and you can probably guess mostly for ideological reasons. So yeah, basically I'm going to go through what's happening here. The initial progress of Army Group South of 11th Army and the Romanians is actually basically just getting most of Moldavia. They didn't do much early in the war. They were waiting for this main push to succeed, which, if you compare this to the rest of the push, is not doing so well. That has to do with the fact that most of the actual reserves of the Soviet army are down here, and this guy, Kirponos, is in charge of the Southwestern Front, and he was actually one of the guys that, partly due to the strategic importance of the Ukraine and the expected thrust to come there, was a little bit better prepared, and he also sent out scouts, and he noticed the build-up sooner, and he prepared defensives. He also had most of the armored reserves, so the first massive armored counter push was happening here. Not that that happened with a lot of very good tanks. These are not yet KV-1s or T-34s or anything like that, but he had a lot of it. So that's why this needed to punch through a little bit. You can see there are counterattacks in several places by 9th and 6th armies of the Soviets. They tried to attack the flanks of the armored push constantly, and yeah, the 3 Panzer Corps of 1st Panzer Group took a while to break through that, but at this point they are actually through, and they are now in a pretty good position to continue with operations. We also have the Hungarian Fast Corps down here, Rapid Corps, as they are also called. I don't know the Hungarian name out of memory. They were basically as much of a mechanized mobile force as the Hungarians could muster. They will later in the war be actually increased to an entire Hungarian army, but that's something for the following year. So the border battles in the Ukraine clearly demonstrated that German armor was not invincible, and gave future commanders like Rokossovsky, who is fighting down here somewhere. I think he's just at this point in a corps command or something, but he will show up later in a higher command. They gave Rokossovsky their first experience and useful lessons in mechanized warfare. Despite its relative success, the Southwestern Front suffered mightily, losing the Southern Front's 18th Army, 240,000 soldiers, including 172,000 killed, captured, or missing, 4,300 tanks, 5,800 guns and mortars. I'm rounding up here or down, and 1,200 combat aircraft. Worse still, German Army Group South was now ideally positioned to strike southward from west of Kiev into the southwestern and southern fronts rear area. So the southern front is basically dealing with the crap down there, southwestern front is dealing with stuff here, and they basically already smashed through an entire army. And I think that was this army. This one is completely lost. And these guys are on the retreat, and they're starting to be in trouble because, as you can see where they are retreating, they're trying to establish a new defensive line along this area, but they're rapidly getting outflanked by the armored spearhead, which so far the Soviets are not too worried about because they expect the main thrust to go directly to Kiev, which, as we will see later, is not going to be the case. Army Group South, commanded by Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, experienced less success south of the Pripyat marshes than its neighbors in the north. This was because the western Bug River, that's that one, which ran much along the common border in this area, impeded the initial German assault and provided NKVD and Red Army troops with precious minutes to react. More importantly, Colonel General MP Kirponas, the Southwestern Front commander, had maintained closer contact with the border guards in the days prior to the invasion, moving its forces smoothly through various stages of alert. Because of this pre-war Soviet belief that any attack would focus on the Ukraine, Kirponos was blessed with relative wealth of mechanized formations to counter 1st Panzer Group. Even though none of his mechanized corps were fully equipped or trained, they gave a much better account of themselves than their counterparts on the Western Front. I'm talking about the Western Front, by the way, that's this thing. That's not the Western Front like in the First World War, or even in the Second World War against the Western Allies. The Soviets basically call army groups fronts. A little explanation about these symbols, by the way. Why the hell am I showing German corps and in the same size I'm showing Soviet armies? These formations are not necessarily the same size. So a Soviet army is not exactly a German army. Maybe at the beginning of the war you can roughly compare them, but that's basically completely irrelevant because they get smashed to bits within the first couple of weeks. After that, the Germans actually, not the Germans, the Soviets actually start reorganizing things a little bit. They are still lacking commanders. What few commanders they have, they lose in the first couple of weeks. They notice their formations are not flexible enough. They're too big, too wieldy. The mechanized corps, the armored corps that they have are now completely pointless because now they very quickly have a major lack in tanks because the outdated stuff that they have is getting quickly destroyed and overrun. So they're starting to take things a little bit differently. The divisions are reduced in size. The corps level is completely abandoned. So you go from division to army right away. The armies are reduced in size because they have less divisions. The divisions have less size. All the support equipment like artillery, specialized artillery, mortars, anti-tank guns, anti-aircraft, all that kind of stuff is taken away from the divisions and put under army command so they can put it in this specific place where it's needed. That makes it easier for the inexperienced commanders to deal with those divisions because they don't have to deal with all this combined arms stuff. The army commanders can do that. They have also smaller armies, so they can deal better with that without having the corps level. There's also less need for officers and a shorter chain of command. This helps a little bit. Army and all mechanized forces, or rather all armed forces, are completely disbanded because you don't have many tanks to begin with. So the few tanks that you have are interdispersed and used for infantry support. It's not what you should do, obviously. Western Front stuff, we know that, what happened in France. But at this point, the Soviets quickly run out of options. They basically don't have any tanks anymore until they start rebuilding stuff. So the few that they have, they try to send for infantry support into places where it matters. So that means at the end of the time, in terms of pure manpower structure and how it's comparable, a Soviet army looks a little bit more in terms of manpower and what they can actually do than a German corps. And a front is a little bit more like a German army. There's also directions or theaters of operations, like this guy here, Direction Northwest. If anything, those are army groups. So you have to kind of put everything down a notch because the core level is missing. Even later they call something tank army or mechanized army, and it's still more like a corps if you look at how much manpower there is. Because the German army is anything from 100,000 to 300,000 men. A Soviet army is later something between 30,000 to 50,000 men, which is more the size of a German corps. So just to give you an idea why these sizes are different, in this case, the boxes actually mean if one box is facing another, they're roughly facing the same manpower. Maybe not on this map because these are the early armies, but basically after 2 weeks, none of these exist anymore and they're quickly getting wiped out and restructured. So basically in the middle of July, this was where also this restructuring happened. Then you can expect this to be a little bit more on the equal side. So let's move to Army Group Center. In the 18 days of combat, Army Group Center advanced 500 kilometers or 360 miles, occupied all of Belarusia, and inflicted 417,000 casualties on the Western Front, including 340,000 soldiers killed, captured, and missing. In addition, the Western Front lost 4,800 tanks, 9,400 guns and mortars, and 1,700 combat aircraft. So you can see these fronts are basically getting completely wiped out. The Western Front, this one, is basically completely destroyed. If you see on how many of the armies actually get encircled here, like 10th Army gets encircled here, 13th and 3rd Army get pushed back and then are trapped into this pocket. So basically in the entire middle here, there's basically nothing left. So this entire stretch is basically at this point wide open. However, the Germans can't reach this immediately because they first have to deal with cleaning this up. Because as I said last time, the Soviets are not immediately surrendering. They are fighting as long as they can, and they need to reduce these pockets. Because the Soviets are not just saying, oh, we're surrounded, we give up. Nope. They keep fighting and they keep trying to break out. And due to the vast stretches of territory, and to the Panzer guys' unwillingness to actually help seal this gap. For example, Guderian sent this Panzer Corps right away to the east. He didn't even think about using them to guard this southern flank. There's actually a lot of personnel escaping from here. So even if you hear these huge numbers of prisoners, these numbers would actually be a lot higher. That doesn't mean this is not a major victory, because all the heavy equipment is of course lost. If you try to get out of a pocket, it's very unlikely that you can take your tank or your gun. You're not pulling an artillery gun out of this, but the guys are getting out. This is one major problem, after which Hitler orders, okay, these pockets are too big, we're not able to contain them because the infantry is not fast enough to catch up and actually seal this stuff. So make smaller pockets. Panzer guys are not super happy with this, because they didn't even want to meet at Minsk in the first place. They wanted to go all the way to these rivers right away and basically close the gap between Orsha and Vitebsk. And you can imagine, if you have a gap, if you have a pocket that is this size, that it would have been even more impossible to properly seal it. But they're still thinking in operational things, and they think once we have it, these guys will surrender. Well, they are not going to surrender. And even if they don't pretty much don't care about that. They say, well, the infantry can deal with that. That's not our problem. This is going to become more symptomatic of what's going on here. The German forces are actually not properly cooperating and working towards a common goal. The Panzer troops think they're better than everybody else and are actually not working with the other troops towards a common goal. They have their own idea to how to run the war, and sometimes even try to outdo the chain of command, sometimes going directly to Hitler or to whoever is in charge. Sometimes these panzer groups get put under command of the army, of Fourth Army. So sometimes they go past their army commander directly to the army group commander, which is more in line of what they want to do. So they're basically trying to get out of the way of the chain of command constantly. Unfortunately, that's exactly what worked in France. And unfortunately, that had no consequences for anybody. And now they feel that has been confirmed as a way of working, and they're now doing that all the time, and this time it's actually causing problems left, right, and center. Because the advancing Germans were not able to assemble the forces necessary to seal off the encircled Red Army forces hermetically, large numbers of Red Army soldiers escaped, leaving the heavy equipment behind. Afraid that his panzer groups would advance too far too fast, Hitler ordered them to pause while his infantry eliminated the encircled enemy. This is sometimes why I don't like what Glantz is writing, because even though he's trying to be the expert and also brings in new sources from the Soviets, sometimes he writes things in a style that seem to confirm certain myths. Like, Hitler is not afraid here. That's not the problem. First of all, he has a reason for them to be afraid that they go too fast, because they are rapidly outpacing what's happening in the south, as you can see here. That is creating a gap here. They are also quickly running out of their supply lines. So if these just keep going, this is going to be a problem. At the same time, closing these gaps obviously has a priority. Because if you look at the original plan, what the plan actually is destroying the Soviet army west of these rivers. Sure, these guys want to get there and close it, but the problem is, if you just get there, but all the army that you trapped is getting away, you're not really fulfilling the thing that you're trying to fulfill. So trapping these armies and destroying them is actually the main objective, not reaching the river. So Hitler has a point here. That is actually what the original plan was supposed to be. The Panzer guys just want to keep going and reach the next point on the map. So I'm agreeing with Hitler on this one. Destroying the army is the important thing here. The reality was far worse than anybody in Moscow believed, resulting in a series of impossible orders to counterattack with units that had completely ceased to exist. At 21:15 hours on the evening of 22nd June, Stalin and Timoshenko issued NKO Directive No. 3, which ordered the general counteroffensive against the Germans. And during the next several days, they stubbornly insisted the forward fronts implement this directive. That was basically the Soviet doctrine at this time. It was completely focused on offense. Meant once you're attacked, you immediately go on the counterattack and you immediately throw back the enemy. The problem was the Germans had done a good job at destroying command and control ability, communication lines, and all that kind of stuff. So everything the Stavka wanted to do here was basically completely impossible. They were basically issuing orders to armies that were either no longer there or encircled or had no longer the fighting capability of doing anything about what was happening here, or were basically already being routed. They didn't even know where anybody was, what was happening. So in the first couple of days, there was complete chaos on the Soviet side. On Army Group Center's left flank, Hoth's 3rd Panzer Group struck eastwards along the vulnerable boundary between the northwestern and western fronts, easily outflanking the latter's 3rd Army. That's this guy. They were busy fighting the infantry. and reaching Vilnius by the evening of 23rd June. That's over here. And then they make the bow and connect at Minsk. They initially want to keep going over here, but Hitler orders them to close their gap, so they dispatch also just one Panzer group. You can see this guy is later making a cross here, going all the way over there. That's where they wanted to go initially. They wanted to cross here and go there right away. But both of these Panzer commanders get one corps diverted, but they only dispatch one. In this case, you can see two from here. One of these was held in reserve that was arriving later. So in technical terms, early on, they were only dispatching one of their Panzer corps to close this gap. The rest they were already sending ahead, completely ignoring that this needed to be plugged. So there were holes in here, left, right, and center until the infantry was able to plug this. That was a major problem. Reinhardt's 41st Panzer Corps seized crossings over the Western Dwina from 8th Army on 30th June, while von Manstein's 56th Panzer Corps expanded the bridgehead at Dagwopolis. So they reached the Western Dwina here. Manstein is this line. He reached this point. The other guy is going across a little bit further to the north. They are already looking forward to the next river to take crossings over that as quickly as possible. Northern Army Group is making decent progress, not as good as Army Group Center, but they haven't managed to force any pockets, and that's later something that Hitler is going to criticize Army Group North Commander Leib for, because even though they make progress, they just keep pushing the army away. They're not actually trapping anybody. The newly formed Stavka High Command hastily tried to establish new defenses, ordering Kuznetsov, which is commander of Northwestern Front, to defend along the Western Dwina with his shattered 8th, 11th and 8th armies and fresh 27th and 22nd armies and the 21st Mechanized Corps. However, when the 27th Army failed to occupy its defensives in time, on 22nd June, Manstein's 51st Panzer Corps captured bridgeheads over the river. Deprived of his last defensive barrier along the northwestern axis, Kuznetsov withdrew his armies northwards toward Estonia and the 11th and 27th Army eastwards, leaving the approaches from Pskov to Ostrov to Leningrad unprotected. I think Ostrov and Leningrad, well, I think that's where you went, Ostrov, in 1941, right? So yep, that's where that is. I remember that. Manstein is basically crossing here. The defensive line that was planned along the Western Dwina is not put in place in time. So as you can see, 11th Army is here, 27th Army is down there, and 8th Army gets pushed into Estonia. That means there's a major gap forming here in the middle where basically nobody is opposing the German forces anymore. The first 3 weeks of dramatic combat along the northwestern axis proved costly to Kuznetsov's front. Leib's army group had advanced 450 kilometers, 27 miles, 270 miles, and captured much of the Soviet Union's Baltic republics. During this period, Kuznetsov's front lost 90,000 soldiers, more than 1,000 tanks, 4,000 guns and mortars, and over 1,000 combat aircraft. Worse still, his forces had not been able to establish credible defenses anywhere, and Leib's forces now posed a deadly threat to Popov's northern front, the former Leningrad military district, and the bulk of those forces were defending against a Finnish attack from the north. Popov and his military council were acutely aware of the new threat, so much that on 25th June they decided to erect new defenses along the Luga River south of the city, but they could man the Luga defensive only with scratch forces transferred from other fronts. The Luga River is this thing. So pretty close already, but that's the only way they can get anything. They're trying to pull back 8th Army, but 8th Army is still busy defending Estonia. So they can only spare so many forces because everybody else is trying to deal with what's happening over here. Stavka Directive number 1 dated of 15th July, and this is what I talk about with the restructuring, and associated instructions began the reorganization and truncation process. The directive order direction, front and army commanders to eliminate the rifle corps link from armies because they were too cumbersome, inefficient, mobile, awkward, and unsuited for maneuver. It created now smaller field armies with the few experienced army commanders and staffs which the army commanders could more effectively control. These consisted of 5 to 6 rifle divisions, 2 or 3 tank brigades, 1 or 2 light cavalry divisions, and several attached Stavka reserves artillery regiments. The rifle divisions were also simplified, giving up many of their specialized anti-tank, anti-aircraft, armor, and field artillery units, including its peacetime division establishments. Such equipment was in desperately short supply, and the new system centralized all specialized assets so that the army commanders could allocate them to support the most threatened subordinates unit in the process. The authorized strength of a rifle division decreased from 14,500 to just under 11,000 men, and the number of artillery pieces and trucks decreased by 24% and 64% respectively. Directive number 1 also abolished mechanized corps, which seemed particularly superfluous given the current shortage of skilled commanders and modern tanks. For the moment, therefore, the Red Army had abandoned the previous concept of a large mechanized force, placing all the surviving tanks in an infantry support role. To give you an idea, the German division is roughly 17,000 men. So yeah, the mechanized Soviet army is basically completely wiped out at this point. And they will take all the way to about the end of 1942 to slowly rebuild this. Until then, they have to deal with whatever they have left. I don't know, did I miss any boxes?
I don't know. I don't know.
No, I don't think so. So far... Does anybody have any questions? If the box is in the way, I can get rid of them, by the way.
Probably one question. Reaching those rivers and securing the bridges, are there any sources on whether that did anything? For example, preventing the bridges from getting destroyed or defensive positions established?
Well...
Or was there absolutely nothing there to do anything?
Well, these bridges got captured by Manstein and Reinhardt so quickly. Would they have been able to destroy them? Yeah, I guess. Well, these guys in the north here, they were taking the bridges anyway. They're not encircling anybody, so they're not the problem.
Yeah, I'm talking about the area and the guys in the center.
The guys in the center... Well, they captured the bridges intact, or at least a lot of the bridges intact, and established bridgeheads. Yes, the problem is they still got delayed because, especially down here at Mogilev, there's going to be a pocket at Mogilev, so they basically have to go to the sides of the city. So it's not like they immediately could take the city. That actually delayed them later on the way east. At least one Panzer Corps was busy dealing with this, and a lot of infantry was dealing with this, of clothing this pocket first. So yes and no. They took a bridgehead. The problem is, does that actually help you anywhere? Because until the infantry has arrived, you can't attack beyond those bridges anyway. So... You could argue, even if you don't attack them by the time the infantry is there, you probably have time to build a replacement bridge. In the north, across the western Dvina, for 3rd Panzer Group, it's actually not so important because of the fact that Manstein and Reinhardt are already crossed further up north. Anybody still on the bridge would not really be able to do much about you anyway, because they're already being outflanked. So they wouldn't be able to hold there anyway, because either you hold the entire river or you don't hold it at all. So if those two get delayed, it's not really a big problem, because Manstein and Reinhardt are already outflanking whoever's opposing you. Guderian, yeah, as I said, he won't be able to attack past this until this is resolved anyway. So if he actually dispatches more forces to deal with this more quickly, yeah, they will probably be able to erect some defenses here, but with what? Because everything that Western Front has is in here. So even if someone manages to blow something up here, there's nothing that can build any defensives here. You have basically destroyed the Western Front. There's nothing there. So it's better to deal with this quickly and free up the infantry so you can attack here more quickly instead of taking it and then basically waiting here for 2 weeks. Because that's what 2 of these Panzer Corps basically did while this was being resolved. So yeah, but whether it's actually of any use, this is a different story. As I said, the cooperation is not working properly.
Yeah, sure,
here.
but it's easy to criticize, but I'm trying to understand the reasons why they did it. And one reason could be that you don't know there's nothing there. So trying to secure those bridges.
They knew that. They went ahead because they knew it was there. They knew, okay, we have encircled the entire Western Front. We have gone past it. Nothing's in front of us. Let's keep going. The probably Panzer forces just did not realize that you just can't keep going forever. You need to coordinate with the other forces, especially since Army Group South wasn't doing yet so well. You are running into a problem where your flank gets exposed, and the problem is there's nothing in front of you, but there's 1 million troops in the south of you. There's a couple of armies in this area, so you don't see that because they get pushed back here. This entire army got pushed back into this area, so you're facing 5th Army. And reserves are getting pushed into the Ukraine here. Reserves get still mobilized, so you can't just completely ignore this entire area and just keep going and at the same time risk that these guys are getting out. Because if these guys manage to get out here, yeah, you're gonna have problems. So,
yeah, I tend to agree, but I'm just trying to understand what could be the motivation besides just wanting to, I don't know.
Oh, well, I talked about this yesterday with someone. Why this breakdown in command chain and everything happens. But basically, it has to do with this idea of Auftragstaktik and German Kesselschlacht. As I mentioned before, Blitzkrieg as a doctrine basically doesn't exist. It's just a continuation of something the Germans and the Prussians have been doing for over 100 years. It's this idea that you want to have a decisive battle very, very quickly. After that, you can do whatever you want because that ends the war. That worked in Poland for the most part. It also didn't work very well. If you remember, they actually wanted to get every force of the Poles trapped west of the Vistula. Obviously, that didn't work. That's why they wanted to do a second encirclement back at Brest. If you remember that from the Polish campaign.
Yep, I do.
But it's what they wanted to do. That's what was the Schlieffen plan in the First World War was about. They did something similar in the war with France in 1871. This is old stuff. In the First World War, it didn't work right away, and after that they got stuck. So they thought at some point, okay, maybe these Entscheidungsschlacht, these decisive battles cannot be done anymore. With the armored force, they had new hope that even against modern weaponry, you can still pull this off. You just need more mobile troops. But it's still the same idea. The problem with that is if you want to do this kind of thing, you can't do that by calling home for orders every time you do something. You need to be able to react quickly. That means you need officers that can think on their feet. That means you have a certain type of ego with these officers and a certain type of arrogance to a certain limit that is wanted because you need people that have their own mind and can make their own decisions. That's also where Auftragstaktik comes in. Auftragstaktik is directly linked to this Entscheidungsschlacht idea because you need that kind of command chain to be able to pull this off. If you have a centralized command, you can't do Entscheidungsschlacht because everything takes way too long. So that trained a certain type of officer corps that had all their own mind. There have been theories that this was pushed a little bit too far. And especially in this age, even though these Panzer guys keep criticizing the cavalry for being too backwards, they're basically doing exactly the same mistakes that the historical cavalry units did. They consider themselves to be the elite forces, and the infantry is beneath them. They are the elite panzer troops, and what the other guys are doing we don't care about. So they basically follow their own goals, and the infantry can deal with the rest. The problem here is that the army is not working as a team. Home in Berlin, the basic idea that Hitler has is Leningrad, Kiev, and then Moscow. We want Leningrad and we want the Ukraine, and when we have that we can take Moscow. What we do is he agrees on a central Entscheidungsschlacht in the center. So the main forces of the army are being taken out, which they expect to be here. They're actually not. They're actually in the south. Not to stand that they wipe out a huge number of forces here, but the majority is actually in the south. So he agrees on an Entscheidungsschlacht and make the focus in the center, but then divert and take out the actual more important targets on the side. Halder and Brauchitsch has different ideas, but they try to scheme around Hitler. That's the first breakdown of command. You don't do what your commander-in-chief tells you, you're trying to scheme your way around it. I'm gonna go into that in a bit also. That's another problem that stems away from the past. Then you have the army group commanders. Every one of these army group commanders has their own idea. Army group center is pushing forward. South can't get through so quickly because they have to deal with more forces. Instead of actually asking, hey, what can we do to help you? They're actually blaming each other. No, we get stopped because you didn't do that job right, blah, 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 blah. They're not pulling on the same string. They're working against each other, trying to outdo each other. The same stuff happens with the Panzer Corps and the infantry corps. They're trying to outdo each other. Even the Panzer group commanders are pissed at each other because Hoth is blaming Guderian for always being too late and for not keeping the trap shut and for arriving too late, for not being fast enough, even though Guderian actually has to deal with Brest and going around Brest and has to deal with certain counterattacks. Hoth is there first, blames Guderian for being late. The same happens later in Smolensk. These guys are not working as a team on any level, and that's a major problem. Completely contrasted to the lower ranks, where the German NCOs, because the German NCOs are so well trained and can actually take a higher command and know what Auftragstaktik is and are trained well enough that Auftragstaktik works on that low level, they do fantastic work. Oftentimes that leads to shitty high command decisions still working out because the guys on the bottom are actually doing their job right and do pull on the same string. That is falling apart roughly at army level. And that's a problem here. The thing that Halder and Brauchitsch are actively working against Hitler. Now you can say, oh yeah, but they were right. Hitler has the wrong idea. Well, it doesn't matter. He is the commander-in-chief. So if he says he wants to do that, then the army has to do that. In the military, there's no worse thing in the military than people working against each other and not pulling on the same thing. It's better to execute a mediocre or bad plan well than not executing the best plan in the world not at all. You have to set a goal, and even if you don't agree with it, you have to do your best to implement it. If you try to meddle with things and try to constantly change things, things fall apart. The constantly back and forth decisions here, sending army groups there and then sending them in the other direction, is not only a result of Hitler, it's because the army leadership is constantly trying to change Hitler's mind. And that leads to major discussions that constantly stop everything when they just should stick with the original plan. Because the original plan was always make the Entscheidungsschlacht in the center, then support north and south from the center. It's not happening. The guys in the center don't want to do that. As if they never heard that order, even though that's in the original order, that's in Hitler's directive, that's clear right from the start, but they ignore it. They talk with their house, come on, yeah, let's Hitler talk. Once it gets going, we'll do our own stuff anyway. That's their attitude, and that's what's not working here. So these guys reaching the rivers, yeah, maybe that's a good idea. The problem is the army group commander should decide what we do. Either we reach the river as quickly as we can, or we close the gap as quickly as we can. But you can't do one part of the army group is doing one thing and the other part is doing another thing. Make a decision and then follow through, and that's not happening here. At some point, these guys get under command of 4th Army to close the gap. So 4th Army is in command of the 2 Panzer groups. 4th Army tells the Panzer groups to close the gap. These guys don't want to do that, so they talk immediately to the army group commander who wants to push forward. So they completely outmaneuver this guy, even though he's in command. This guy gets pissed because his army group commander basically supports the insubordination of his guys. Next higher level up, these guys also want to keep going, but Hitler doesn't want to keep going. So everybody is working against each other and skipping places in the chain of command to go to whoever supports their opinion on how things should be run. And the Panzer guys don't care that the infantry is actually having problems sealing this. They say, well, that's not our problem. So that's what's happening here. Another thing with the army trying to run things, that's exactly what happened in World War I. You can basically say that in the last couple of years in World War I, the army was basically taking over Germany. The army wanted to run this war and they wanted to run it their way, and nobody else had anything to say. At some points, politics were completely out. In the last 2 years, although you can basically say that Germany was a military dictatorship. Ludendorff and his buddy were basically running things. That's the development that the German general staff made in Germany, and it's happening here again. They want to run this war. They say, okay, the politics can maybe decide that we start the war, but after that we decide on how it's done. And you can't do that with Hitler. Hitler does not get pushed around. He does no. You're not gonna push me to the sidelines. I tell you how it's done. And he's not meddling in the middle. He said how it was supposed to be done right from the start. Way back in December 1940, he said how it was supposed to be done. But these guys try to outmaneuver him and try to go behind his back. And no matter what you think about Hitler, that's just not a way to run a war. That just can't work. That sooner or later falls apart. And if the German troops were not so skilled on the tactical level, this would have fallen apart way sooner. So this is why delays happen. They blame each other, and all the memoirs of the Panzer guys of course blame everybody but themselves. But the fact is that they constantly fly back to Germany just to talk to Hitler, to get their idea being pushed through. All that is delays. While they keep discussing, nothing is happening on the front, and this happens constantly. This is the reason why things get delayed. If everybody would stick to the plan, things would get resolved way quicker and the advance would be way better. Germany simply hoped that the Soviet Union would collapse after that first big military defeat like France did. That was their only plan. Yeah, that's also a thing that is true. They basically said after that first Entscheidungsschlacht they're gonna be completely in disorder and then we can just advance however you want. But again, that battle wasn't over yet. That battle is over once these guys have surrendered. They have not surrendered yet. This took a couple of weeks to clean this up. This took until early July. This took about 2 or 3 weeks to clean this completely up. Before that, you cannot advance anymore. You need the infantry to guard your flanks and to take whatever you outmaneuver. As I said last time, this is not a continuous front. The Panzer forces are here, but there's stuff in the middle. There's also troops in the forests all over the place, scattered troops. This needs to be cleaned up first. You can't just keep going and because these guys are threatening your supply lines. So there is no plan that anybody's following here. There are several plans and everybody is following their favorite one. That's a major issue that's happening here.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's switch to August.
Then we'll move on to August. There you can see North is making good progress. South is now really kicking into action. and center is going for Smolensk, and you can already see there's a little bit of a problem developing here. So quickly going into south, I don't have a lot of boxes, but it's pretty easy to understand what's happening here. The Soviets basically expected the push of the Germans to go directly to Kiev, and Third Corps is basically already doing that to some degree, but then they swing south. The rest is already on the way. I'm not 100% sure whether this was a diversionary attack or they actually tried to reach Kiev. They probably tried to reach it and block it, but then support it in the south. But the other two Panzer Corps are already swinging south. The 11th Army is now also kicking into gear, moving towards this river and blocking the southern flank of this envelopment. 17th Army is coming in from the west, and the Panzer Corps is going around. They first tried to capture them here, but they keep retreating, so they send another Panzer Corps all the way around to meet up with 11th Army around this point, where they also meet up with the Hungarian forces, and that basically traps 12th and 6th Army. They then race to the coast trying to capture 9th and 18th Army, but most of them make it to safety behind the river down here. But these guys get trapped, which basically wipes out a huge chunk of the southwestern front, which leaves the way open. This is why this basically can advance completely unopposed, and they reach the Dnieper River bend here basically unopposed after this happened. This was the Battle of Uman, which is the city right there. That was the major encirclement of the south, basically. Wiped out 2 entire armies and basically a huge chunk of Army Group South. A huge chunk of Southwestern Front, sorry. And that basically makes the way finally open for the Army Group South to advance. However, they are still stuck in front of Kiev because a lot of the guys that were retreating from here have made it across the Dnieper. This army is still making a last stand in this bend, but then also gets across. So they're now facing armies behind the river, and they're in a little bit of trouble, but they managed to get all this. Odessa is being encircled. They managed to encircle a number of troops also in this area. As I said, most of these 2 armies made it out. They managed to trap a couple of forces right here before the rest makes it out. Not sure how many troops got, also a couple, 10,000, like 70,000 or something was trapped in here. And there is a force making a last stand in Odessa. Why the hell Odessa? Well, Odessa is next to Sevastopol, one of the major Black Sea naval ports, so they are defending that with everything they got. And the 4th Romanian Army, I think it's the 4th, maybe, yeah, it's the 4th, I think, is trying to deal with that. So they surround that, they leave that to the Romanians, and the Germans keep going to the Dnieper. So this guy is now facing a little bit of a conundrum. He still has forces over here, but he's getting outflanked in the north. He now has to deal with all this crap. The southern front guy barely got his forces out. He got most of his southern flank completely wiped out. He has some in the north, orders them to slowly retreat, get behind the Dnieper for the most part. Still doing counterattacks, but they mostly fail. Especially since he's trying to keep them from Kiev, where the main attack is actually not happening, which leads to this not retreating fast enough. Also with Stalin interfering and telling them to stay, because everybody expects the attack to go to Kiev. Once they realize what's actually happening, it's too late. Yeah, as I said, we have an encirclement of Mogilev, which is right here. Guderian basically breaks through on both sides, but then faces a problem here. There are forces now attacking from the south with the new formed Central Front under Kuznetsov, new armies. They're threatening this push from the south, which is exactly what I said was going to happen. 13th Army is encircled in Mogilev and needs to be wiped out, so infantry is busy with that. That 13th Army is also trying to break out, while 21st Army is trying to break in to get them out. That falls into this armored corps' flank. They are basically out of action right now and busy with other stuff. The other guys are trying to close the gap at Smolensk, and Guderian is again not cooperating. He reaches Smolensk, but he sends the other guys again already thinking ahead to try get a bridgehead over the Desna and a good springboard to towards Moscow for the future. And he sends these guys forward to a very exposed position near Yelna, and that will be the Yelna salient that is gonna be under heavy attack for the couple of weeks. And that basically binds down these guys. He has basically two options. Either he goes for that, or he closes the gap. He decides to go for there and then doesn't have the forces anymore to close the gap. And this is open for several weeks. And this group, Yatsevo, under command of Rokossovsky, now the first time you see this guy actually doing something important. This guy is one of the more famous guys, and he's keeping this open. He's doing his best to keep this gap open for as long as possible to get as many of these guys out of here, and a lot of them escape because Guderian again has his own ideas on how to run the war and doesn't close this gap. That pisses off the army group commander, that pisses off Hoth, because he again writes Guderian is again too late, just like at Minsk. So these guys are again not cooperating properly. The infantry is still working their way forward, trying to deal with this. They cannot get there relatively quickly because they're also busy on dealing with these two pockets in these two major cities. They crossed the river north and south of there, encircled that, but in order for the supplies to get through, because obviously the rail line goes through there, they need to get these cities so they can get the rail lines going across the river. So they have to deal with that. On top of that, they have to encircle these guys and wipe them out. So there's a lot of going on, and the Panzer forces are again not cooperating. Hoth is also doing something a little bit strange. He again goes for the rivers instead of actually going for one target. He sends one of his Panzer corps to the north, trying already to get to this river crossing, again planning to go to Moscow. This one Panzer Corps is trying to go to Veliki, takes the naval region, which is a pretty important communications hub. They managed to take that and almost entrap an army here, but the cooperation with Army Group North is not properly working, so that army actually escapes. At Veliki they get into a counterattack and get badly beaten back, so that doesn't work at all. And then later they get pulled over here because now this entire pocket is in major trouble and can't be closed, and they need desperately more tanks to defend against the massive counterattack that is happening here under the command of Timoshenko, which immediately wants to get the Smolensk guys out and wants to relieve this pocket as quickly as possible. And as you can see from the arrows here, he's basically organized, together with Central Front, a concentric counterattack, which forces the Germans into massive defense here for the next couple of weeks. There's actually 3 consecutive major counterstrokes that are happening in this area. So if anybody says, oh yeah, they should just have kept going after Smolensk, yeah, not that simple. First of all, Smolensk they didn't actually manage to close the gap for quite a long time, and once they did, they both had to fight on the inside, destroying these forces, and at the same time fight off a massive counterattack from the reserves that by now have been properly mobilized. These are still pretty unorganized forces, but there's a lot of them, and the Germans are slowly outrunning their supply lines. And as long as these two things are not open, the supply lines are not going to be able to reach far forward. So currently the supplies get unpacked at Minsk, somewhere over here. There should be 2 new rail depots over here, but as long as this is not resolved, those cannot be established. This is already getting a little bit of a problem. And what's the hell happening over here? Well, let me read a couple boxes, then I'm going to explain why this line looks the way it does. That also shows that something is a little bit falling apart here. So, what is this? Yeah, the feeble but fierce attack which sought to liberate 13th Army forces encircled in Mogilev left quite an impression on the Germans. Years later, German participants still refer to the battle as the Timoshenko Offensive. Heinz Guderian wrote, since July 13th, the Russians have been launching their heavy counterattacks. Some 20 enemy divisions moved from the direction of Gummel against the right flank of my Panzer group. While the Russians encircled in Mogilev and Orsha attempted simultaneously to break out, the former garrison in the south and southeasterly direction, the latter towards the south, all of these operations were controlled by Marshal Timoshenko with the obvious objective of belatedly frustrating our successful crossing of the Dnieper. So yeah, that they had the bridges didn't really help much. They hadn't been able to take out the forces in the city, which you can't do with just panzer forces. You need to wait for the infantry to do that. And then you also face counterattacks from the side. So yes, they reached the river very quickly, but it didn't exactly help, because until the infantry arrives, you can't take these cities. Without these cities, you don't have the rail lines. Without the rail lines, you don't have the supplies to keep going. So yeah, so much about that. The declining strength of the motorized divisions was not the only factor compromising their ability to function effectively. The discordant strategic deployment of each corps, fanning out towards divergent objectives over wide areas, denied them the benefits of concentration and forced them to operate to a degree of isolation. The most far-flung and wayward operation was that of Kunzen's 57th Panzer Corps, which on Halder's orders and against Bock's better judgment was sent to enact a joint encirclement of Neve's Army Group North after a difficult drive over sunken roads. The spearhead of the Corps, 19th Panzer Division, took Neve on 15 July. From there, the division could have swung north and encircled Soviet 51st Rifle Corps, as intended by Halder, or south to envelop the 67th Rifle Corps. Yet both of these operations were disregarded by Hoth, who instead ordered to continue the drive toward the northeast to seize Valkiluki. So you can see, again, Army Command, Army Group Command, Panzer Group Command, everybody has their own idea. Army Group North is trying to help you envelop some stuff, but you're, fuck the envelopment, I'm going to go for the bridge. Yeah. Not really working. Of Guderian's Panzer Group, composed of 3 Panzer Corps, the southernmost, Schweppenburg's 24th Panzer Corps, was tied up holding the southern flank. On Guderian's northern wing, Lemelson's 47th Panzer Corps was entirely committed to holding the southern side of the encirclement, and accordingly could spare new units to link up with Horst east of Smolensk. This left Weddinghoff's 46th Panzer Corps, which operated in the middle of Guderian's Panzer Group and could have been used to swing northeast to seal the gap. Instead, Guderian was already thinking about the next stage of the offensive and therefore drove his corps further east to seize the high ground on Yelna. This forceful decision illustrates yet again the ineptitude of the German generals in grasping the dangers of overextension. As you can see, these guys are getting spread out. Now the Panzer groups are spread out over all this area. Everybody doing something else. These guys are defending down here, getting busy. This guy's already thinking about the next step. This guy's busy keeping the trap shut and not even able to properly close it. These guys close. These guys set north. Don't even cooperate properly with Army Group North. And yeah, everybody's doing their own thing. Zhukov, which is right now in command of Reserve Front and kind of always also in command of the entire western area. Sometimes these guys have actually double commands. Reserve Front is basically all the guys behind the front in the second echelon that are being built up, ready to man the next defensive line or get thrown in if any of these armies fail. The Western Front is Timoshenko, Reserve Front behind him is Zhukov, and he also has command of some of the major operations in total here. Zhukov directed Timoshenko to form 4 operational groups, each named after their commander, from reinforcing the 29th, 30th, 24th, and 28th armies. He then ordered these 4 groups plus a 5th under the command of Rokossovsky, which was already defending the Yatsevo region, to launch a concentric attack towards Smolensk. Let me see. Yeah, this is about the naval thing. After his hard fight to capture the town, Knobelsdorff's decision to abandon Vaikiluki was a serious mistake, which caused... Yeah, that's also... Once he had it, he abandons it because he gets counterattacked and then just gives it up. In addition to failing to intercept the fleeing Soviet forces, because by now 22nd Army is trying to get out of the gap and he could have stopped them here, but it didn't do that. When it arrived back on Namel, 19th Panzer Division was no longer needed because Eversdorf Army had already escaped. Hoth then ordered the Stukas of Richthoven's Air Corps to inflict whatever damage it could on the retreating Soviet columns. By this time, the once imposing naval pocket had disintegrated into residual pockets and small floating group of stragglers, all of which were difficult to detect, engage, and destroy. They basically, by not properly being coordinated, not properly paying attention, they completely failed to encircle this entire army. The naval diversion, which never should have occurred in the first place, resulted from poor planning from the OKH, it's the Army High Command, which dispersed Leib's and Bock's force at a time when no reserves were available to plug the inevitable gaps in so wide a front. By permitting Army Group North 16th Army to drift toward Naval and 18th Army to turn northwards into Estonia, little was available to strengthen Army Group North 4th Panzer Group as it spearheaded Leib's advance on Leningrad. When OKH corrected the problem by shifting one of Hall's motorized corps to help 16th Army eliminate the problem at Naval, Hoth was left with insufficient forces to carry out his portion of the Smolensk encirclement. As a result, Bock's army group lost an excellent opportunity to destroy Timoshenko's 16th, 19th, and 20th armies at Smolensk, and was far more vulnerable than it should have been to Stavka's July counteroffensive in the Smolensk region. Nor did Strauss, commander of 9th Army, cover himself with glory, since he failed to concentrate his 9th Army fast enough to destroy Ershakov forces encircled at Naval. Finally, and a bit ironically, it was Stalin himself who pulled some of Bock's chestnuts out of the fire at Smolensk by issuing stand-fast orders to his armies at Smolensk. Given the weakness of Hoth Panzer Group, if he had not, it is unlikely Army Group Sender would have even encircled any forces whatsoever in and around Smolensk. Because as I said, this thing was wide open for quite a while. So, yeah, as you can see, you're diverting stuff down here with this army. The other army is pushing into Estonia, which leads the panzer groups in the middle completely unsupported by infantry. This infantry movement here, that happens later once this thing completely failed. So you're sending everybody in different directions, and yeah, you're dispersing them too far. There's no coordinated push in one direction anymore. Batutin's 12th August offensive achieved only fleeting success because of 16th Army and 10th Army Corps attacking towards Novgorod and east of Staria Russia. That's this offense, his counter-offensive of Staria Russia. That's also a big one that you see usually in the literature. Preempting and disrupting the 48th and 11th Army attacks nonetheless, the 34th, 11th, and 27th Army attacked as planned early on 12th August. While the Germans halted the 27th Army advanced at Kolm, the 34th Army advanced 40 kilometers and reached the North Staria Russa railroad line early on 14th August. The determined assault enveloped the 10th Army Corps at Staria Russia and threatened the rear of the German panzer force advancing on Novgorod. Despite its auspicious beginning, the Soviet counteroffensive soon floundered because of the roadless terrain and command and control difficulties. In the midst of the counterstroke on 14th to 15th August, Leib diverted the SS Totenkopf, I think that is, motorized and 3rd motorized divisions and the 51st Motorized Corps headquarters and the Air Corps from Luga and Novgorod to Dno to assist the Belaga 10th Army Corps. By 25th August, the 56th Motorized Corps counterattack had crushed the 34th and 11th armies and driven them back to the Lovat River. Now this is what's happening here. 51st, that's Manstein. The 10th Corps goes to Staria Russia, tries to attack there. They basically beat off this attack down here, but this actually manages to for a short time encircle 10th Army Corps. At the moment, the plan was for Manstein to go via Novgorod to Leningrad and Reinhardt to go past Luga. That's this. So basically right next to each other. However, there are reports that there are forces coming in from this direction threatening 18th Army, so Reinhardt gets diverted to the west towards Narva and attacked from this direction. Manstein complains about this because he said, well, now the Panzer Corps are too far away from each other. What do we do about that? So he gets confirmation, okay, you forget about Novgorod, that the infantry can take that, you go past Luga, so you're closer to each other again. Then this guy runs into a little bit of a problem, and Manstein gets told, okay, forget Luga, go right there and push together with Reinhardt through this area. Right when he reaches over here, this happens, and he gets diverted down here to help out with that problem. So you can see by this line already, like, what the fuck is happening? People are pulling from all sides on these forces, and nobody is following a plan anymore. Everybody is diverting everybody everywhere because they get stretched out too thin. They try to attack everywhere at once, and it's just not working. Moscow's then this is also something that happens with the economy. Moscow's success in evacuating or destroying so much of the hard-won industrial development shocked German economic planners who had counted on using Soviet resources to meet both Hitler's production goals and their own domestic consumer demand. Moreover, the successful evacuation of the Soviet railroad forced Germans to commit 2,500 locomotives and 200,000 rail cars to support the troops in the east. This in turn meant that the Germans had to convert large portions of the captured rail network to their own narrow gauge instead of using the existing broader Russian gauge. Thus, the Soviet evacuation effort not only preserved industrial potential for future campaigns, but also posed a continuing and unexpected strain on the German economy. This is actually something, Tranquility, classic case of biting off more than you can chew. They're trying to take everything at once. This is something that is also mentioned, that the initial plan was to make an Entscheidungsschlacht, and after that you can take everything, but they failed to take out the entire Soviet army west of the Dvina and Dnieper River, which should be very obvious by now. But they still stick to the original plan, as if that had worked, and they try to advance everywhere, even though the original goal, the original order said that this push towards the final destination should only happen after this goal has been achieved, and it has not been achieved yet. So that's the problem. But they're already going to Leningrad, they're already doing all kinds of crap. They should have coordinated with these panzer forces in taking out these armies, trying to take out all the resistance first. Instead, they're already pushing there. Then because they didn't take out the resistance, there's counterattacks happening here, blah blah blah. It's a giant mess. The railroad thing is actually a little bit more complicated than said here. I looked into this. I looked in several of the books about railroad command. I even found a document. I don't know who wrote this, but it's in the Russian archives. Some guy wrote about this. Basically translates to railroad transport matters at the Wehrmacht regarding the war with Russia, end of March 1941 to January 1942. This guy basically talks about everything that went wrong. The basic thing is that some people warned early in the war that the rail transport is not going to be adequate, that some stuff is going to fail here, that stuff needs to be prepared. There's also a major problem that the guys from I think it was from the German Reichsbahn, from the German rail service, had made reconnaissance, just sending guys acting like tourists out to the country and taking the rail transportation in those countries to just check out in what condition the rail network actually is. They did not do that for Russia because nobody expected Russia to be attacked, so the guys necessary did never even consider that this was an option, so that you basically have no reliable information of the state of the Russian rail network. What they do know, they say, okay, we need to do major things here. First of all, Eastern Poland is in horrible condition. That's the part that was occupied by the Soviet Union. The Poles, after their war with the Soviets in the 1920s, had deliberately destroyed the rail connections in the eastern part of Poland. Not completely, but where double track connections were, they ripped out one track and left it in single track. That was their buffer zone in case the Soviets ever attacked again, to keep them at worse supply. So this needed to be repaired first. That was the Polish gap that needed to be repaired first, that caused major traffic bottlenecks. There were all sorts of issues that needed to be resolved. Nobody did it because everybody said, come on, but by fall it's going to be over anyway, so none of this matters. This is causing issues right around this time for the first time. Until now, things had run relatively smoothly, but by now the first problems start to appear. But because now the front gets kind of stuck because of the Kiev diversion that is happening soon, this gets kind of overlooked because it's not making an effect. But by now, about 2 months, this front is no longer moving towards the east. Because for the next 2 months, we're dealing with this counterattack. We're dealing with rearming the armies and refreshing them because they run out of everything by now. And then we're attacking in the south and dealing with that question. So for the next 2 months, the front is no longer moving east. So the rail service has a chance to catch up. By the time December rolls around, this stuff gets into a major crisis. Everything has to be run in the north. The rolling stuff from the Russians has not been captured. Nothing has been organized. The army is running the rail service. They are actually not properly asking the real rail workers at home from the German Reichsbahn to organize this stuff. You have unexperienced people in this place which don't know how to run a rail service efficiently, so you don't get the maximum number of trains that you could get. The rail forces are also ordered to stay no longer than 7 days behind the army, behind the front basically. So they can only relay the track in basically the minimum capacity, just one rail line, one track. But they don't have time to do double track, they don't have time to fix all the equipment that you need, the locomotive sheds, the water towers, everything that you need to actually run a rail line at high capacity. So you only have minimum stuff running there. The rail lines are not properly high capacity. The actual experts are not being consulted. The army is doing their own thing instead of leaving this to the Reichsbahn. And once this gets into trouble, they try replacing people all over the place, try to replace the leadership. At some point, Operation Todd gets put into place on trying to fix all this. And Hitler gets so pissed at some point that he has the Gestapo arrest some leaders, which makes the situation even worse. In winter, when all this breaks down, you have a major impact on German economy, to the point that Speer, at this point Minister for Armament and Minister for Armament and something else, is complaining already that if this keeps going, the armament production in Germany is breaking down because they can no longer supply the economy at home because they have to send so many trains to the east. At this point, they haven't even requisitioned all the trains and rolling stock from the occupied countries yet. When Hitler is told in fall that in late summer around this point, but that this is a problem, he said, yeah, okay, maybe you can do that, but you have to ask the Nazi leaders in charge of those regions if they agree. He doesn't even dare to overrule this. So there's no clear decision on this. Only when everything gets completely to shit in December, he orders, okay, take everything and fix this, or I'm going to send it to Gestapo. So he's getting pissed to the highest degree. Don't underestimate how big of a problem this was at this point. If they had kept going, the guy from the rail service predicted that what happened in December, a complete breakdown in supplies, would have happened sooner, because they completely outrun what they can do with the rail service exactly at this point, which funnily enough is exactly the distance that had originally been predicted by the general in terms of in charge of logistics. So this is a major issue at this point, and the halt at the front which none of the frontline commanders know about, which is later why they say, oh yeah, Hitler stopped us, that was the problem. If he hadn't stopped them, not only would they have to face all these fresh troops, which by the time the front actually resumes, have exhausted themselves against the Germans and are by then no longer a serious threat. At this point they are. You're facing all these counterattacks. If you don't do Kiev, you face another million that you haven't wiped out down here, and you're quickly outrunning your rail service. This could have been a major problem. So, have I got all the boxes? Think so, right?
Yep, I think so.
Any questions about this so far?
No, I think it's pretty clear.
Okay, should we take a break and switch to you, or should we do this in one go?
I don't know. I have probably about 3/4 of an hour left. So maybe we can do August to September, and then I can do...
Okay, so let's switch to
I
August.
don't know how long those parts are that are still coming.
Well, October, November, December I can do relatively quickly, but yeah, I think we'll switch after this just in case you have to leave. Okay, what's happening here? You might notice already that this is not just a Kiev operation. There is a couple other things happening here. Especially the diversion to the north rarely gets mentioned. First of all, Manstein's corps is still busy over here. They're counterattacking in this area. That means there's now a Panzer Corps missing in the north, which means this is not going forward anymore until a replacement corps, now taking from Army Group Center, is plugged into this gap. So they're now reinforcing the north to be able to go into these three directions. After the Smolensk pocket has been resolved, there's a couple of issues here. You're getting attacked from the north, Valkiluki is still not taken. You need that as a transport hub. So they're also diverting forces. They plug in this new army corps under Stumme, the 40th, and put a lot of the panzer divisions from this corps in there. They're reshuffling these panzer corps and panzer divisions. And they make a concentric attack and manage with a concentric push here to finally encircle 22nd Army and take Valkiluki and even push further forward to Andreapol. So they reach the this river here, which is now a very good position. You now have the flank support. This basically wipes out two armies. This one gets destroyed. This one is now completely outflanked. That very much hinders Timoshenko's current attack plans, because now his entire right flank is open and cannot participate in the attack. This is actually important. This diversion here I don't consider not important, because if you want to keep going in the east here, you cannot leave this stuff in here. You also need this transport connection over here. So this is important. That the generals say, oh, this is a useless diversion. No, this is not a useless diversion. This needed to be done. If you attack towards Moscow and you want to do that in a concentric way and you want to guard yourself properly, you need this region. Manstein is pushing over here. He actually reaches Demyansk, which later you know as the Demyansk pocket, so keep that in mind. These guys are pushing into here. We'll see that again later. These are trying to push into the Valdai Highlands. This is now a Valdai National Park in Russia. This, yeah, I can later show that maybe on Google Earth. It's a massive high plateau with a lot of foresty areas. Not exactly easy to get into. There's also these lakes here. They basically reach this line and then don't go any further. Manstein's corps gets also then pulled out of here. Around this time, he's also pulled out of command. He's getting pulled south and put in charge of 11th Army. But at this point, he's still Army Corps commander and pushes into here. after this replacement corps has arrived, these guys are finally able to keep going, and they managed to encircle the Luga operational group, which is trying to still hold the Luga River. Push 8th Army into this bridgehead. Why this bridgehead? Because here at Kronstadt there's the Soviet naval base, so they're trying to hold that. There is a Corps commander report by this Wodrich, now not by Wodrich, but by his chief of staff, that there was actually a good opportunity to crush this bridgehead here. They needed just a little bit more heavy artillery to keep, or air force support to keep the navy down. Because they obviously support with naval guns here. And they needed one strengthened infantry regiment and a couple of Sturmgeschütze to crush this, and then it would be relatively easy, he writes in that report. That was planned, that was also okayed by the army commander, and then later they said they're not gonna do it. I have no idea why. I haven't been able to find why. The army corps commander also never found out why. I think this was a major mistake, because this is being held until the end of the war. So they never were able to take out the naval base. I have no idea why they didn't do that. The rest is basically retreating into the direct Leningrad region, and is now basically creating the Leningrad perimeter that we have until very late in the war. These guys tried to prevent the gap from being closed here, but these guys actually reached Lüsselburg and therefore the Ladoga River, and basically closed this. However, supplies will still run through here, because the Russians will actually create the road of life. Basically, in the winter, they will supply across the ice here, even at some point running a railroad across here. And under certain circumstances, you can still see the rail line on different maps. You still see an empty rail line going here and stopping and resuming over here. So that apparently really was the case. There's a monument on both sides commemorating that, and in summer they obviously went over the water, so they were able to keep this supplied for quite some time. And you can keep this bridgehead supplied by going over here, and also the naval ships can go back and forth here. So they could keep this supplied. They went at night over the ice. A lot of people broke into the ice. But yeah, so a lot of people sacrificed their lives to keep these guys supported, but they actually managed to do it. Not that still not a lot of people starved here. The Leningrad people basically call this their Holocaust. So if they commemorate this, it's basically as bad for them as the Holocaust for the Jews. But they managed to close this gap, destroy this operational group, but then they basically also run out of everything, and Hitler says, fuck it, we're not gonna storm the city, just shell them into submission, destroy the city, raise them from the face of the earth. That is basically the order that he gave. So that's what happens in the north. In mid-August, the Germans penetrated Soviet defenses along Novgorod axis, cut off and isolated most of the 8th Army in Estonia, and attacked simultaneously along the Krasnogvardeysk and Karelian Isthmus axis. That's the Finns. In late August and early September, German forces advanced simultaneously along the Mogda and Krasnogvardeysk and Karelian axes. The Red Army tried to mount effective large-scale counterstrokes, and achieved little more than delaying the German advance. Even after the Red Army halted the German juggernaut on Leningrad doorstep, frustrated their attempts to capture the city by direct attack, there was no doubt on either camp that the city remained in mortal danger of being encircled and destroyed. Yeah, at the same time, the Finns start attacking over here. Not right at this point, but right at this point, they're roughly at the end of this basically happened in early July. They started and they took until now to finish this. But by now they have advanced here, basically to this point and here to the old border, and then they go no further. In June 1941, with the start of the German invasion of the Soviet Union, the Finnish defense forces launched their offensive following Soviet airstrikes. By September 1941, Finland had reversed its post-winter war concessions to the Soviet Union by retaking the Karelian Isthmus and Ladoga Karelia. Those are these two regions. This is the Isthmus, and that's the other one. However, the Finnish army continued the offensive past the pre-1939 borders with the conquest of East Karelia, including Petrovarovsk, as well as halting only 30 to 32 kilometers from the center of Leningrad, where they participated in besieging the city and cutting off its northern supply routes, digging in until 1944. There have always also been questions about the Murmansk rail line. If the Finns actually managed to get here, why is the Murmansk rail line not being cut? Well, the Murmansk rail line, that's the red line. However, by laying a new single track railroad in 1938 to 1941, so just in time, from Sokovo via the region south of the White Sea to Observgazka on the Archangel-Moscow Railroad, that's the blue one. The Murmansk Railroad was connected with the Archangel Railroad and thereby to the railroad net of the inner Russia, greatly increasing its strategic possibilities. When the enemy action impeded railroad traffic at any point along the Leningrad-Zadoka line, the front in the far north up to the Arctic coast could always be supplied by making use of the other railroad. That was the case, for example, in the summer of 1941, after the Finns had first cut the Murmansk Railroad at the Tver River and later had taken possession of the entire line from Tver to Petrovarovsk, which is right here, to whatever and beyond. The supply of the Soviet front to the far north, as well as the Anglo-American Lend-Lease shipments to Russia, remained completely undisturbed by the loss of the southern portion of the Murmansk Railroad. As far as is known, the Finnish-German offensive of 1941 at no point reached its objective to cut the northern stretch of the Murmansk Railroad. So you need to cut the northern stretch, otherwise by 1941 they finished this sideline. This is not on the German maps. If you look at this thing, that's not on here. I don't know whether the Germans were, when they started this, aware that there was this line. I actually doubt it. Never read anything about it. But it's there, and that means this is completely pointless. Also, a lot of the convoys of the Allies actually went directly to Archangel, but that's beside the point. Yeah, Operation Silver Fox, I'm not going to read all this, you can read it for yourself, but Operation Silver Fox was basically what we played in the Russian campaign where we defended against it. It's supposed to reach Kandalashka and Murmansk in the north and basically take out this entire thing, but as I said, they never managed to do that. Despite the nearly impassable roads made worse by a series of torrential rainfalls, 57th Corps 20 Panther Division reached the outskirts of Andreapol by the 2nd September. To the south, Knobelsdorf, blah blah blah, reached the Western Drina River, and that the next day. So this was already some bad weather kicking in. Some rain was already falling, but they managed to reach this anyway, and they destroyed this. Hitler's successful gambit with Group Stumme on the Western Front's right wing seriously undermined the pervasive air of unrequited optimism in Moscow and in the Western Front's headquarters as well. At the same time, it also materially damaged some aspects of Stalin Timoshenko's grandiose plans. In addition to surprising both Soviet leaders, it forced them to alter their plan counter-offensive significantly, just as the climax of the Battle of Smolensk was approaching. Indeed, if the new race was underway between three Red Army fronts determined to cripple Bok's Army Group Center and Ninth Army Group Stumme trying to do the same to Timoshenko's Western Front, at the very least the shock generated by 22nd Army total defeat in the Velkaluki region certainly undermined Soviet confidence that all would be well with the climactic general counteroffensive. So this was strategically very important that this worked. Down here, well, I'm not gonna read all of this, you can read for yourself. Basically what's happening here is Guderian gets pushed south. This guy's new front, Bryansk front, is trying to stop him. They basically do something about it way too late, and in this case basically an entire army group get encircled. There's 4 armies in here. Another one gets trapped over here with only bare parts making it out. They get that trapped again here. Parts of 3rd army get trapped in here, then make it out. So 4 armies plus elements of another army get trapped in here and completely wiped out. This has the result that now this entire area is completely open, and they can basically push towards Kharkov, which is over here, basically completely unopposed. Thanks to this guy basically having almost no tanks, this operation is not even all that costly to Guderian, even though his forces are not completely refreshed, and he basically is doing this with just 1 Panzer Corps. Another one guards the flank but doesn't manage to properly penetrate here over this river. 2nd army has by now arrived, which was being refitted still at home after the Balkans war, where he basically was doing the main work. They have now arrived, get pulled into this gap, and they also push down here and are majorly responsible for taking this out. And this is actually where Heinrichi's corps comes in. This guy where I read the memoirs from. This guy will become very important later on. So they wipe out an entire army group that's over 750,000 men. Some make it out, so they basically wipe out over 1 million men. They don't capture them all, but they basically wipe out the combat effectiveness of about 1 million men, which otherwise would have been available for a counterattack later on. So considering what the front looks like after this, I don't think this was a bad idea. Talking about it for 2 weeks, whether you should do it or not, because all the rest of the army is trying Hitler to do something else, that was a problem, because that lost valuable time. And that's what in the memoirs some of the lower commanders, for example Heinrichi, is saying that later Kluge and sometimes Bock also agree that what's going on in Army High Command with Halder and Brauchitsch trying to convince Hitler, that's actually a problem. Guderian also flies home and tries to talk to him, blah blah blah. That they tried to convince him for 2 weeks and Hitler can't make up his mind what they are supposed to do. That's the problem. The actual decision that was reached finally, that's not the problem. That they took so long to make that decision, that is a problem. But the operations were actually very valuable and wiped out forces and completely disrupted the Central Front's, the Western and Central Front's ability. Well, the Central Front has already been disbanded. It's still in here, but once this keeps going, this actually gets disbanded. There was also a preliminary action by Schweppenburg, which swung around towards Roslavel and encircled 28th Army, which was constantly threatening the southern flank of this. And they took that out, and from there they made the southern push. So this operation is basically equal to this, and then the entire Kiev operation followed. But these operations are very important because these two, that one and that one, completely destroy most of the plans for a strategic counteroffensive for Smolensk and wipe out 2 armies on the flanks. Very important. This guy over here, in charge of Southwest. In July to September, Budeni was commander-in-chief of the Soviet armed forces on the southwestern direction, facing the German invasion of Ukraine. The invasion began as part of Germany's occupation, blah blah blah. The disaster which followed the encirclement cost the Soviet Union, actually more than I thought, 1.5 million men killed or taken prisoner. This was one of the largest encirclement in military history. On 13 September 1941, Stalin sacked Budoni as a scapegoat and replaced him with Timoshenko. He never was allowed to command troops in combat again. Despite his bravery as a cavalry commander, the view of his fellow officers was that Budoni was demonstrably incompetent at commanding an army in a mechanized war. Soon after the war, Marshal Konev told one of the Green Communists, Milovan Delas, Budoni never knew much and he never studied anything. He showed himself to be completely incompetent and permitted awful mistakes to be made. Well, that's true, or they just used him as a scapegoat. It's for you to decide. But yeah, considering what a disaster this was, they probably have a little bit of a point. The Southern Army Group also managed to completely take this area, reach all the way up to Melitopol, and basically cut off the Crimea, while 4th Army is still busy and not able to take out Odessa. That taking so long will actually lead to this commander being replaced because he doesn't manage to take this quickly enough. So that's it for August and September. Again, this basically means most of August and the entire September the Army Group Center is not moving east, but again, this is 1.5 million men that you have on your flanks. These two armies needed to be taken out because they're directly threatening a part of the counteroffensive plan, and these gaps needed to be plugged because Army Group North is going here, Center is going here, South is going there. There are major gaps between those pushes. You need to fill those, in my opinion, before you can keep going. Otherwise, stuff that is happening earlier on the Army core level already, that everybody gets spreads out, fans out in different directions, and the distances between them get too big, that is already happening here. And late in the war, late in the year, in December, counterattacks will happen in exactly these areas. So it's not like the Soviets are not aware of this. By taking this entire army group out, they are later able to take the entire Donetsk basin with Kharkov and all that. Without taking this out, that's not going to happen so easily. So, by the way, the link to this map should be in the video description. I'm going to post it in the chat in case anybody wants to look at any of this, and you can read the boxes yourself and then ask me any questions about it. So, before we switch and make a break, any questions?
Yeah, it looks a little bit more coordinated now.
Yeah, this is what Hitler ordered. Everybody else didn't want this. I say this is actually very valuable. Again, the main objective of the war effort, the main plan was to take out the Soviet army west of the Dnieper and the Vina rivers. That's already not working because these are already east of the Dnieper. But you still need to take the majority of the army out before you push east. That was always the plan. Hitler is just following the plan that he laid out initially. In the original plan, laid out in December of 1940, he already said that once the Army Group Center reaches this point, they need to support Army Group North and South first to make sure they can reach their objectives, and only then further objectives are going to be attacked. So it's following the original plan. I have no idea why all the generals are so pissed about this. This was clear right from the start. So they basically expected that they could just ignore the order and do their own thing once shit starts happening. When the original commander-in-chief actually sticks to the plan, they all get mad. That's the problem. No matter what you think of the plan, that's the problem. That doesn't work in any military. Once things are not starting to cooperate very well, things fall apart. That happened to the Allies at Market Garden. That happened in the Battle of France between the French and the British not cooperating properly. That happened all over the place. Norway, when the British didn't tell the Norwegians anything what they were doing. As long as forces are not cooperating properly and telling each other what's happening, not gonna work. That's what's starting to happen here, left, right, and center. Okay, I don't see any questions in chat. Can you give me a feedback so far whether this is actually understandable? Because I know there's a lot of noise on these maps. But I hope you get an idea on where everybody's moving and why.
Works for me.
I think with the infantry, because in the first video that we made about this, I think I only showed the armored units. Now that you actually see where the infantry armies are, or the infantry army corps, I think it's a little bit more clear on how the front is looking and who's going where. For example, the Hungarians are here and there's another Romanian army already moving in here. You can see the Romanian army and the Hungarians, that's all down here already. You can see why they ended up in Stalingrad. They are down here with Army Group South doing all this stuff. It's very much understandable, but lots of info to process. Yeah, I unfortunately have to go through it quickly, otherwise we're gonna be here for another 5 hours. But this map is public, so you can go through it on your own. If you have any questions, leave them in the comments later under the video, and I'm gonna try my best to answer it now or in the next video or anywhere. Okay, then I'm gonna say we switch to your presentation.
Yeah, it's always a little bit sad to interrupt the flow. Maybe we should do...
No, it's fine. I can use a break.
Okay, perfect.
Otherwise my voice is already failing. I need to drink something.
Perfect. Okay, back to Panzer Corps actually. What I want to do is talk a little bit about scouting. And that's very much linked to the concept of managing open space. And the focus is on managing and not controlling open space. And I think it's very valuable to understand that there are different types of scouting. I called it strategic and tactical scouting. And yeah, sadly, I can't control the presentation myself.
Just tell me when I should advance.
Yeah, please switch. One moment.
Watch it on Discord maybe, then you see the current.
Yeah. I just switched because otherwise I'm too far behind. Yeah, strategic scouting, in my opinion, is directly linked to uncovering the enemy battle plan and deflecting severe risks to your own battle plan or enabling it. And typical situations are low probability and high risk, but high risk threats and high risk, high reward opportunities. And very often in strategic scouting, there's a high risk for your scouts involved because you're pushing into areas where you have no information about. That's typically performed by the actual scouts, by Squadschützen. Also, you can use fighters. Or, of course, in the grand campaign, you can use Kersha. And I think strategic scouting is something many players are not used to because they are not used to, well, or the standard mode is not playing blind and sticking to the results without reloading. And strategic scouting really is what's enabling you to control situations where you have imperfect information. So without playing blind a lot, I think you can get very good at Panzer Corps, but you don't achieve this I would say next level of being able to actually learn something about actual strategy. It's hard to... I have to switch around here a little bit. So it's a little bit hard to explain that, but I hope it's clear what I mean. And tactical scouting, I think, is what we see a lot. Tactical scouting is directly linked to gaining an advantage in a given fight. So you're trying to spot artillery positions, you're trying to spot anti-aircraft positions, or major threats like KVs. And ideally, there's low risk for your scouts involved, or at least there should be. And this can also be performed by units in your battle groups, ideally. So, for example, Rondorf or Kersha, unoccupied scouts. But ideally, you use units in your battle groups and not dedicated scouts for that. So, for example, if you have an infantry unit with +1 vision, that's perfect for the job. And this is very theoretical, so I prepared a lot of situations where we can try to put this into context and talk a little bit about how this works on the actual maps. So we can switch to the next one. I prepared now the opening situation of Belgorod, because I think we all have this freshly in mind. And I have marked down on the map now all the things we could scout here, and then we will talk a little bit about what we should scout and why. And probably you can see more things you could scout, but this is all the things I possibly would want information on in the opening stage of the fight. So we can switch to the next one, and I will go around the arrows and talk a little bit about this. So I think taking a look at this southernmost portion of the river is super important because it is strategic. It helps you to uncover the enemy battle plan. Because usually going in this, I expect them to be focused on the bridges, and knowing if there's a bridge engineer down there gives me an idea if this will be a broad front attack or if this will be limited to the bridge. And that helps me to understand how many units I have to commit on the river defense. So this is a high threat, and there's very low risk involved, and you have to commit no resources at all, basically, because you can use an infantry unit, you can also incorporate in the defense. So it's no reason not to do it. The next one is purely tactical. This is a defensive position. We have a low threat because we already know we are going to get attacked over the bridge. And by scouting that, we don't mitigate this risk. So we have to defend there anyways. And there's low risk because we can ideally just use Rondorf on the bridge and can get a look and better plan out our defensive position. The next one. You could also try to scout a little bit further to the back by, for example, sending a fighter, or if for some reason there's no immediate defense on the river, send a scout further back. This could help us to understand the enemy battle plan a little bit better. But that's super high risk and still a low threat situation because we are not gaining any valuable information. Because thinking about that, why would you do that? Or what do you do with the information you gain? If you see nothing, you can't simply abandon the defense, because the enemy units could be simply one hex further to the back. If you see a lot of enemy tanks, you still have to defend here and probably lose your scout. So you're not gaining any information. You're gaining information, but you're not able to act upon this information. So it's pretty pointless to do it. The next one is relatively tactical, but a little bit strategic, because it tells you something about the enemy battle plan. Just taking a look if there's a bridge engineer here, and if this attack is, if they are going to attack between those two bridges as well. And that's therefore a medium threat situation and low risk in performing because we want to defend in this direction anyways. The next one is purely tactical because, at least in my battle plan, I don't plan to attack in this direction right away. So we just could use more information what's actually up here to better plan out our defense. But it's a low threat situation because our defense will at any rate face in this direction, and additional info on the units we are facing, it's very hard to actually act on this information, because do you really change your defensive position? There's not many units you can commit to this, and you would defend as best as you can anyways. The next one is strategic again. We could scout out if there's defense in this foresty region here. This is purely strategic. Medium risk because it's quite far out, and has low potential because we can't quickly move through this area and we can't exploit a lack of defense in here very well. We could use a scout just to take a look over the deer, sending him in. But like I said, it's, in my opinion, low potential and yeah, medium risk because we could lose someone in here. And that's just to present how I think about maps in the opening stage. The next one is strategic because it's directly linked to the enemy and my battle plan. I need this road. Well, my plan is to do a outflanking maneuver and go, well, focus very much on the western side. And since on the western side I can't deploy many units, I need to use this road to shift forces over. So I need to know if this road connection is open or if I would get stopped on it. So this is high potential for my battle plan. I need to move through there, and I can simply take a look with the scout and then withdraw if there are heavy defenses in here. And yeah, so ideally if you use a scout and there are enough units you can follow up with. Then the next one is strategic as well, because this is high potential. I want to quickly push in here, take out this airfield, because then I have control over this whole center area and hopefully knock out all air defenses in the area. And that enables me to do a quick advance compared to a slow advance. So most of the strategic scouting lets me decide if I want to advance fast or slow. And so I'm sending in a scout first. The map is Belgorod. But it's pretty similar situation than Kharkov. So I send in a scout first, just to determine the situation. If there is a lot of defenses, I can withdraw it. If there are not many defenses and I decide to commit to a fast push, I can send in Kersha next and use Kersha to do tactical scouting about the actual defenses and enabling me to really overwhelm this on the first turn. Then the next one is directly linked to the enemy battle plan again, and my battle plan to a certain degree. There's high potential. I want to support a big quick push along the road network, but I have to defend my flank by doing this. So I have to send a scout along the western side of the map. That's high risk because he goes unsupported. But it's high potential because it allows me to determine whether my flank is threatened or not. Then the last one is again linked to the enemy battle plan. There could be units down in the border. That's a low probability, but a very high threat and very low risk in doing so, because I can simply use my scout or Kratchitson that will do the push on the flank and take a look at this area immediately. So there's no risk involved and no reason not to do it. So next one, I want to show the priorities here. The dark green arrows are those with the highest priority. So we want to have information on the river defenses. We never want to go over the river. We want to have information on the road that is connecting to the western side of the front. We want information on the western airfield. We want information about the southwestern corner because it's easy to get. And next priority is already get some information on our western flank, get some information on our eastern flank directed to the front, because that's where a big push across the river could happen. And low priority is actually getting information in the center, because I'm not planning to push into this and will defend in this area anyways. So additional info doesn't help a lot. If you have still scouts left after you did all the other scouting informations, you can absolutely do it, but in my opinion, lowest priority. So next one, and please switch back. I want to talk a little bit about this. The units I'm actually using here, I'm going into this map with, I think, 6 units that can scout, because I expect very mobile warfare. And for that, I need a lot of scouts. So we have down in the south, the first on the southeast, we can use an infantry unit, for example, that we can incorporate in our defense. So that's easy to do. Next one, on the bridge, I can use Rondorf. Immediately get something done if need be, and then switch him over to the lighter green arrow. And so that's a double purpose. I can use one scout to check 2 boxes. Then once dedicated scout, I want to use to check out the road. Like I said, if need be, I can simply withdraw him into protection of the rest of my forces. But if I can break the defenses on the road, that pretty much enables the next stage of my plan, taking a look at the center airfield. So I'm using a scout to take a peek. If I'm deciding to do a quick push, I can follow up with Kersha and then overwhelm this position. At the same time, down in the left corner, I have Kratschützen ready that can go forward. At the same time, take a look at the corner. And I think I also have a scout plane or a scout fighter that can already take a look at the flank. So I'm able to at least tick off all the green arrows. And if you have resources left, you can take a look at the rest. Trangili has a question or a comment, but I can't read it. Any objectives? You begin the scenario at high risk of counterattacks. It's critical you scout and determine if you can keep them safe. Yeah, I agree. That's why the southeastern arrow is super important, especially because you don't need to commit extra resources to it. Good, now we can switch. I've prepared now 2 typical situations. I usually operate in 2 different modes. So I'm either in a slow push mode or in a, I would say, quick push mode. And the strategic information I get determines in which mode, which each of the battle groups at a given moment is. So over here, for example, let's assume we have taken the central airfield and now with some preliminary scouting discovered there's opposition ahead on the road. So I'm switching into a slow push mode. And if you take a look at the arrow, we are threatened by forces that are in front of us, and we are threatened by flanking attacks that come out of those marshes. If we take a look at the next one, we assume that basic intel is already established. So I'm in a slow advance. We are in a slow advance situation. And in my opinion, further recon to the front is not needed here because we definitely have to defend to the front anyways. And the additional info we get about forces that are in front of us, yeah, what are you going to do about that? not really helping. If you have a scout available that has the movement range and can safely go back, yeah, go ahead and do some low-risk tactical scouting, because then maybe you can send in Rule and take out one of the tanks already. But if you don't have a low-risk ability to scout, just don't do it. Because, yeah, like I said, you don't need information what's to your front, because you decided to slow push already. Then the next one is the flank here. And this is ideally checked before you even commit. And that's why my battle groups usually don't operate on their own. That's why I have the Gradschützen accompanying them on the side. They are already at the same time checking out this area. This is a high-risk operation. That's why my Gradschützen almost died a lot of the times during the campaign. But that's necessary in my opinion, because forces in here would be a big threat to my battle plan, and I absolutely want to know if I can safely push along the road. And even if forces in here wouldn't be an immediate threat for my push, because I'm in a very defensive slow mode position here anyways, they would certainly threaten any further advances. Yeah, the tanks have moved on. They can hit the artillery from the back, so you want to avoid those situations, and therefore you need high battlefield awareness. Let's put it that way. The next one is a quick or a fast push mode. And when we do this, we are threatened by forces in front of us, and we are threatened of getting flanked on each of the sides. The next slide, please. And because we are doing a fast advance, we have to assume that there's already basic intel. Because there's already basic intel established. We already have done some strategic scouting, so we know in this immediate area there's nothing, and we can really use this to push ahead and cover some ground. In this situations, you don't need any information on what's further ahead of you, because at the end of your fast push, you want to be defensive anyways. So, for example, tanks to the front, stuck behind. That's a very safe position. And you can't make that safer by having more information that won't get any safer. And in these situations, I think many people lose scouts because they send them even further out. And I think that's a complete overextension. Because the information you gather is not useful. What do you do about it? If you know there are tanks ahead, you can't react to that anymore, because your units already moved as far as they could, and you're going to defend anyways. And the next one, again, we are very threatened on the flanks. Ideally, before you do a slow push, fast push, you are already aware about the situation on your flanks. That's where you send in, Gradschützen or a fighter. The Gradschützen, because they are expandable, but that is high-risk strategic scouting. And you do this because there's a low probability there's actually forces in here. Because if you're sure there's a big battle group in here, you wouldn't fast push anyways. But you need to check this before. And do not push into empty territory without securing your flanks. That's basically it. And that's it. One moment. There's this comment. Game On is saying, according to the scouting prog just showed, you wouldn't have information if taking an objective on turn 1 is safe. So you could prepare to take, but do not actually take on turn 1. Yeah, that's not entirely true. If we switch back to one of the map situations, I think a couple of slides like this. One back. Here. We can't take one of the major objectives, so we are not going to take the golden circle town on the east, but the western thing we can definitely take on the first turn, because we are going to send in cache in here and then have complete information about what's in the back of this target. So you can, if you're having enough units to do it, you can take this on turn 1, but I don't think, I think I got it on turn 2, because you simply can't deploy enough units to actually take it out. But I'm not sure if I got it on turn 1. But
I don't think it's possible to take it on turn 1. You don't have any units in range.
Yeah, because you don't have any deployment spots. But on turn 1, I was completely aware of the situation around here. That's the important part.
You would maybe be able to take this city, but not this entire position.
Yeah. And then you are able to do it on turn 2. And I think the third way of scouting is pointless scouting. This is gathering information you cannot act upon. And I think this happens quite often. Always have in mind what I'm... Yeah, you have to scout with a clear purpose in mind. You need a plan on how to act on the new intel you are getting. And the second one is do not risk scouts for intel on low, medium risk tactical positions. Yeah, because avoiding some damage in a tactical position by risking to lose a scout, yeah, you gain nothing. You traded one kind of damage for the other one. It's sometimes advisable to risk a scout if you really think there's a high risk position and you're about to lose a tank. Then it's often a good idea just to throw in a scout because it's cheaper. But on low and medium risk tactical positions, I don't think being too keen on tactical information is really worth it. And one way to think about scouting is, think of it like an insurance, and then you should insure against low probability, high risk situations and not the other way around. You don't want to scout high probability, low risk situations, because if you already know there's an enemy force there or very likely, you don't need to rush in a scout that then gets destroyed. Yeah, because you can just prepare your defense and wait if something is going to attack you or not. You don't always have to scout out regions only because they are in the fog of war. So don't overscout. That's very important as well, because in those situations you are going to lose your scouts. Yeah, that's it. I hope this was helpful. And
I think so.
Yeah, if there are any questions, you can drop them in the comments or in the chat. But I hope it's pretty clear.
Yeah, I'm gonna give them a minute or so to think about questions. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and then we're gonna continue with the history. I'm not sure how long will you still stick around?
I don't know.
Well, I'm trying to. I'm going to try and finish it quickly because I actually have a pretty hefty thing in the end. But you can always finish.
I can watch it later. Yeah, we don't have to rush through it. But I don't know. I have to leave abruptly.
That's fine. Okay. So be right back.
Yeah. So if there are any questions on scouting, now is the time to ask. And I also think it's interesting if you compare Lieutenant Joker's attempt on Belgorod, you will immediately notice that he didn't scout some of the arrows that are marked at the moment. And this was really painful for him later on. I also think he, in the center airfield, he did a slow push instead of a fast push in this direction. And so he only used his scouting to gain a tactical advantage on dealing with those units, and not in order to gain a strategic advantage on this area.
Yes, Joker didn't scout the 2 southwest river areas. Yeah, I know. The thing is, I'm aware of all this. I'm just, doing it live, and well, I'm not doing it live anymore, but I'm doing it recorded. That doesn't change much. And doing it blind and trying to do it in one go, it's tough.
I know, it's super tough, and like I said, most people don't experience this because they're not playing blind.
I think we talked about this already between Under 4 Eyes and is that actually a term in English, Under 4 Eyes? Anyway, we talked about this, and I say I scout stuff that I cannot immediately exploit, so I do point to scouting. I know that, but it just happens. I have my unit, and okay, I haven't moved the scout yet. Where do I put it? And then I just move it anywhere. It's tough. I'm aware of this, and it's tough to. It's different from being aware of that you're doing it and actually fixing it. There's two different things, and that, not just in gaming, that happens all over the place. It's difficult to pay attention to it. You have to consciously make an effort to pay attention basically to every move. Also, for example, when I lost Rondorf at, what was that, Kharkov, Belgorod? I don't know.
Kharkov. It was Kharkov.
When I lost Rondorf, that move that I pushed him forward to block those KVs. Yeah, sure. I thought he would be able to handle it. I was wrong, but that was not the issue. I didn't need him there, because the people that were threatened, I had already managed to put them in a decent defensive arrangement. So even if they had been attacked, it was actually not a big deal. There was a martyr that was slightly damaged, but he had artillery support, so he would have been able to deal with the flank. There was an infantry with artillery support in the city. Those T-34s would not have been able to attack anything. So that moving him forward in a blocking position was absolutely unnecessary. So, yeah,
and I think it's the same with scouting most of the time, or very often, because if you already managed to build proper defensive front line, why scout ahead?
Yeah, no, Under 4 Eyes is not an expression. I was thinking that because I've never heard that. How would you say that, from person to person, or if you have a private discussion with someone?
It's pretty clear what's meant, I think.
Yeah, I think people know what I mean, but how would you say that in English? If you just speak privately with someone, is that from person to person or privately, or how would you say that? Just someone can put that in the chat. But I'm gonna try keep going. I'm just quickly oh yeah, another thing. I completely forgot about this. Another thing that may have happened in this time that some people may not aware of. Down here, the Anglo-Soviet invasion of Iran, also known as the Anglo-Soviet invasion of Persia, was the joint invasion of Iran in 1941 during the Second World War by the United Kingdom and the Soviet Union. The invasion lasted from 25th August to 17th September 1941 and was codenamed Operation Countenance. Its purpose was to secure Iranian oil fields and assure Allied supply lines, see Persian Corridor, for the USSR, who was fighting against Axis forces in the Eastern Front. Though Iran was neutral, the Allies considered Reza Shah to be friendly to Germany, deposed of him during the subsequent occupation, and replaced him with his young son Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. This Pahlavi guy, the Shah being replaced, let me put it this way. This meddling in who is supposed to be in charge in Iran may start a very unfortunate history that has repercussions to this day. Yeah, so this was actually a problem. There was actually a Iranian-Soviet friendship treaty that could have been interpreted in a way that allowed this to happen, because there was actually a treaty that in case there was a risk that enemy forces would threaten Iran, the Soviets had a right to move in to avoid that. You can argue that there was not really an immediate threat of the Germans getting into Iran at this point, so the Soviets interpreted that way. There was a risk and therefore we can move in here. That didn't prevent them from bombing Tehran and killing a bunch of civilians, but yeah, they basically saw a pro-German government in here and wanted to get rid of it. Yeah. You can interpret this as legal or not. The occupation of Iceland was also not exactly legal, but yeah, in war things happen. But the replacement of the Iranian government, the Shah, yeah, this set a precedent for later things that were not so great. Also, a treaty that they reached here, or the agreement that they reached with Iran here, asked for a certain amount of staying time after the war was over. I think after 1 year the troops had to leave. The British left on time, the Soviets didn't, and only after Iran complained to the United Nations, the Soviets actually retreated. This was a little bit of a test for the effectiveness of the United Nations, and unfortunately they failed, because even though the Soviets retreated, the United Nations didn't really have anything in place to do anything about it if the Soviets hadn't done it. So the Soviets basically did it voluntarily after people complained, but it's not like the Security Council would have been able to do anything. So whether this was a success for the United Nations or not, you can have your own opinions on, but I think this is interesting that almost never gets mentioned, that by the time the Kiev operation was happening and about to finish, this was also about to finish. And this opens another supply line. There's actually more supply lines going through here than going through the Murmansk railway line in World War II. And funnily enough, most of the supplies actually arrive over here from the Far East. Again, making the Soviet rail network very important, because they have to get that stuff all the way to the front in the West. This only works because the Japanese sign a non-aggression thing with the Soviets, are not attacking them, and that allows convoys to arrive. The only concession from Japan, because later obviously they will declare war on the United States. Once that's happening, the Japanese say, okay, we're letting you through, but it has to be Soviet ships. So the Soviets have to send out ships to get the stuff. American ships cannot deliver the stuff. But over 50% of the Lend-Lease stuff actually arrives here, not in the West. Probably because of the Battle of the Atlantic. So if the Japanese had agreed for a little bit more cooperation against the Soviet Union, a lot less supplies would have arrived, because most of it actually went through here. I mentioned earlier the German breakdown in railway lines. I read a pretty good book and some articles about this. Well, not a book, a kind of an essay by a historian about this. The Russian railway, as much as you think, okay, yeah, the Germans are the efficient ones and the Russians are the inefficient ones, in this case, that was absolutely not the case. The Russian railway worked amazingly well. They had complete control. They managed to not only mobilize the population of the entire area with the rail network to get them in time to the Western Front, they also kept the supplies flowing. All the area, all the stuff that is built here needs to reach the front. All the resources, everything that's spent over here. There's huge coal regions over here. There's petrol, oil regions all over the place. All that needs to reach the west. That only works with the rail service, and they managed to militarize the rail and optimize it and keep it flowing at very high capacity right from pretty much right from the start. The Germans didn't manage that at all. Once the Soviets later moved Germany back, they take the same rail lines, repair them quicker, and run them at higher efficiency, and all that better and quicker than the Germans ever did. And they plan their operations based on railway capacity. They never plan, well, sometimes they plan it and then the commanders do a little bit more than they are supposed to, but that's ironing out the problems. Once they have this down, they plan the operations based on railway capacity. They also base their entire army structure around how far can we actually penetrate before we run out of our supply regions, and they are way better at this than the Germans. They get the railway running, they keep it running, they get it running at high capacity, and they plan their operations based on the rail lines. The Germans basically almost completely ignore them, which will bite them in the ass in 1942. Keep that in mind, planning your operation with the railway in mind. In 1942, they make a major fuck up in that regard. I will mention that 2 streams from now. But just be aware, the Soviet Union is way better at running the railway network than the Germans are at running theirs. At least where the occupied territories are concerned. The stuff in Germany itself is running fine. The problem is, as soon as you move in the conquered territory, the army is running things, and they're not running things effectively at all. I also mentioned that the Germans have difficulties, that the Panzer forces are breaking through, then they need to envelop the forces, waiting for the infantry. This is a problem that the Germans will not fix until the end of the war. For deep operations, the Soviet operation is actually better, but it also uses more manpower. They basically later in 1942 start to restructure their forces. They recreate the mechanized forces, which right now they have completely abandoned. They create tank armies, and they have the combined arms armies, which is almost everything else. The combined arms armies are thrown against the front until they achieve a breakthrough and then start to encircle things. These are a little bit faster than normal armies. They're combined arms. They're semi-motorized. Weird constructions where you have some motorized stuff and some stuff with horses, but it's all organized. They know how far these guys can advance per day, and they know how far they can advance before they outrun their supplies. Once the breakthrough is actually achieved, tank armies rush through and they avoid enemy contact and exploit stuff in the depth and try to engage the enemy deep behind the lines, try to deploy supply lines, communication lines, reserves, and basically try to unhinge the entire front. The Germans do it differently. They use their armored forces to do the breakthrough and then do the encirclement, which forces them to cooperate with the slower forces, which, stuff run out of sync. They never get that properly fixed till the end of the war. The Russians have a better way. However, for the initial breakthrough with the combined arms armies, they do not attack in one point. They attack along the entire front and wait for it to break somewhere, and then have the tank armies in reserve to go in wherever the breach is. They don't do it over the entire front of the war, no, but in front sections. They still figure out where the weaknesses are, but in those sections they don't focus it all on one point. They basically attack along that entire section. You need a certain amount of manpower to do that, obviously. The Germans don't necessarily have this, but for operating in this vast region, you need a better way of having 2 armies, because the Russians have exactly the same problem. They cannot motorize the entire army. They make massive use of horses. So do the Germans. But they don't have this complete split. They have basically 3 levels. They have one that is completely on foot, one is combined arms, and the other one is completely mechanized. They have these levels of penetration that they can achieve, and each of them is coordinated with the supply that they can give to them and how quickly the rail troops are moving forward behind them. All that is planned out meticulously, and by 1944 they have perfected it. The Germans never managed to perfect a warfare that is adjusted properly to this depth of territory. They never get that right. This blitzkrieg stuff, fine, works great for small countries. They never managed to adjust their doctrine to working in this kind of theater. And that's a major failing of German high command. So as much as they're great at operating and winning battles, in terms of strategic working a war on such a large front, they're complete failures, and the Russians completely outmatched them in this regard. Also, the logistic services in the Russian railway service completely outdo the Germans every single time. The Russians also have an advantage because they managed to actually evacuate most of their rolling stock. They lose vast amounts of their red network. I think they lost in the first year of the war, with all these losses, they lost about 40% of their rail network, but they only lost about 10 to 15% of their rolling stock, which means you now have suddenly a surplus of rolling stock. You have less network, but only slightly less rolling stock, which means locomotives and wagons. So you actually have spares now. The Germans have everything but. So this is a major problem, which is also the Germans relied on the fact that they would be able to take this rolling stock, and they never had a plan B for what happens if they don't actually do that. They were warned about this by the rail services. They never took that into account. They said by the time that becomes a problem, the war's over anyway. Well, wasn't. Especially since all the strategic planners said right from the start, this is not gonna end after the war. And I think I actually do have... do I have something? I think I had a box about that actually somewhere. But there was a strategic analysis that actually showed, no, this is actually not gonna be over by then. I'm gonna look it up later. I have it somewhere. But they knew about this. They basically had a strategic analysis saying even if we push them all the way behind Moscow, they were still going to be able to run the war. We have to take the entire Urals region, which is completely pointless, being able to take that in the first year of the war. It's completely ridiculous. But even then, the Soviets will not stop fighting, and they will even be able to have limited amount of fighting back. But if you take all the way to the Urals region, you may be able to take them out as a significant force. But you will still not knock out their entire capacity to keep fighting. So they knew that. They had these analyses. They didn't do anything with it. Well, yes, Game On, they did all in at every point in the war. Well, yeah, but in the other situations, they knew that if they win with all in, they actually win. Here, it was clear right from the start that that was not going to be the case. I read to you the economical analysis early on that clearly showed that Germany would cut itself off from valuable materials until this is resolved. And they had a strategic analysis that said this is not going to be resolved very soon. They didn't act on that. They did it anyway. That's a problem. It's not that they didn't know this. They did know it. They made the analysis. They made the analysis. They just didn't. They just didn't read it, or they ignored it. They did read it, but they ignored it. Which is also to blame on the German high command. Hitler knew about this. German high command convinced him, yeah, we're gonna defeat the army here. We're completely capable of doing that, and after that, we can just take the rest via railroad. It's no problem. So, did I miss anything here? So yeah, it says here many times how important these counterattacks actually were. Yeah, this is about the struggle of Bryansk front, that he's trying to stop Guderian. They called this guy the Soviet Guderian for a while. Obviously was not able to stop him, mainly because he didn't have any tank forces to speak of. Which is also why this was a low-cost operation. It's not like this cost just as much as going to the east. No, here all the reserves were waiting and counterattacking. And this operation, because they had already taken out this army, this operation barely cost Guderian any losses. This was not a high-cost operation. For that cost that they took here, taking out 1.5 million men, that was absolutely worth it. This was not a high-cost operation. This was achieved for basically no cost. Yeah, Guderian's Kiev diversion removed from the battlefield most of the impediments to German Operation Typhoon. First and foremost, it eliminated 4 armies and over 600,000 men that had not been destroyed would have threatened Army Group Center. So it's 1.5 million, but 600,000 of those were in a position to actually threaten that advance. Furthermore, by late September, Timoshenko's Western and Zhukov's Reserve and Eremenko's Bryansk front had shot their bolts in a futile and costly offensives to north and south of Smolensk. If unaided from other quarters, these severely weakened forces could scarcely resist the renewed German offensive onslaught. Worse still, Guderian's path towards Moscow via Bryansk was also virtually clear, thanks to the destruction of the southwestern front. Finally, the destruction of the Western Front dismembered the Southern Front's left Rundstedt's army group finally unopposed as they began their equally dramatic advance towards Kharkov, across the southern Ukraine towards the Donbas region towards Rostov. The Donbas region is where the fighting is going on right now, so that is a very important industrial area, even today. Unfortunately, there's war there yet again. But yeah, thanks to taking that out, Army Group South basically had nothing in their way, so they could advance very, very rapidly after this. I talked already about this guy. Oh yeah, the Atlantic Charter was also signed at this time. The Atlantic Charter was a statement issued on 14th August 1941 that set out American and British goals for the pursuit following the end of World War II. The joint statement, later dubbed the Atlantic Charter, outlined US and UK aims for the world as follows: no territorial aggrandizement, no territorial changes made against the wishes of the people, self-determination, restoration of self-government to those deprived of it, reduction of trade restrictions, global corporations to secure better economic and social conditions for all, freedom from fear and want, freedom of the seas, and abandonment of the use of force, as well as disarmament of aggressor nations. Adherence to the Atlantic Charter signed the declaration. Adherence to the Atlantic Charter signed later the Declaration of United Nations in January 1942, which was the basis for the modern United Nations. The Atlantic Charter inspired several other international agreements and events that followed the end of the war: the dismantling of the British Empire, the formation of NATO, and the General Agreement of Tariffs and Trade, all derived from the Atlantic Charter. But they did that, and then right after invaded Iran is a little weird, but yeah, there you go. This actually meant this section 6 about the freedom of fear actually specifically mentioned after we get rid of the Nazi tyranny, we want a world without fear. That specifically was stated in there, and Hitler, when he read that, went into a complete rage. That was right around the time when he was supposed to decide what was going on here, and people think that, yeah, the threat that the United States are getting involved, we're gonna have a world conspiracy against Germany again, led by the Jews. At least that's how he saw it. Probably had his mind on other things, and yeah, that may have taken a while. People report he fell into a deep depression for a week. That may have had something to do with this being delayed, but you be the judge of that. As tragic as it was to Timoshenko, Group Kalakov's defeat, that's 28th Army here, elicited a distinctly vindictive reaction from an irate Stalin, who on 16th August signed Stavka Order number 270, which condemned the cowardly actions of the defeated and dead Kachalov and others who failed to resist with sufficient resolve. The order declared while in encirclement, together with the group of forces staff, Lieutenant General Kachalov, the commander of 28th Army, displayed cowardice and fell captive to the German fascists. The disgraced Kachalov was not exonerated of these charges and rehabilitated until long after the war's end. I can actually confirm that this was the, well, by other sources, I can confirm that this was the general attitude. Brakada, did he have to leave? I think Brak had to leave the call. But anyway, I could confirm by other sources that this was a general attitude, that a lot of the commanders were afraid of the actions by Stalin. When I think one corps commander, corps commander's chief of staff that was captured during the encirclement at Gomel, which is right here, which was another preliminary operation freeing the way for a second army to push into here. When he was asked why he didn't retreat from such an obviously exposed position, he said that he requested it from the army high command, and he got no response, so he had to hold position. They didn't even give him the order to stay. They just sent a messenger back without any response, so they didn't even want to take the responsibility. Because if you're responsible, you're gonna get you're possibly gonna get if you fail to get captured and you actually get back out of the line, you might get shot or put in front of the NKVD and put into the gulag or something like this. So yeah, they got these reports all over the place. The Heinrichi talks about this because he's right here. He's involved in the Gomel operation, and they talk about that a lot, that they constantly get prisoners and ask them, why the hell did you do this? And that actually strengthens their resolve against this Bolshevistic system, funnily enough, because stuff happens at the same time where Hitler later threatens the railway service with the Gestapo. But yeah, the army, you have to say, for the most part, the army was always safe from that. You could be relieved of command, but you couldn't have people shot. Thanks to the system, how Germany was organized, you could only be put in front of a court, in front of a military court, if you were in the military. Later, after the 1944 plot, they tried to circumvent that by throwing people out of the army so they can be put in front of a civilian Nazi court. But for the most part, in Germany, the army is actually safe from such reactions by Hitler, from such immediate reactions. Other people, not so much, but the army is mostly safe. In the Soviet Union, it's different. Stalin can basically take any commander and put him in front of a firing squad. So that's been confirmed, and that actually, I think, strengthened the resolve of a lot of people. They also, when they moved into Ukraine, you get reports by these guys that they saw that the civilians were welcoming them, not just in Ukraine, basically all over Europe, but in Ukraine and with the agrarian base. If you look in the Holodomor and the Kolchoz system and all that, where basically all the rich farm owners got disowned and it all was put into a bigger state-owned Kolchoz system, these welcomed the Germans and asked them basically, when do we get our farms back? Because they were pissed that they had lost all their property. And this led to the situation that because they didn't want anybody to have their property, they sometimes destroyed all the tractors, everything that made the farm viable. So they said, well, if the Bolsheviks are going to take it all away, then I'm going to make sure they can't use it. This led to poverty and failed harvests. which led to all kinds of problems. What actually surprised me is that once they moved past this, Heinrich actually writes that the Germans started to release Soviet prisoners in the back of the front to get them back to farming, which is kind of in line with the economic report that I read you earlier, that they kind of said that if Germany is supposed to profit from capturing this rich region, we need to get the farming working again relatively quickly. However, in order to do that, the Germans also kept the cultural system in place because these bigger farms were simply more efficient, which again brought the farmers against them that had originally been hopeful once the Germans arrived, and turned them against the Germans. So a lot of the stuff is really falling apart here, but you get reports left, right, and center that you have people that are surrendering to the Germans and are actually getting really pissed at the Soviet leadership because this interference and because commanders are constantly put in front of firing squad or get relieved of command or put in prison. And the civilian population is not very happy, mostly because of this cultural system and all the farm owners being disowned. They are not happy at all. And they hope the Germans will rectify this. Unfortunately, they don't, because they're also just interested in getting the most out of the farm region. They are not interested in working with the people. So that quickly turns the initial positive attitude very quickly around. Once the SS and SD start working in the back, even though some of the Soviet people here are also very anti-Semitic, but there are reports already that some show, for example, Stülpnagel, commander of 17th Army, writes a report, even though he's later involved in the anti-Hitler plot, he's also probably very anti-Semitic. He writes a report that some of the population shows pity and empathy towards what's happening to the Jews, so there needs to be more education of the population about the Jewish menace to stop that, to get more cooperation out of the Ukrainian people. So yeah. And Heinrich, even though he does some great things later, and he is actually sometimes writing about how he sees the Soviet people suffering and how horrible the system has been on them, and they even cooperate with a lot of the Soviets. But the Jews are concerned, he's very anti-Semitic. When he's preparing his position before the attack in Poland, he basically says that in some areas the Poles are left to run around freely. In Warsaw, they're at least locked up behind a ghetto. He's not exactly in favor of these people, so that is actually going on. At the same time, the Soviet population is collaborating with the German army initially. And they're actually, some of them are happy to see them arrive. At the same time, partisan movements are happening. Again, these encirclements are leaking like sieves. People are coming out. They're hiding in the woods. And there is actually one statement of the guy where he says that they fight in ways that are really disgusting. They're basically hiding in cornfields, playing dead, and once the German troops move past them, they get up and shoot them in the back. This, of course, enrages the German troops, which are not used to this kind of guerrilla fighting, consider it illegal, and then completely massacre these guys. Supported often by Ukrainians and other people because they hate the Russians and they also hate the communists. So some fanatical, mostly the young people, are apparently often fanatical communists. There's one report that Heinrich writes about that one of these guys, one of the partisans, said he's dying for communism, tied up his own noose and jumped willingly into it. Apparently an 18-year-old guy. They're facing this kind of fanaticism in the young population, which is not surprising because in a couple of years you face the exact same kind of 17, 18-year-old SS forces at the front, which the Americans are going to encounter. So this kind of brainwashing of the young generation is already in effect. in the Bolshevik system, which has been around a little bit longer, and it will in a couple of years also show its ugly face on the Nazi side, but it's already in full effect here. What I'm interested in when they always talk about this ugly war on the Eastern Front and the destruction war, I think there needs to be a little bit more research done on how it got there. Like, that it happened is fine, but you cannot tell me that all these millions of German soldiers and all these millions of Russian soldiers are all vicious killers right from the start. I just don't buy that. That's not how that happens. So there needs to be some kind of escalation going on here. And I think this is the start of it. This kind of fanaticism and shooting everybody in the back, hiding in forests and shooting from hidden positions and not giving up, but keep this ugly guerrilla war fighting probably made the Germans very, very angry, and that leads to counter movements, which then by orders from the high command are told not to be punishable by court martials, so that the officers can't do anything about it when it happens. And this kind of then escalate each other, I think. Already a bad attitude towards the people fighting in this way, and then it gets escalated, and the leadership is actually on both sides putting fuel into the fire and doing their best to keep this going. I think there needs to be a little bit more research being done on how this happened and why it got so bad and how it got so bad, and what the development was. Not just that it happened. I think there's enough research being done already that it did happen, but not on how it got there. How did this heat up? I think there should be more research being done on that, because there's some conflicting things here, like Soviet prisoners being released behind the front and they go back to their farms and they're happy, and at the same time you have these fanatical partisans. Like, how did this get mixed together, and which were the individual groups, and what was actually happening here? I think this needs to be researched a little bit more. But going away from that and continuing on, so this is the situation at the end of September. This took all of September for this to reach approximately this position. So let's move on into October. That's Operation Typhoon. That starts in 1st October. The last couple of weeks of September in the center were mostly used for preparation. There's other stuff going on in the south and north, but in the center, after about 9th September, the Kiev operation is basically finished. They meet in the middle. After that, they need to destroy the encircled forces, and the armored forces can already be pulled off the front and start to refurbish. And at 1st October, they're basically ready to go. What you might immediately notice is that this is, again, unlike you read in the books, not just an operation towards Moscow. The Germans attack all over the front. Yeah, I don't think the SD operations and so did help to de-escalating. Yeah, again, obviously not. But that was behind the front. Stuff at the front was also escalating. Later on, the German army got involved directly into this stuff. Right now, they're doing it indirectly. How did this get heated up so much, and why did the Soviet population get heated up so much, and how? And what was the conflict in the Soviet population? Because there are Ukrainians and other Soviet people that hate the partisans, because the partisans are, of course, cut off behind enemy lines, so they need supplies. So they rob the farmers blind just as much as the Germans are doing. The Germans are doing it because their supply lines are not working properly. The partisans are doing it because they're cut off from their own forces. So they rob the farmers blind. So the farmers tell the Germans and help them to find them, because the Germans alone don't have the means to find them. The Soviets actively are helping them to find the partisans and are helping them to kill them. There are Ukrainian guys going out there and killing these people, sometimes hanging them. Their translators are doing this stuff, not so much they themselves. There's a huge hatred going on inside the Soviet society. That needs to be researched. What were the groups here? Who was fighting who here? Because there are partisan groups, definitely, even though the Soviets after the war tried to picture this as the great partisan movement that defended the motherland. But there were partisans that were fighting the Soviets just as much as the Nazis. They just wanted their own stuff back. There are, of course, fanatical communist partisans. So there's probably partisans fighting against partisans. I think that needs to be researched more. It's not just this war, Nazis versus communists. There's also a population in here that hates both and is trying to survive against both, or sometimes helps one side against the other and then the other side against the one. I think there's still not a proper picture of what was actually going on here. I think that needs to be researched even more. Because I see a lot of conflicting things when I read the sources, and it makes sense. Like, you won't have the same opinion among all the people. You also have a very different situation here. The people that welcome the Germans are mostly the old people. When they march in there, the reports show that they basically meet just old people and kids, which makes sense. All the young people are being drafted and shipped off to the east to be formed into armies. So the old people that had lived before the Bolsheviks came along, they probably want to go back. There is, in front of Moscow, even very close to Moscow, Heinrich writes that an old woman on her knees thanked the Germans that she finally can go to church again, because the Bolsheviks have gotten rid of most of the churches. They turned them into party buildings or even demolished them sometimes, and under punishment they forbid the population to use the churches because they were very anti-religion. The old folk, of course, are very religious and suffered greatly from this, and an old woman thanked the Germans right next to Moscow on her knees that you can finally go to the Orthodox Church again. You have situations like that. At the same time, the younger people are already victims of this brainwashed Bolshevik movement, which are fanatically fighting the Germans, who become themselves more and more fanatical. So you have these different generations in the Soviet population that have completely different attitudes to what's going on. They also have hopes that the Germans will give them their farms back, their livelihoods back that the Bolsheviks took away. When that does not materialize, they are disappointed. Yeah, it's a giant mess that's going on. The Soviet population is already suffering from one horrible system, and then the next one marches in, which they actually had positive memories of from the First World War. This time it doesn't materialize the same way. The younger people don't remember the positive memories of the Germans because they weren't born yet during World War I. So they just see them as invaders. They don't see them as better people at all. So they're completely fanatical. Probably also not all of them, because some also defect to the Germans and help them out. Some of them give a reason that they just want to survive the war. They're not into this being thrown at the front. I told you about the system of throwing everything at the front until it cracks somewhere. Of course, that costs huge amounts of manpower. The Soviets lose millions of men every year. They lose a million troops here in terms of killed. How many get captured? That doesn't change over the war. They perfect their tactics, but these losses keep steadily going. They manage to increase the size of the army despite these losses, but they lose a million men every year anyway. Probably more. They lose a couple million every year. That keeps going. They don't get rid of the losses. They just manage to keep growing the army. By the end of the year, they started the war with about 5 million people. By the end of December, they have 9 million, even though they have already lost so many. So they managed to mobilize the country to make up for these losses, but they never get rid of the losses. Quite the opposite. Their strategic doctrine takes these losses willingly into account. Obviously, not every soldier is going to be happy with this. When they have the chance to defect, if they still think they're going to have it better on the German side, they're actually doing it. They're actually helping some. They're actually running the supply lines for the Germans in some areas, sometimes even the rail lines, and they guard certain supply lines and fight the partisans for the Germans sometimes. So it's very difficult. if you have a system that forces you at gunpoint to fight at the front, and you have an NKVD commissar right behind you that's going to shoot you if you run away, yeah, that's probably not a system that everybody is going to willingly fight for the motherland. How much that comes into effect later, once they move forward and see what the Germans have done in the country, that's a different story. But that has to develop, and it's, yeah, this still needs to be researched on how this evolved, because there are different factions at work here. It's not just the Nazis and the Bolsheviks. There's different different attitudes going on here. Initially, you cannot say that the Soviet population is very happy to fight for the Bolsheviks at all, except for the younger fanatics, which have already been brainwashed, just like the SS Nazi guys later on in the German system. Yeah, attitude and killing actions. It's not like there's also a book out there which I kind of want to read. The problem is it's by a retired German military historian that even worked at the German military university. Since he has been retired, he's been writing stuff for a publisher in Germany that is known for publishing very right-wing books. And it's been criticized for sometimes skewing the results. I would still be interested in it because it talks about the Red Army war crimes against the Wehrmacht. The problem with such books is he's probably going to overstate the case and put it very one-sided. But I'm still considering it because it's still one side of the picture, one piece of the puzzle that needs to be mentioned. It's just these kind of books, sometimes they're not super reliable and they overstate their case. But it's still something you should look at, because the Red Army is just as fanatical, and the people behind it are just as fanatical as the Nazis. They also committed crimes. They also massacred Germans. There are stories about them shooting people in hospital beds and massacring them. There's some reports of them cutting off their genitals and stuffing them in their mouth, and the German troops later finding them that way. This kind of stuff doesn't help. On both sides, this is escalating everything. And the few decent people, once they see this, are also gonna get escalated. They do things that the other side then sees, and that makes everybody on their side even more brutal. And the problem is, this is encouraged by both sides, by both high leaderships. This is not interfered with by any of the officers, and the few officers that try to interfere get shut down by the guys above. That is, this is a horrible, horrible thing that is happening here, and unfortunately, it's two regimes that want this to happen. It's really disgusting. It's basically no good people in this, at least not by the end of it. There's probably some decent people in here. I cannot imagine that two armies that count millions only have assholes. But even if you're a decent guy and you see the other guys doing things that are horrible, then you see your own side doing things horrible while you're fighting next to them day by day. So you're kind of rationalizing it, that they are just taking revenge for what the other side did, and the other side is rationalizing it in exactly the same way. And it's really ugly. Many things happened that semi-automatic led to escalations. Yeah, not even just semi-automatic. As I said, it's the people in charge are actually pouring fuel into the fire. They're happy this is happening, and they want this to happen. I mean, the Soviets, the Katyn massacre, that Katyn that is right next to Moscow. I'm going to show you once we get to Moscow where that is. They blame that on the Germans later, famously. This execution of Polish officers. They do that because at this point in the war, they need all the hatred that the population can get for the Nazis. So they blame all the massacres that they themselves did on the Nazis. The Bolsheviks on the retreat also already run a principle of burned soil, so they destroy buildings and entire villages, so the Nazis cannot use any of them. So the Nazis march in and see everything being destroyed. That of course also doesn't exactly make the soldiers like what's being done, because those that actually have sympathy for the population now hate the Bolsheviks and the commissars even more, because they see what they do to the people. That their own SD in the back is doing exactly the same thing, they're not aware of at this point. So when they get the commissar order that commissars are supposed to be shot, well, when they come in here, everybody they meet hates the commissars. Even the Soviet soldiers that they capture hate the commissars. So is it all that bad if you just shoot these guys? They're apparently the most evil people in the world. Yeah, that's how this stuff happens. The regimes paint a picture. The other side is actually doing their best to confirm the picture. And yeah, this is how both sides basically end up hating each other's guts without any limits. That the Germans then get pushed to their limits until they can't move anymore in December. Of course, yeah, if you get pushed into fighting and these Russians just keep coming, at some point you're just gonna get mad. You just... These fucking Russians, this fucking country, I hate being here, I hate everything about this. I wish everybody here was dead so I could go home. This is how this escalates. Everybody is just sick and tired of this fighting. Everybody just wants to go home, and everybody gets angry and mad and hates everything. And this is in the reports. Even the general Heinrich writes that we just want to go home. Everybody hates this country. It's just cold and wet and miserable. Everything here is bad. We just want to go home. We hate this country. We don't care about it. We just wish everybody was gone here just so we can go home again. By the end of December, the German troops' morale is basically falling completely apart. But I will go into that. We're still stuck in October. So the basic plan here for the Army Group Center is, now that the Southwestern Front is basically completely destroyed, the Center 2 armies, Reserve and Western Army, are severely weakened from their counterattacks. There's also a reason why an offensive earlier would probably have not worked out so well, because these forces were much stronger. With these pointless counterattacks, pointless because the troops were not ready yet and because they were not properly prepared yet. That changes a little bit later. At this point, it was not coordinated. The troops were not properly equipped. It was just throw them at the front and hope for the best, basically. That completely wasted the potential of these armies. So the armies that the Germans are facing here are basically completely exhausted. The Bryansk front doesn't look much better. The Southwestern front is completely taken apart, which leads to Timoshenko being put in charge. Zhukov is back in the center. He used to be in charge. No, he's right now still in charge of the Leningrad front. You will at this point see that Stalin basically puts the commanders that he trusts everywhere where it burns. He puts Zhukov in front of Leningrad, fix that problem. He puts Timoshenko in the Southwestern front, fix that problem. We have a huge gap there down now. He sends them basically everywhere where it burns. This doesn't lead to better situation in the chain of command, because this constant change in command structure, because all these generals also take their command staff with them, this basically leads to a situation where there's no clear line of thinking what's supposed to be done. One general says, okay, we're going to do this, then he gets sent to another area where it burns, and then the next commander comes in and he has completely different ideas and switches everything around again. This also leads to the Soviet army not performing very well at this point, because the command structure gets changed around constantly. After the crisis of 1941 is over, you see that the command structure in the Soviet army somewhat stabilizes and people stay in command sometimes till the end of the war. But at this point, Stalin is basically in panic mode and shifts everything around constantly. So Zhukov is by now in the north. Konev has been put in charge of the Western Front. Budeny is basically running the reserve front. He's put in here, but he's basically not in charge of actual fighting units. He's basically in charge of the second echelon. Yermomenko is trying to do his best with what he has left of the Bryansk front, most of which has been also pretty badly smashed already by Guderian, to put up a defensive here. When Guderian pushed south here, one of his Panzer Corps did not manage to properly push across the river Desna over here. The other Panzer Corps managed to push over it further south and meet with the push from the Army Group South. Over here, they're still fighting across this river. 3rd and 13th Army are clinging on to this side branch river here with everything they got. 50th Army is trying to hold this northern section. The Germans' battle plan is pretty easy. Break through the south of Bryansk front, have one panzer group break through the center between the two fronts, and have one smash in the northern flank of western front, which is now possible because this entire area has been cleaned up. The northwestern front is missing one army, so there's a gap here now that they can exploit. That's basically the plan. They moved most of the panzer forces of Army Group North to the center now. Leib is not happy about this because he's basically now completely out of panzer forces. He has only one corps left, and in that corps I think there's just one panzer division. Army Group South still has 1st Panzer Army. They're basically untouched, so they keep going. But this is basically the plan. You have 3 panzer groups. Guderian's panzer group has already named the Panzer Army because he has now command over a couple normal corps additionally, so he's now basically army size. He's going to swing around together with the northern forces with 2nd Army. He's gonna encircle troops south of Bryansk. They manage another encirclement north of Bryansk. And the main push is going to be here, and they're trying to encircle basically both reserve and big parts of Western Front. Thanks to the Soviet units not being in pretty good shape anymore because of their pointless counterattacks against the Germans, well, not necessarily pointless because they cost the Germans quite a bit. So the Germans are actually down in what they still have, but they managed to refresh it enough to have local numerical superiority. Not as big, however, as later Soviet claim this was. They're not completely outmatched here. They have just a couple of hundred tanks more, about 300,000 people more, considering there's basically 2 million facing 2 million here. It's not a huge numerical superiority. It's just that the Germans are still able to fight, and these guys are completely exhausted and basically just inexperienced troops without good equipment thrown at the front, and they don't have a lot of anti-tank equipment. And for the time that they had to prepare, they also didn't prepare a very well organized defense. So they're basically smashed very, very quickly. The northern flank basically has to evade in front of 9th Army. The 3rd Panzer Group under Reinhardt, which is now in command of that. As you remember, he was before commanding a Panzer Corps. He's now been put in command of 3rd Panzer Group because General Hoth has now been put in command of 17th Army. Stülpnagel has been replaced. He's been sent to France. He complained somewhat about the treatment of the Soviet people and the Jews to some degree. At the same time, that might have been an excuse. Hitler also blames him for not keeping up with the rest of the army, so he called in sick and got replaced. He's being sent to France, where he will stay later as the adjutant of Rommel, when Rommel is commander of the Western Front, and he will get involved with the plot, and he will later implicate Rommel in the plot and basically gets Rommel killed. So that's what happened to that guy. Stülpnagel is now away from the front. Hoth is not in favor of losing command of the armor forces. He actually asks not to get this promotion, but he gets it anyway, put in command of 17th Army. Manstein is also called in from the north. The former commander of 11th Army, I think, ran on a mine and got actually killed in action. So Manstein also loses command of his armored force and gets in command of 11th Army, and is now famously tasked with attacking Crimea and capturing the Crimea, which he does together with Third Army under Dimitrescu. So those two armies move into the Caucasus, not into the Caucasus, into Crimea. Army Group South is basically attacking pretty freely into this region because, again, the entire Southwestern Army front has basically been destroyed. Sure, it's back here with Timoshenko, but yeah, the command is there, but he's trying to build a frontier with whatever he has left, but there's not a whole lot left. So these guys are basically pushing into the Kharkov and Donetsk basin region almost unopposed for the entirety of October. They even managed to encircle, remember, 18th and 9th Army managed to escape behind here and then got pushed over here. First Panzer Group actually manages to outflank them, throw them against the ocean here, against the Black Sea coast, and encircle them and take most of them out. So attacking from the march south of Poltava, Kleist's 1st Panzer Army quickly smashes the defensive of Major General Galanin's 12th Army. Kleist's armor races on to Mariupol, encircling 6 divisions of Major General Karitanov's and Smirnov's 9th and 18th Army on 7th October, the same day that trap shot Soviet forces at Vyazma. So at the same time the Vyazma trap gets shot, this happens. After suffering heavy losses, including Smirnov, who was killed in action on 10th October, the remnants of the two armies fought their way out of encirclement to the former Stalino, which is now called Donetsk. I renamed it on the map to the proper name at this time. And later to Tagnarok. The 1st Panzer Army pursued along the coast of the Sea of Azov and reaches the Mios River, which is this one, opposite Taganrog on 13th October, where it was halted temporarily to regroup. So they managed to basically take most of these armies out. Some of the remainders escaped, but yeah, if an army is about 13,000 men at this point, about 1,000 get out. So they managed another major encirclement down here, basically opening the way into the Caucasus, basically. But they are again outrunning their supply lines, so at this point they have to stop and wait for supplies. This army, now under new command, Iacobici, I think that's how it's pronounced. I don't know how names are pronounced in Romanian. If there are any Romanians in the chat, please correct me. Is now in command. The other guy didn't manage to take Odessa. This guy manages to do so. However, the separate coastal army protecting it, which is, I think, a navy unit actually, manages to almost without losses in a secret operation evacuate the city once they can no longer hold it, and evacuates to Sevastopol. Unfortunately for them, with Manstein's forces, they are trapped there yet again. Sucks to be them, I guess. What I said about the rolling stock is actually important here, because at Odessa they actually managed to drive locomotives on floating shipyards in which they improvised rail. They drive those locomotives onto those shipyards and tow it out on the open sea and save the locomotives that way. Just to show you how much trouble and improvisation the Soviets are able to go to save their rolling stock. They actually managed to pull this off, and they probably got the locomotives out of the Crimea before the Germans blocked it off. So just to give you a picture of what these guys are able to do, they probably evacuated through the Kerch Peninsula into the Caucasus. So they managed to get all the locomotives out of this, and the entire army that is stuck here almost without losses. It's quite a feat. So that's going on in this area. Odessa is finally taken. Manstein takes the Crimea, which is almost happening unopposed. Does it actually say anything about here? Yeah, basically, so as Army Group South advances deep into the northern Donets River and deep into the Donbass, its 11th Army, followed by Romanian 3rd Army, wheeled southwards to invade the Crimea. The peninsula was a vital objective because it contained the Black Sea Fleet's primal naval base. Odessa is more of a secondary one. Sevastopol and its Kerch Peninsula was yet another entrance into the vital Caucasus region. Lieutenant General Kuznetsov 51st Separate Army, recently evacuated from Odessa, defended. That's actually not true, I think. 51st Army was rebuilt here by remnants of other troops. The army that went in here was probably joined with 51st Army for a time, but they're a different force. So I think this is an error in the book. Recently evacuated from Odessa, defended the peninsula with 12 Rifle and 4 Cavalry Division, a force the Skavka deemed more than adequate for a stout defense. However, fearing an amphibious assault, Kuznetsov deployed his forces uniformly along the coast and failed to defend the northern approaches through Perekov adequately. Attacking on 18th October, von Manstein's 11th Army easily broke into the peninsula and within 12 days drove the Soviet forces back into the city of Sevastopol and on the narrow Kerch Peninsula. By the month's end, part of 51st Army was besieged in Sevastopol and the remainder abandoned Kerch and remained on the Taman Peninsula on 16th November. The Crimea fiasco added yet another entry to the growing list of Stavka October disasters. So yeah, I think 51st Army, the actual 51st Army, probably evacuated in this direction. And what the book probably gets wrong is that whoever evacuated here to Sevastopol probably was under temporary command of 51st Army, but 51st Army itself, 51st Army proper, was different forces. So that's happening in the south. So in October, the Soviets basically lose 2 armies here. They lose the Crimea with their major naval base being threatened. They lose 1 major naval base at Odessa. They lose basically 3 entire fronts in this area. As you can see, 3 fronts of Bryansk front are basically completely encircled. There are arrows pointing of troops getting out, but those are troops getting through somewhere. All the heavy equipment, all lost. Some of the people get out. But again, it's of 13,000 people, about 2,000 get out or something like that. So the entire Bryansk front is basically completely destroyed. Basically, the entire reserve and western front are completely destroyed. There's around 5 armies in this encirclement that get completely wiped out. So this is the biggest success the Germans have yet so far. In the Kiev encirclement, they basically take out 1 front. Here they take out 3. So now the road to Moscow seems to be completely open. There are some reserves that are being built up. That's why they're in light red here. But those are basically at this point barely functional. There are defensives in front of Moscow. That's this dotted line. But at this point, when this is happening, they're barely capable of giving up a defense. These defensive areas are almost unmanned. Zhukov does not have the people yet. Once this happening, Zhukov gets recalled from Leningrad, by the way, and gets put in charge of this again. There's major trouble over here. The south seems to be completely open, the way towards Kursk and Orel. Basically, the entire Kursk-Orel region here seems to be completely open because Bryansk front is basically gone. So yeah, this area is in major trouble. However, the Germans did not just attack in this area. As I said, they attacked onto the entire front. 6th Army is basically marching almost unopposed into Kharkov. 17th Army is walking into the Donbass region, and 1st Panzer Group is going for Rostov. These guys are almost unopposed, and where they were opposed, they managed an encirclement. In the north, however, and this is something that pisses me off about these books, because they constantly complain that the Germans are focusing always their entire effort on Army Group Center and ignoring what's happening on the flanks. And then they go ahead and do the exact same thing in the books and basically almost not mention what is going on here, despite the fact that this was a major operation. Army Group North is trying to do basically two things. After they decided not to immediately storm Stalingrad, they tried to completely cut it off. What is this push about? This push was already originally intended to meet a Finnish push from the north, but due to some changes in the Finnish decisions, that counter move is not happening, but they try it anywhere. They're basically supposed to reach all the way over here and link up with the Finns. The main idea here is to cut this railway line. This railway line coming in here, and there's another railway line coming in here. If you reach Tigrin, since the Murmansk railway line is already cut, you basically cut the last railway line going into Leningrad. You may think, well, Leningrad is already cut off here. Yes, but Volkhov is still open, and they are actually unloading stuff over here. And as I said, going over the water in winter, over the ice in summer by boat, mostly at night, so they can't get harassed by the Luftwaffe, to stuff that into Leningrad. So there is still a supply road open. They need to shut down this railway line, and they're trying to do that. The Panzer Corps and this corps is going for Volkhov, this is going for Tigrin, this is the Sichuan offensive. They're trying to reach the Finns and mostly cut off this railway line. But they are also trying to cut off the Moscow-Leningrad line, which goes to Kalinin all the way up here through here, which is used to deliver troops into this area. So they try to take the entire Valdai Hills. That's what this offensive is about. These guys are pushing in here, trying to reach this area, and these guys are trying to meet them. So they're trying, thanks to this success, they're trying to actually evolve this into something. They're diverting 9th Army and the 3rd Panzer Group, part of 3rd Panzer Group, towards the north. 3rd Panzer Group is supposed to go to Kalinin and then move up this railway line roughly to this point to join with Army Group North. They try to take out the remaining front in this area. They try to stretch their forces even more and take out Northwestern Front as well. That doesn't materialize. These guys get stuck in this area. As you can see, huge lakes, not exactly the greatest area. We're gonna look later at this in Google Earth. In fact, let me actually load that already. So you see what this territory actually looks like. But this is the plan. They try to advance along the entire front and basically take out everything. So let me go back. There we go. So this is the plan, why they're attacking over here. By the way, this is where Demyansk is again. They basically come close to Ostakhov, there they get stopped. This is the Valdai Hills. This is actually a very important area in Russia. Basically the Dnieper, the Volga, the Imsta, and whatever this, the Imsta, that's this river flowing over here into Lake Ilmen. The Volga, that's the Volga that has its source over here, that flows to this major thing. See, there's the Volga coming in here. The Western Dvina is over here, and the Dnieper is down here. So basically, almost all major rivers that are important for the war all have their spring in this area. They flow in different directions, but they all come from here. So this is a major important area. They wanted to take this away. Also because once you have Kalinin, you have another area where you can move into Moscow. When Manstein was still over here dealing with the counterattack at Starya Russia and moving towards Demyansk, he was told to move into the Valdai Hills back then already, before he got pulled away and all this gets reorganized. And he got told that the plan was to reach this area and then move south and use this basically as another axis to attack Moscow. They are now employing that, but doing it from a different direction. Initially, Manstein was supposed to go with his Panzer Corps all the way down here. That didn't materialize. But that's the plan. So they're basically attacking everywhere along the entire front. This is not Operation Typhoon, we're going for Moscow. They attack all over. The entire front is on the offensive. I don't think many books point that out, but that's what's happening. This is also a little bit of a problem, maybe, because if you're already running out of supplies, attacking everywhere, and now trying, thanks to initial successes, to take everything. Yeah. Probably not a good idea. Operation Typhoon is actually the operation in the center, but that's because Hitler didn't give that operation its name. He told the army groups what to do, and Bock, his plan for his army group, that's Operation Typhoon. That's the name he gave it. So that's just this operation. But that doesn't mean the late fall offensive of the Germans is Typhoon. Typhoon is just this. Everybody else is also on the attack. Can I have a quick feedback from the chat? How many people are actually surprised by this? By how much is going on at once here? Who previously had the impression that it was just this? Because I mean, I'm kind of curious about that, because that's the impression I get from reading most books. Anyway, giving people time to comment. Let me go through the boxes here where I forgot something important, maybe. Didn't know it, not saying it surprises me. Very surprised for sure, me too. Yeah, that's basically what I expected. So on 28th October, so at the end of the month, the Southwestern Front and the Southern Front's right-wing occupied defenses 70 to 80 kilometers east of those designated by the Stavka, and the Southern Front's weak center and left wing withdrew to defenses 30 to 35 kilometers west of the designated line. There the front temporarily stabilized. By this time the Germans had occupied the vital Kharkov industrial region and the southwestern portion of the Donbass and had reached within striking distance of Rostov, the gateway into the Caucasus. In the wake of the Kiev victory, the OKH ordered Rundstedt's Army Group South to launch simultaneous attacks towards Kharkov, the Donbass, and Rostov. His left wing, the 6th and 17th Armies, were to advance on Kharkov and the northern Donets River, while his right wing, the 1st Panzer Army and Romanian 3rd Army and 11th Armies, were to advance from Dnipropetrovsk to encircle the southern front, advance on Rostov, and invade the Crimea. So, as you can see, Army Group South was pretty busy with their own major operation, which they could do because the Kiev operation before that had wiped out the entire southwestern front. If you do not do this Kiev operation, the southwestern front is not wiped out, you cannot move into this region, which means, considering what happens later, the major pushback in December happens in this area. In the south, the Germans do not get pushed as far back. There's also stuff happening here, but I'm going to go into that later. But for the most part, by summer 1942, they're still roughly in this position, which shows you this is the launching point for the summer offensive 1942. If you do not do the Kiev operation, you do not wipe out that southern army group, which means getting into this position is very difficult. So it's questionable whether the 1942 offensive could even have been done. So everybody that says this Kiev operation was useless, no. Taking 1.5 million people out, basically opening up this entire southern front for taking, which takes out most of the industrial capacity in this entire area, that's not unimportant. So I don't buy it. So Timoshenko is trying to do something about this, obviously not being able to do a whole lot about it, because he has basically no troops left. And yeah, at the end of October, in basically the last week of October, something happens that had been predicted. Heinrici writes about that in his diaries. By the way, in case you're interested, this is the book. Notes from the war, I don't know. Just look for notes by General Heinrici by Johannes Hürter, and you're probably going to find it. There is an English version of this, I know that. Eastern Front, 1941-42. That's General Heinrici. That's basically the guy that is in charge of which army corps? He's supposed to be somewhere over here. There he is. So that's 43rd Army Corps. He's now being put under in charge of. No, he's still under command of 2nd Army Vice. So he reports about this, that people, they had a Ukrainian translator. He told them about this, and locals also told them, well, what can we expect here? Well, and they knew this before the war. In the First World War, they had already fought in Russia, obviously. They knew this was going to happen. The rainy season basically starts at the end of October and then keeps going for the entirety of November. They knew this was going to happen. But someone writes later from the German command, we had anticipated this, the Rasputitsa, of course, for we had read about it in our studies of Russian conditions. But the reality far exceeded our worst expectations. It is hard to convey a picture of what it was like to anybody who had not actually experienced it. The infantryman slithers in the mud, while many teams of horses are needed to drag each gun forward. All wheeled vehicles sink up to their axles in the slime. Even tractors can only move with great difficulty. A large proportion of our heavy artillery was soon stuck fast and was therefore unavailable for the Moscow battle. The quality of the mud may be understood when it's realized that even tanks and other tracked vehicles could only just get along and were frequently repeatedly mired. The strain of all this caused our already exhausted troops can perhaps be imagined. This is also something that is completely wrong in the game. When you have muddy conditions anywhere outside of Russia, that is nonsense. This is not normal mud. People have also compared it, oh yeah, well, the Western Front, no. Even the Western Front with all the no man's land and all the shell craters and all that, no. Tanks were originally created to deal with stuff like the Western Front. This is stuff not even tanks can deal with. This is absolutely a nightmare. In the game, this should not happen outside of Russia. In France, you can't get mud. This is the conditions that slow your supplies and basically force you into a crawl in the game. That's Rasputitsa. That doesn't happen anywhere else. This is something completely different. And I'm just going to show you some pictures on how bad this is. This is the road. This is not somewhere in the field. This is the road. This is your supply road. This is happening near Kursk. The picture here. Wehrmacht Kursk carries sunk in deep mud in Kursk Oblast. This is happening over here. I have some more pictures over here. This is the supply road. This is striking the Germans at the end of October. They did not expect it to be this bad. Maybe they should have. However, we're still early in October. This finishes about mid-October. Now the question is, do we keep going? Do we keep going on the offensive? Because now they have wiped 3 army groups out. Now they're getting a little overconfident. Now, they know Rasputitsa is going to hit any day now. They knew already, Halder already warned Hitler before Kiev that the army was going to be able to do one more major offensive. That was Kiev. They did another one after this, Typhoon, the Bryansk and Vyazma battles. A brilliant victory, more than they had done before. However, now they decide right before a Rasputitsa hit to keep going. This is the problem. It's not whether Typhoon should have been started, it's whether after Typhoon was over, whether they should kept going for Moscow, because this is getting ridiculous. You just wiped out so many troops, you just fought a major battle, and now you're gonna keep going? This is an issue. This is a major issue. A lot of people said this was all fine. If you fight these battles and then you shut it down and you go on the defensive, everything would have been fine. That they kept going for Moscow, that is a major problem. Let me go through some of these here. Yeah, they have a reserve front in front of Moscow. The Stavka is preoccupied with the situation to the south of Oral, Kursk, and the Kharkov axis, which is considered most dangerous. On 1st October, Stalin ordered the reserve front to transfer 49th Army rail to defend this axis. Yeah, they see there's a major gap here. This is a problem. The mobility differential between the German and Soviet forces became apparent the moment Operation Typhoon began. This is still the good times. Guderian's Panzer Corps struck Group Ermakov and the Bryansk front's left wing just as Ermakov was prepared an attack on his own towards Glukov. It's this guy. It's an independent group down there of some scattered personnel. Unprepared for the defense, Ermakov's 5 divisions withdrew in disorder, exposing the flanks of the 2 divisions defending the left flank of 13th Army. By the day's end, Guderian spearheads had driven 20 kilometers deep wedge between Goryansky's and Ermakov's forces. As one recent Russian source put it, the Stavka failed to divine German intentions along the Moscow axis. It failed to concentrate its forces along the Germans' intended main attack axis. It issued its warning of an impending attack too late, and when it did, it never ordered the reserve fronts to prepare its defenses. The front commanders did not expect the Germans to go on another offensive so quickly, and when Stavka actually saw that it was going to happen, they didn't issue the commands soon enough. So as I said, these guys had time enough to prepare proper defenses, but they didn't, because they didn't expect the Germans would attack again so quickly. The massive Vyazma and Bryansk encirclement virtually destroyed the Western and Reserve fronts and severely damaged the Bryansk front. The encirclements cost the 3 fronts 7 of their 15 armies, 64 out of 95 divisions, 11 out of 15 tank brigades, and 50 of the 62 attached artillery regiments. Equipment losses totaled 6,000 guns and mortars and 830 tanks. It is likely that 1 million troops were lost at Vyazma and Bryansk, of which 688 fell captive to the Germans. By any measure, the results were truly catastrophic. So this was an issue. Obviously. The encirclement of the forward forces struck Moscow like a thunderclap. German forces had carved a 500-kilometer breach into the front, and no strategic reserves were available to close it. Since Stavka had dispatched all of the reserve to the southern axis. After his arrival on Moscow early on 8th October, Zhukov informed the Stavka the chief danger is that almost all routes to Moscow are now open, and the weak protection along the Mosaic line cannot guarantee against the surprise appearance of enemy armored forces before Moscow. We must quickly assemble forces from wherever we can at the Mosaic defense line. This is the issue that's happening here. This is the same thing that I talked about earlier. Everything is open now, but the tanks can't keep going because they are bound to dealing with these encirclements. They have to keep the trap shut until the infantry has destroyed it all. This delays the armored forces for 2 weeks. They have encircled them, but they are needed to keep them encircled and help destroying them. The Russians do it differently later. They open the gap and then the armored forces rush in and they're independent and can keep going. This is not happening here. The Germans do not have the reserves to keep exploiting this right away. They need to destroy this first, which takes about 2 weeks. By then, Moscow had time enough to react. If they had been able to keep going after the initial breakthrough, there was nothing in their way towards Moscow. Nothing at all. Couple thousand guys maybe. Like 30,000 guys were basically in the defending Moscow on the entire defensive line. There was the gaps all over the place that would not have withstood. And that's the thing. Maybe one of these operations should not have been done. This operation is also supposed to go further than this, but grinds to a halt, especially down here at Rostov, because there's not enough support here, which is logical. Army Group South is missing an entire army because that army is busy going into the Crimea. Did that have to be done right now? Couldn't you just have used the Romanian army to lock this shut and used 11th Army to actually properly take this, and once you have it, you deal with this later? No, they want to do it all at once, which means an entire army is missing in here, which means they cannot properly take all this. Also, maybe these armored forces would have been good over here. Maybe even don't do the second encirclement, just smash through the middle and have armored reserves to immediately be able to exploit the breakthrough. They did none of that. They did it all at once. Problem. They gave the Russians time to defend Moscow. They gave them time to mobilize reserves. Here's an interesting thing. On 2nd October, so basically 1 day into the operation, General Thomas submitted a survey of the military economic situation of the Soviet Union for the following 4 hypothetical cases. First, if all of the territory west of the line Crimea, Dnieper, Kharkov, Tula, Moscow, Leningrad, Kandalaksha, including the cities proper, were seized by the Germans, that basically means you have the Crimea, you have reached the Dnieper in the south, and you have reached Kharkov. They did that. But you need the Tula and Moscow region as well. They're trying to do that right now. And you need Leningrad, Kandalaksha. Leningrad they don't have yet. He says specifically here you need to take the cities. They don't have Leningrad yet, and Kandalaksha, that's north in the at the Murmansk rail line. They didn't take that either. If you got all of this, including the cities themselves, which includes Moscow, if you have all of that, the Soviets would lose approximately 2/3 of their steel and aluminum production facilities. Such a loss would preclude any increase in the industrial capacity till is still available to the Soviet government, probably making its full utilization impossible. As a result, the Red Army would be incapable of fully equipping its forces during the winter line operations. The Russians might, however, be able to produce the most urgently needed equipment, enable them to continue resistance in the spring of 1942. This does not yet take into account how much stuff they were actually evacuating from the Donetsk region into the Urals region. Even if you take all this guy thinks if they are in a pinch and they just built the most important stuff, they can still keep going, even if you take all of this. If, in addition, the Soviet Union lost the Maikop oil fields and the entire Donetsk basin, its economic potential would be so greatly impaired that by the summer of 1942, the Red Army would lack the necessary equipment to resume struggle west of the Urals. That's a big order. Third, assuming that the USSR would suffer the above losses plus that of the industrial area of Gorky, that's basically beyond Moscow, the effect would be the almost complete stoppage of truck and passenger vehicle production. The aircraft industry would lose one of its key fuselage construction plants, which in turn would lead to a further reduction of airplane output. In general, however, the military economic situation wouldn't be no worse than predicted in case 2. 4. In the event that all territory west of the Volga besieged by the Germans, the Soviet armament potential would be greatly weakened without necessarily collapsing. A complete economic breakdown of the Soviet system was not to be expected unless the entire industrial area of the Urals was occupied by the Germans. In General Thomas' opinion, the military economic potential of the Soviet Union had not been decisively affected by the German operations conducted up till the end of September. Moreover, his analysis indicated that the siege of Moscow and Leningrad, even if achieved before the onset of winter, would by no means guarantee the collapse of the Soviet resistance. Hitler and his military advisors failed to draw the proper conclusions. So, you just have had some very easy victories in which you basically wiped out 4 of the enemy army groups. You basically have to deal with Rasputitsa hitting any day now. And after that's over, you know, the moment that's over, winter starts, because that basically stops by everything freezing over. So you have shitty conditions from now on, basically any day now. If you manage to take Moscow and Leningrad, you're actually not gonna achieve a whole lot. You take out some industrial potential, but it's not gonna affect them significantly more than you already have. They did it anyway. Draw your own conclusions. They knew it. They knew about this. This was at the beginning of the Bryansk-Vyazma thing. That is not finished until 2 weeks after that. So you have 2 weeks to think about this, whether you want to keep going after that. The disasters the Stavka witnessed and the Red Army's suffering in October exceeded those of June, August and September in nearly every respect. Worse still, since they occurred in the threshold of Leningrad, Moscow, Rostov and the Caucasus, once they occurred, the Stavka had no more room for maneuver. Having lost well over 1 million soldiers in the course of 1 month, the Stavka had every reason to question its forces' capacity for continuing the struggle and successfully defend Moscow, Leningrad and Rostov. This is true. However, as I said, the Germans are barely capable of taking it all at once. They could maybe be able to take one of them. They ended up not taking any of them. They took Rostov for a short time, but then had to abandon it again right after. So they didn't take any of the 3. But even if they had, the prediction was that the Soviets would not collapse. Having lost well over a month, I read that, yet for a variety of reasons, the Wehrmacht was unable to exploit the tremendous successes it had achieved during the first half of October. In the case of Army Group Center, the twin encirclements forced Bock to commit over half of his forces for 7 to 14 days in order to eradicate the encircled forces. This is the 2 weeks that I'm talking about, thereby losing the opportunity to exploit the empty defenses west of Moscow. Considering Moscow as available for the taking, it spread its forces too broadly by dispatching the 3rd Panzer Group to the north and the 2nd Panzer Army to the south, thus weakening its critical blow in the center. I'm gonna show you that right after. In addition, the arrival of the autumn Rasputitsa rainy season deprived the Germans of their dearest advantage, mobility, and brought Blitzkrieg to a standstill in the mud, where Red Army troops could fight more equal battles with the bogged down tanks and infantry. Finally, as the Germans slowly advanced on Moscow, the first Soviet reserves reached Moscow from the hinterland. The unsuspecting Germans soon encountered the first riblets of what would become a significant flood of reinforcements from the vast Red Army strategic reserves. The same mosaic emerged in the north and south as the Germans seemed on the verge of total triumph. Having been stripped of the bulk of the armored forces, Leib advanced on Tigrin on a shoestring, with a single motorized corps without a significant reserve, only to find his penetrating armor locked in winter's icy grip. At the same time, Rundstedt's forces swallowed up immense terrain, only to find Kleist's Panzer army outrun its logistics along the Meuse River. Bereft of support by Manstein's excursion into the Crimea and his vastly expanding front. This, I don't know how you read this, but I read this basically as you tried to get it all and you got nothing. If they had focused on getting one thing, they might have gotten it. now I'm going to show you what he talks about spreading his forces too thin. Let me quickly look through something here. No, there's nothing important here anymore. So let me get rid of these notes real quick so I have a little bit more of an overview. So after the initial breakthrough, as I said, they got a little bit too eager on trying to get it all at once. So what did they try to do? Well, as I said, they diverted some forces to the north, trying to basically do another envelopment and meet Army Group North with infantry to take out these forces and take out this entire railway line. Completely unimportant right now. This is stupid to do, not necessary. This takes an entire Panzer Corps away from the front. This takes 2 entire Army Corps away from the front where it actually matters. This was retarded. Another thing, you take Guderian's forces and to push them all the way across the Octa River. This is the Octa River, right here. It flows all the way over there. Then the Moskva River flows to Moscow, flows into it, and then somewhere it flows into the... and then over here, that flows into the Volga. So that's the tributary, no, it's actually the Octa River that's not flows into the Octa. So the Octa flows all the way over here, all the way into the Volga, all the way over there. If you remember the Moscow scenario in Panzer Corps, if you push towards Tula, which is right here, you basically cross down here, Orel, this is the objective that you have to take right at the bottom right of the map. Then you go with your Panzer forces over here, you meet some T-34 crap over here, you take Tula, and then over here there's a bridge crossing here, sometimes in the Moscow 43 there's also some bunkers here, and then all the way over here you can cross 2 rivers and get into the back of Moscow, right? That river that you cross initially and you cross again here in the north, that's the Octa River. There's another river in the north where you come out of the wooded area over here, and then you cross, and then you get over to this city in the north when you can get into the other side of Moscow. That's Kalinin, which is now called Tver, and this is the Volga that you're actually crossing here. That's the Volga River. People, I think, are not aware that in the Moscow scenario they actually crossed the Volga. This is already the Volga. Volga is a very long river. So what were they trying to do here? They were going to go all in. Instead of focusing their attack in the center, what do you do if you want to do an attack and you have to expose your flanks a little bit because you're making a push? You anchor it against a natural obstacle. Mountain range, lake, river, something. If you look at here, I'm actually going to get rid of this. If you want to go from this area, you basically, Vyazma is over there. You also took out some stuff at Bryansk. Your main forces are located here. 2 entire panzer groups are located here. And you want to go to Moscow. How do you anchor this attack? You anchor it in the north against the Volga. And you anchor it in the south against the Octa River, right? And then you move in with everything you got between those two. And you lose some weak forces to guard your advance near the flanks using the river to your advantage. That's how you would do this, right? Well, this is how they actually did it. No, that's already 1 month in advance. This is how they actually did it. They pushed through the center, diverted some stuff to the north. I said anchor yourself against the Volga River, but they crossed the Volga River trying to link up with the north. And these panzer troops, that's not what I mean with anchor. The anchoring, the guarding of the flanks, that's supposed to be by weak forces for the infantry. The armored guys, they need to go through the center. They need to go to the east. This guy needs to move over here. These forces crossing the Octa River at Orel. Why? Just to open another axis at Moscow. Fuck that. Keep them below the Octa River. Look at what Guderian basically had to do. He needs to cross the river over here. Okay, that's relatively easy because there's no forces in your way. But then you need to go all the way up here, cross it again, and then open up another axis towards Moscow. Why? Why do this? keep the Octa River defended, and you're exposing this entire southern flank in the process. Why? Lock it down at the river, go all the way around and attack it here. And funnily enough, when I see people play the Moscow scenario in Panzer Corps, Tula is a decisive victory, so you kind of have to get this, but they send minimal forces to take that. Nobody's actually often crossing it. In 1943 you do, because then it's the easiest to get there, but that's a different starting position. In 1941, the people that do it basically don't cross the river, use their forces, go along here and join the main thrust and go directly for Moscow. They also don't try to go over the north here. They take this objective and then go directly for Moscow. Every fucking Panzer Corps player does it the right way. The German army didn't. They crossed down here and opened another flank when they should have made one major push between these two rivers towards Moscow. Screw the flanks. You're just open yourself up for attack. Anchor yourself on these two rivers and do it right away. No, Bock had different ideas. This came from the army group commander. He sent Guderian for this expedition down south here, and that failed massively. That's way too long. This distance is too long. You cannot do that until Rasputitsa hits. There's just no way you can reach that in time. Instead, you're weakening your forces in the center, so you can't actually reach the necessary thing by the time the Rasputitsa hits, and you get stuck. This is the line where they get stuck. You can see Guderian is not anywhere near Moscow. He hasn't even reached Tula yet. And now he's past the river. He has nothing to guard his flank. He has some stuff trying to reach the Don River, which they will actually do after Rasputitsa is over. They reach that in December. But now you have to your flank open at the Don River, and you have to protect yourself against that. That's another river that you first have to reach. This is already the Don River. That's the thing that goes to Voronezh. This is Voronezh, by the way. This is the first stage on the way for the Stalingrad operation. So you can see they're already on the way here. They took Kursk here. That they took Kursk in the winter or in the fall of 1941. I think that's not what people remember either. Nobody knows when the Germans initially took this. They took Kursk. It's not like in 43 they took it. They tried to take it for the first time. No. They had it. Guderian sends one entire Panzer Corps in here to guard this flank, so you can do this push, and sends them here to somehow link up with the Southern Army here. All these three Panzer Corps are completely wasted in this area, because if you look at this operation, how it went even further. The idea was that the southern push would take all the Donetsk basin and then basically go all the way to Voronezh, basically form a line with the Don, basically reach the Don at Voronezh already. Then you have a clear line to the north, and then you can do this Tula push. But this is again where the army groups do not coordinate. 6th Army, despite being told keep going, once they reach the Donetsk River past Kharkov and Belgorod, this is by the way where later these battles take place. This is the river where all this anti-aircraft is plaguing us. This is that area. They took that in 41, but they can't go past the Donetsk River. By now they run out of supplies, bad weather hits, they can't keep going. So they can't reach the Don. Why do you keep going with this if this down here fails? That means you're opening up a flank here that otherwise would not be there. The logical conclusion, if you draw the line that the Donetsk makes here, Belgorod, and you go over to the north, it naturally lines up with the Octa River. So the natural conclusion would be, okay, fuck this eastern push, we're exposed in the south. Guess, by the way, where a Soviet counterattack later hits. We're exposing our southern flank here. This is crap. The south can't do it, so let's adjust the plan. Let's stay west of the Octa River, make this the front for the winter, and let's keep going and just throw everything into the center. This makes sense if 6th Army can reach the Don. but it can't. They do not adjust the plan accordingly. That's the issue here. Also, this northern diversion to link even up with the northern force, yeah, it doesn't work because the northern force can't actually get in here. They get stuck in this region. They can't make the link up. So this entire northern diversion is completely pointless. Form a nice front at the Volga. This is already a nice front line to begin with because the Germans couldn't go in here for a reason. This is marshy terrain. Let me actually think, look whether Google Earth is actually ready. I think it is. Okay. Let me north this out. So where are we? Right. So you see this lake kind of thing that forms a right angle here, kinda? Okay, let me show you what that looks like. Let me actually know whether this actually looks decent on the stream. So I hope you can see this, guys. This is that river area. This is that lake area. Now, if I zoom in here and I go, you see these vast forests that are in this area. Can you see all this? You see where troops can hide in here. You see how difficult this is to take this marshy area over here. This is not easy to take, and look how wide these things are. The Germans are basically on one side and the Soviets are on the other. You can see that this is actually a front that you can pretty... Yeah, this is defensible, I'd say, you know? This should be defensible. There it says Volga River. That's the Volga flows through all these rivers, through all these lakes. So you can hold this. Why are you trying to push into this crap on the onset of winter? It's like, are you crazy? There's rainy season coming up and you pushing into marshy shit? Yeah, good luck with that. This is idiotic. Defend against this line. This is easily defendable. Nope, they don't do that. By the way, give me a quick feedback in chat whether you could actually see any of this. Yeah, Camille Reeb can't see anything like a road. Well, yeah, in Soviet Russia, this stuff is not exactly like a road. It's basically sandy patches. Let me actually look into something. Wait, where is that? Yeah, because there is a report by the army about the Soviet Union here. Let me look into that. Rohstoff, electricity, armored industry. This traffic. Yeah, this is railway, ships, air, road network. This basically reads the density, neither the density nor the how it looks, the conditions, neither the density nor the conditions of the Soviet road network are like typical European conditions. The entire length of the artificial road cover of roads with artificial road cover in 1938 was only 87,000 kilometers. In Germany, that's 300,000 kilometers. Consider the area involved here of these two countries. Okay, this is for the entire Soviet Union, 87,000 kilometers. For just Germany, it's 300,000 kilometers. Most of them are in the western part of the country. The other ones, around 1.5 million kilometer roads are only barely usable for for proper vehicles, for motorized vehicles. The blah blah blah. There's also a problem that gas stations and basically any depots with gasoline are basically not available. So it's you know that they barely have done any road work. Like, most of these roads are not asphalt roads. That's a couple stuff around Moscow for the immediate area. Everything else is just sandy patches that's basically just flattened out sandy ground. General Heinrich actually talked about this also when he described the soil conditions. The soil in Belarusia and actual proper Russia seems to be very sandy, while when he moved south into the Ukraine in the Kiev operation, he noticed that it was very much getting into clay area, which is also why that is so fertile ground down there. Very different. In the north here, it's sandy. In the summer, it's horrible because at 40 degrees, you are basically moving in a giant dust cloud because all the vehicles are throwing up this dust, because it's not a fortified road. It's not a sealed road. It's just sand. So you're basically moving like in the middle of a sandstorm. You're breathing this shit in. Everybody has to put stuff in front of their mouths. It gets into the air filters of the machine. The oil usage of the vehicles gets up. The horses get completely exhausted, and you do that in 40 degrees centigrade. That's absolutely miserable conditions. Then it rains on this shit. Even in summer, it gets this muddy. Then as soon as the sun comes out, it gets baked into a concrete-like material. Absolutely atrocious conditions. So yeah, these are not normal roads, and they should have known this in the beginning. But yeah, this is this area, so pushing into here is pointless. This entire northern army group offensive was completely pointless. The only thing they should possibly have done is get this area. Go north this river, cut it off here, and reach Lake Lagoda over here, cut off this entire thing, because then an ice road from all the way here to over there, that becomes fishy. So that they could have done. You can guard that against the river, but trying to go all the way over here, additionally not abandoning this once you find out that the Finns are not actually doing this stuff on the other side. Not that I would expect them to even be able to do that, but maybe that could have worked. But as soon as you know the guys from the other side that are supposed to meet you are not going to do it, and you just have one single Panzer Corps trying to do this, just forget this entire operation. Just take this piece and prepare for winter. Don't do this at all. Don't do this shit at all. Just keep in defensive positions. You're at a nice river line here. This is a river line. This you can defend, and this is lakey stuff all over the place. This you can defend. Hook yourself against the Volga River here and go for a major attack in the center. That is probably what they should have been doing, but they didn't, and they're now completely stretched out over this entire area from all the way over there all the way to down there. That's the attack for Moscow. You know, doing the initial encirclements here on the white front, yeah, fine. But then the final push, when your troops are already completely exhausted, you barely have enough supplies to do anything at all anymore. If you absolutely want to do this final push, I would have said don't even do the final push because it's pointless. But if you absolutely have to do it, you have to do it between these two axes. I wouldn't have done it at all. I would have said reach the Octa River, the Volga River, make a nice defensive line over here, pull all the motorized forces away from the front, keep them as a mobile reserve in the back in case anything happens, and dig in for the winter, and you're fine. Everything the Soviets could have been doing in December with the limited offensive forces that they had, the Germans could have easily fought back if they had kept the motorized troops in reserve. What is happening now is the following. These troops get stuck in the mud. And they try to do this for one more week, even despite the mod. This has the following result. Vehicles, guns, heavy equipment get stuck in the mud. This leads to units abandoning this equipment. They lose hundreds of trucks because they get stuck. They leave guns behind. Entire motorized infantry divisions turn into infantry divisions because they get told, keep on the offensive. If the trucks don't work, leave them behind, go on foot. This is a situation where you are called to a halt. You are now in a position where you're exposed, you ran out of supplies, and you had to leave most of your transport capability behind. So now you're no longer mobile in a situation where you're exposed. You have lost most of your transport capability. That doesn't just mean that you're now less able to retreat. No, you also lost even more logistical capability because you lost most of your transport capability. Major problem. Major problem. Some units at the front even sent their horses back to help out, and the horses die in the winter then. You are completely immobilizing yourself just to keep this going. You just want to reach Moscow. It doesn't matter, I just want to get there. You leave your vehicles behind, everything gets stuck. Some of the heavy equipment can't be put into place, some of that gets also left behind. Your logistics support gets stuck because you can't get the vehicles to the front to supply yourself because they also get stuck. That's also trucks. Everything that you need to actually make mobilized warfare gets stuck, and you're moving on foot. This is an absolute disaster, but they still tried to do it. There's actually something here. Where did I put that? I think I put that on the next one actually. Let me go forward. So basically, you're stuck now at the end of October. They started basically the last week of October. They tried to keep that going. And at some point, basically, right at the onset of November, they basically had to say, okay, stop. Just stop it. Around 1st November, they say, I'm giving you the permission to stop offensive operations until this can be sorted out. At this point, the crisis starts happening also at home with the railway network. The railways are not coming forward. The bridges are not properly repaired. The entire organization is not getting the trains through properly. This now starts to be a major issue. The supply network is not properly established. The supply depots are way too far in the back. The entire Großtransportraum, which basically means the distance between the rail depots and the actual front, is supposed to be done by the Großtransportraum. That's the army group is responsible for that. That's trucks. Then you have the Klein Transportraum, which means the small transport space, the small transport area. That's where the actual armies themselves send their logistics back. But the Großtransportraum, the large transport area, that's where the trucks are operating. Trucks are no longer operating in this at all. And they're already having to do way too many distances anyway. This is a complete disaster. Everybody runs out of logistics everywhere. Nobody has anything anymore. You leave your trucks behind, so you're no longer mobile. The trucks can't supply you, and you leave most of your heavy equipment behind because you can't bring it with you to the front because you have nothing to pull it. Absolute disaster. And you get stuck in very exposed positions now without the ability to retreat quickly because you have lost your mobility. This is an issue. This is a major issue at this point. So we go into November and December. Around mid-November, around 15th November, I think, offensive operations resume. They also resume in the south, but there it doesn't work right. This, what I showed here, they actually reached Rostov. They reached properly Rostov actually at the end of November. So it should actually be on this map. But at the same time, they already get pushed back in quickly after that. So they actually reached Rostov for a short time, but they immediately kicked out again because these guys are unsupported, because the 11th Army is busy down here. and they do not have the supplies necessary. They are completely running out of supplies everywhere. Until this point, they sent so many locomotives into the front that at home the German economy is threatening to break down, because now stuff cannot be delivered to the factories in Germany anymore. All the raw materials can't be properly transported. Hitler is hugely mad, and the Gestapo keeps arresting people because they blame everybody for the railway network not doing the job. Huge problem. So down here we get pushed back. This is the first time we lose territory, actually, in a major way. First setback. The first warning came in the south, where Clyde's 1st Panzer Army attempted to seize Rostov by a coup de main and succeeded in entering that city from the east on 20th November. The German propaganda agency celebrated this success in such enthusiastic terms that Kleist felt obliged to hold Rostov despite mounting Russian pressure. His position, however, became so precarious that Rundstedt, leader of Army Group South, requested the authorization for Kleist's evacuation of Rostov. When Hitler refused, Rundstedt asked to be relieved of command. His successor, Field Marshal Walter von Reichenau, was forced to abandon Rostov when the Soviet forces began to assault the city from all sides on 28th November anyway. So Army Group South commander gets replaced. This is gonna be the first of many. A lot of changes happen here in quick succession. So this guy, you won't see him after this. He's later commander of the Western Theater of Operations. He's gone. Next. Over here, they make a little bit of progress still. They move a little bit past Oskov. This was really hard to figure out where this front was exactly. There's basically no literature that I could find on what this motorized corps was doing. I'm guessing here where they roughly were. I think they were trying to reach Voronezh. I'm pretty sure that's what they were doing. Otherwise, they end up when this starts into a counterattack, they are told that they are defending in the Kursk area. That's all I know. So they had to be on the offensive in the Kursk area. I know that these guys were involved in taking Kursk. I'm not sure what they were trying to achieve at this point, but looking through Wikipedia of articles of individual towns here, I could figure out which of these towns were ever occupied by the Germans in the winter of 1941 and which weren't. This one wasn't, but was close to the front, but a couple in here were. For example, this is the Tim River. They were east of the Tim River, but then got pushed back. So this should be roughly where the front was. Guderian goes on the offensive again. Completely retarded to do this. But he keeps going. With the problem of Tula, he tries to go around Tula. What he's trying to do here is, because there was so much defense going on in Moscow, and by now the defensive is actually arriving. There are fresh armies that are slowly being filled up again, and Zhukov is mobilizing everything to defend the west of Moscow. German army tries to do the following. Okay, 4th Panzer Group with 4th Army is going towards, actually 4th Army is attacking Moscow immediately head on. 3rd and 4th Panzer Group, as you can see, most of 4th Panzer Group is actually moving out of this area and joining now, finally, the central push. These guys are supposed to push into the northwest of Moscow, while 3rd Armor Group is moving away from Kalinin. That's left now to the infantry, but they actually managed to take it still. They are pushing in the northern section of the defensive area, actually managed to break through it. Their idea is to get a bridgehead over the Moscow-Volga Canal, which is this thing, the canal going from the Moskva through Moscow all the way up to the Volga. They try to get a bridgehead to that and actually manage to do so. The idea is to swing around, go across this river over here at these 2 points, and meet up with Guderian, who is trying to cross the Oka River at these 2 points, and then link up in the middle and encircle Moscow. I'm not sure why Guderian went so far in the east. I'm pretty sure that he's trying to link up here. First of all, there's forces there. There's also a rail line here. I'm pretty sure he's trying to reach the river to guard his right flank. The problem is there's a huge flank down here that's open. But yeah, this makes sense that he tries to go for this. One is trying to reach this city and then guarded by the river, along the river, try to attack in this direction. This other group is trying to reach this here, but still trying to deal with this shit that's constantly attacking him in the flank. Heinrici gets command transferred from 2nd Army to Guderian's command, and they together try to encircle Tula and trap 50th Army. They're already in horrible conditions. It's getting cold, it's getting miserable. These guys are completely exposed. They're running out of everything. But they have the hope that if they reach Tula and Kashira, these two positions, if they can do that, then they at least have the city and its facilities available to have a position viable for winter. Right now, they're basically lying completely in the open, completely exposed to the elements. Really shitty position. They're almost running out of offensive potential, and I'm going to read something later that's going to make you almost cry about the situation that these guys are in now. But they try to close this gap. They get, from what I read in his memoirs, they get to about, it's not memoirs, it's letters that he sent home at the time. They get close to each other, about 9 kilometers away from each other, but they can't manage to actually do it. I'm not sure where Heinrici is exactly. I think he's somewhere in the Tula region here, and I'm not 100% sure where they were actually supposed to link up. I didn't have time to do that anymore, but imagine this thing is getting to 9 kilometers. And Heinrici writes, if someone looks later at the map, they're gonna ask us why we are so insane to call off the attack when we're so close to each other. But the situation was that bad. At the end of November, Guderian calls off the attack. They're basically saying, fuck this. Heinrici runs out. He's in the worst position of all the corps because some winter clothing have actually made it to the front and gets distributed among 2nd Army. Because he's no longer part of 2nd Army, his detachment that was actually meant for his corps gets distributed by 2nd Army among the remaining corps, so they don't get anything. So they completely without winter clothing in the shittiest position. They lie completely in the open and are trying to get this shot. And they say to the troops that are completely exhausted, I promise you this is the last attack of the war in this year. After this, it's done for the year. It's done for the winter. Just do me this one more thing, then it's over. They can't get it done 9 kilometers away from each other. They have to call it quits. They can't get this done. There's too many reinforcements arriving here. The north is now also getting into problems. Let me see, where is that? Yeah, the failed operations ordered by Stalin and Zhukov between the 11th and 16th November, which are counterattacks that, Zhukov was actually against. He barely had any troops to begin with, but Stalin ordered counterattacks. Indicated that the Red Army was prepared to contest every inch of Soviet soil along the approaches to Moscow, making it exceedingly difficult for the German forces to exploit their tactical opportunities. Worse still, while the Wehrmacht was thinking tactically, Stalin and Zhukov and the Stavka were already thinking operationally. Within days, the Stavka ordered the formation and forward deployment of 3 new reserve armies, the 1st Shock Army, 20th and 10th Army. While the Western Front's forward armies contested the Wehrmacht tactically, the Soviet operational counterstroke was already in the offing. So, 1st Shock Army is getting immediately thrown here. They are supposed to throw the Germans back behind the canal. And the other armies get basically sent into gaps where they need to be plugging holes, because Rokossovsky is being pushed back. This guy is getting pushed north past the Volga River. So between 16th Army and 30th Army, there is a major gap developing. So 1st Shock Army gets plugged in there in counterattack, and 20th Army is supposed to plug the gap. This is also where supposedly the Germans got closest to Moscow. I will show you that later. I highly doubt that actually happened. In an effort to stem the tide on 30th November, the Stavka released its strategic reserves. General Kuznetsov's 1st Shock Army and General Lysyukov's 20th Army, the Zhukov's Western Front, and ordered Zhukov to hold the Moscow-Volga Canal. Zhukov immediately inserted the two armies into the breach between the 30th and 16th Army and ordered Kuznetsov's army to throw the Germans back across the canal and Lysyukov's army to protect the Krasnaya Poltava sector. That is... Where is that? I think that's somewhere over here. I have Russian names here. I think this is that sector, this thing. So it's basically this entire sector that 16th Army is getting pushed out of. So 16th Army is falling back down here, 5th Army is falling down there, and trying to go that. Kluge at this point tries to do a concentric attack. He's attacking over here and attacking from the north there, and he tries to envelop 5th and 33rd Army, but that doesn't work out at all. They're trying to do small-scale envelopments here, tactical approaches. They can no longer move operationally. They try to do tactical stuff. The problem is the corps, even down to the regiments level, some guys are attacking, the guys next to them cannot attack, which leads to the guys having to retreat after heavy fighting, which results in the morale of the German troops breaking down because they keep losing units in moving a couple kilometers to the fore and then having to retreat again because the guys left and right of them cannot keep up. So they ask themselves, why are we even doing this? Everything is starting to break down. Counterattacks happen all over the place. Unlike the case in early October, where early December the Stavka Front and Army commands had sorted out and corrected the chaotic command and control systems that contributed to the October disaster, the chain of command of Stavka through the Western Front to the individual armies was now clear and crisp, and these improvements helped Army Red forces first slow and then stop the German advance. Despite the setbacks, Bock was not ready to admit defeat. On 4th December, he informed General Jodl, that's one day before the Germans got stopped completely, Hitler's operations chief in OKW, that although the troop strength was almost at an end, he would stay on the attack to hold on with tooth and claw rather than withdraw to a defense with weakened forces holding exposed positions. To make matters worse, on 4th December the temperatures fell to minus 31 degrees Fahrenheit, minus 35 degrees Celsius, only increased the misery of the German forces struggling across the front. By this time it was clear to everyone, German and Soviet alike, that the Wehrmacht had stretched to the breaching point and was no longer capable of continuing the offensive. Although it had advanced 80 to 110 kilometers in 20 days and had reached the very threshold of the Soviet capital, its strength had ebbed to dangerously low levels. Unbeknownst to the German commanders, while their strength was eroding, the Red Army's strength was increasing. Within hours, German field commanders would have to contend with far more than the bitter cold, because Zhukov's reserve armies were about to make their presence felt. So yeah, the Uralsk evacuated factories are at this point not in effect yet, but this blow was a problem, but this still worked. And here is now the problem, whether this should have been done at all in the first place, this final assault. At the beginning of November 1941, the question of whether the offensive on Moscow was to be resumed at the close of the muddy season was submitted to thorough examination. The principal arguments against such an offensive were as follows. These are now pros and cons, and you can weigh them yourself once I read them all. This is actually pretty long, but I think it's pretty important. First, weather conditions. A relatively short period of suitable weather with only light frost could be expected immediately after the muddy season. The Russian winter was close at hand. Around Moscow, it usually set in by mid-December at the latest, and its full impact would make itself felt by the end of the year. By then, the German forces would have to be redistributed and billeted in such a manner that they could withstand the rigors of winter. The condition of the combat forces. The combat efficiency of the infantry divisions had dropped by 35%, that of the armored divisions by 40 to 50%. The tank attrition rate varied from 65 to 75%. The high percentage of officer losses, 1 to 25, was striking. Because by now they have to lead from the front to keep the troops going at all anymore, so you're losing officers now at high rate. Approximately 1/3 of the officer casualties had been killed in action. Of the basis of the above figure, it was estimated that the real combat value of the 136 divisions employed in the Russian theater was equivalent to that of only 83 full-strength divisions. The rail transport and supply situation. The flow of supplies was disrupted, and only the most urgently needed rations, ammunition, and gasoline could be moved forward, and then only with difficulty. The situation could hardly be expected to improve soon. It would require considerable time to overcome the obstacles caused by the destruction of rail lines and installations, to change the course of the tracks, to repair the damage resulting from various causes. Meanwhile, the German forces would have to live hand-to-mouth existence that was not conducive to launching an all-out offensive. Because of the transportation difficulties, practically no winter clothing and equipment for army units would be available for distribution before early January. Flank protection. So it's not that they don't have the winter clothing, they can't get it to the front. The southeastern flank of Army Group Center in the area east of Kursk and Orel was very exposed. Here, weak forces of the 2nd Army were scattered over a wide area, having only occasional contact with Army Group South. If the Russians were still capable of exploiting such an opportunity, this latent threat might develop into an acute danger. Let me quickly show you that. That's this entire exposed flank here. You see, there's not a whole lot there. That goes from all the way there, all the way up there. This entire thing. This is Kursk. Orel is all the way up there. This entire thing is stretched to the limit. 2nd Army is supposed to hold this entire stretch that Guderian moves through. Big problem. Change in tactics. All the forces of Army Group Center were deploying along the front without any units being held in reserve. Any major reverse could have disastrous consequences, and launching an offensive under such circumstances would be a desperate gamble. It's basically a guideline in the military. You do not attack without having a reserve. You do not do that. It's a major problem. That means you can't react to anything. Far more promising would be a temporary switch to elastic defensive tactics, allowing even for major withdrawals if necessary. By adopting such tactics, the front line could be held with relatively small forces. Meanwhile, such strong reserves of manpower and material could gradually be built up that a decisive offensive could be launched as soon as there was a favorable opportunity. By contrast, the proponents of an offensive offered the following arguments. First, Russian exhaustion. The Russians had apparently exhausted their strength. The Soviet government was scraping together every man and machine and throwing them into the defense of Moscow. The Red Army had uncovered whole sectors of the front, and having run short of trained combat troops, was using hastily improvised units on a large scale. Second, the knockout blow. There seemed a good chance that an all-out effort before the winter would knock the Soviets out of the war. On the other hand, if the attack was postponed until spring, the Russian would give time to reorganize their forces. Considering they had the report that I read you earlier available about these chances of knocking out the Russians out of the war, yeah. Same about the exhaustion. Third, the missed chance. This is psychological. The last offensive could have been risked if only because one could not possibly give up within sight of the goal. In any event, the German mistake at the Marne in 1914, when victory was conceded though the battle was not yet lost, was not to be repeated. Fourth, the closeness of the objective, again, psychological. Moscow was only 40 miles away. Thus, even though there were only a few weeks of relatively favorable weather ahead, the objective was so close that it seemed within reach. Under these circumstances, there was no doubt that troops would once again make every effort to take Moscow. 5. Political significance. The political effect would be resounding if the German army succeeded in capturing Moscow despite all obstacles. Yeah, and then it would even be more resounding if they get trapped in it like at Stalingrad. Yeah. Yeah, this is basically the plan. I already explained all this. Yeah, basically, this is actually also funny. Guderian repeatedly asked that the offensive be cancelled, but no one at OKH had the authority to take such an action without Hitler's consent. The problem is also that nobody dared to tell Hitler how bad it really was, until Guderian flew back personally and told him about it. At this point, nobody wanted to tell Hitler anything anymore, because they were all, they had said, yeah, we can do this, and when they didn't, nobody dared tell Hitler. These guys were all wimps. Yeah, this is all how bad it was, really. On 30th November, Halder, his principal OKH staff officers, and the 3 army group chiefs of staff met at Orsha to discuss, Orsha is right here, to discuss future offensive operations. The conference convinced Halder that the army was even weaker than he had feared, and that the most it could accomplish in 1941 was to encircle Leningrad and threaten Moscow. Hitler, however, felt already convinced that Moscow must fall. And this is the joke. Now Halder suddenly doesn't want to take Moscow anymore, while during the entire war he tried to pressure Hitler into taking it. That Hitler at this point thinks, you know what do you want now? First you want to get me to Moscow for the entire 6 months, and now, when we're 330 kilometers away from it, now you want me to stop? That at this point Hitler doesn't listen to these guys anymore, I can absolutely understand, because this is getting ridiculous at this point. So let me read a couple of comments here. Should have stabilized the front and used the time to get winter equipment in. Yeah, that's exactly what this report said. Some generals, these are arguments by the generals, and you can see that most of the arguments for the offensive are mostly psychological. The actual military reasons all speak against this. Let's dig in, wait until the logistics has recovered, and then do this properly. They thought seizing Moscow will end the war immediately. See, I don't think so. Because if I read Heinrich's report, first of all, he says that basically every Russian prisoner they took told them, we will not stop. Even if you throw us behind the Urals, we will not stop this fighting. It was pretty obvious that this was not going to be that easy. Heinrich writes very often, over the last 3 months basically, he repeatedly writes to his wife and in personal diary that he does not believe that this will end once Moscow has been reached. Even if they take, he really doubts that they actually be able to take it, but even if they take it, he really doubts that these guys will stop fighting. And he's a corps commander. He's pretty high, he's a general. I do not buy that. Maybe Halder and Brauchitsch, these 2 morons, believe this, but the actual guys at the front did not believe this for a second. He talked to Kluge, he talked to Bock. Nobody believed this. They all believed this should be stopped. They did not expect this to work out. They did not even believe that they could take Moscow, take it by surrounding it. Nobody believed this was going to be over. The front commanders, including the frontline generals, did not believe this was going to stop the war. Maybe high command in the back did, because they didn't listen to the front commanders and how bad this actually was. They wanted the prestige victory. Yeah, they wanted to believe, yeah. But again, this is only the high command. The front commanders did not believe this. High command back in Berlin, or at the Führer Hauptquartier, wherever that was at this point, in Eastern Prussia, or wherever he was located at this point, yeah, they may want to believe this, but the front commanders all didn't believe this. However, as I read, despite this shit, Bock did not give up. So Bock kept going through this. At this point, even he wants to stop. But Bock, Army Group Center commander, he was also fanatical. He just wanted to keep this going, and I wonder why. Because Heinrich asked Guderian to say stop. Guderian said he complained to the Army Group, and the Army Group said we need to keep going. So this is not just Hitler. Bock pushes these guys forward. This guy is to blame also for this. Guderian and Heinrichi, and probably also Weiss, tell this guy we can't go anymore. This is over. There's no more offensive potential. We need to call this to a stop. Bog says keep going. And now I'm going to read you something finally that actually moved me quite a bit. I know this Heinrichi guy is not the best guy, and he talks really badly about the Jews constantly, about the partners warfare and everything. And sometimes he worries more about his wife's house back in Germany or being destroyed and shit like that, and whether he gets his woolen underwear sent to the front by his wife, and complaining that she loses everything in her purse. Considering all that, sometimes this guy's a little bit strange. However, as someone that has been an officer and in charge of people, even though not in combat, what I'm going to read you now is still, or at least to me, pretty moving, because I cannot even imagine what this would have been like to actually do. So this is the book. I'm gonna read this to you. This was, let me check when this actually was. This was 4th December. So basically, and they still tried to do an offensive on the 4th December. They were still pushed forward. Bock forced Guderian and Heinrichi into one more offensive, and it failed. And after that, they get pushed back. They actually Guderian calls off the offensive. So at the Regiment 432 in Danilovka, I meet with General Meyer, the regiment commander. With General Meyer, I meet the regiment commander, Colonel Peters, who's usually always fresh and happy, and I find him in a deep state of anxiety. During the night, they had barely been able to defend against Russian attacks. In the morning, the enemy had been repelled with very, very high losses and difficulty at the northern battalion at Garyanovo. He shivers on the entire body when he told me that it's over. Another such attack and the regiment is falling apart. His people could not keep going anymore. I see that it's pretty dramatic here, and I order another battalion of the Corps Reserve to Danilovka to help him out, or at Ladevo. When I say that, I almost got a kiss. Everybody's faces lightened up. A deep anxiety was released. Everybody was happy like it was Christmas. I drive further to Regiment Drescher. The Dorgerät, he says here, that's basically the German Panzerwerfer. They called the Russian Katyusha that. So the Katyushas of the Russians do a salvo fire, and their own and our artillery is firing all around us. One attack follows the other. The regiment commander greets me with tears in his eyes. One company was routed yesterday and ran away. When he later addressed them, and told him, how could you do this to me? His people started crying. We can't go anymore, Colonel. He sees the rest of his regiment melt away and says, if this last core group of people is gone, then there's nothing I can rebuild. Some companies are down to 19 or 20 men, usually over 100, like 100 to 200 people. What am I supposed to hold with that? The Russians are still throwing people into the battle. And then he talks about, they don't have anything to eat anymore. They don't have any fat in their provisions. They don't have any kind of clothing for the weather. Our people are in such a state, Colonel Drescher says, that I don't exclude I don't exclude the possibility that one of them might actually turn his weapon on one of the officers, because from pure desperation about his situation, he loses his head. 3 self-inflicted injuries by otherwise well fighting people have been reported in the last couple of days. So I don't know about you, but if a regiment colonel commander comes and tells them one of his companies ran away, and when he addressed them they started crying, and he cries when he tells this to his general, this is the situation on 4th of December. They have been pushed to this point. This is how irresponsible the high command was to do this. People are losing faith to the point that regiment commanders tell their general it's possible that my guys turn their weapons on their commanders, because they don't know what else to do. They just can't keep going like this. And nobody knows why, because they are not actually achieving anything anymore. They're such sacrificing people. They basically started to do now exactly what the Russians doing on the other side. And considering these guys that are running away here and are teared up telling their commanders that they can't go anymore, when an entire company routed, running away basically in panic. Somewhere else, an entire regiment under Guderian gets almost completely routed. That is basically unheard of in the German army, and they get pushed to this point where they're in tears and don't know what to do anymore. They start shooting themselves, and officers fear that they cannot motivate the people anymore, to the point that they might actually turn the guns on them. This is how far it's come, and this is like this. Guderian tells Heinrici later that it's especially worse here, but it's not unusual for the rest of the front. We're gonna end it here. I'm gonna do another stream. I'm gonna look into sources. It's actually difficult to find sources on the Soviet counterattack. Too much is focusing on the stuff that the Germans are doing. That's also why you don't find a lot of data on the offensive operation in this area, because the Germans didn't achieve much there. So this entire Valdai region, I wish there was a book about this entire area. You only hear about this once the Demyansk pocket forms. How the offensives went in here and what was actually going on in here during the offensive time, you don't read anything about this. Even Glantz, the supposed expert, puts this in the side chapter on what happened on the front, and focuses mainly on Army Group Center, which I think is absolutely miserable. They should focus on the south, the capture of Kharkov, this entire region, the capture of the Crimea. There's almost nothing written about that, and I think that's a crying shame. All these so-called great historians do not put this into the right perspective and talk about what happens everywhere and what affected everything else. It's this entire region around Kursk, nothing is talked about here. I have no idea who is here, what is going on here, actually what this corps is doing. I think that's a crying shame. But there needs to be more info about this stuff, and I wish it was done a little bit more. I can already tell you that this exposed flank and this exposed flank is going to turn into a major problem, and that could have been prevented if they had pulled back to this position and they had just stopped here at this position, maybe retreat a little bit, maybe use the Moskva River here as a defensive line, linking then up with the Volga, maybe hold on to Kalinin because that's an important railway connection. But even that I would call questionable, even though if you go into the defensive purely and push everything in the defensive, you may be able to actually hold that. Then you pull out all your mobile forces from the front before they get stuck completely, and you have them ready in the back. If something happens, you can actually react. The problem is not just that here, once the Russians start attacking, you're basically at the edge of your ability. You have nobody to do anything with anymore. The problem is also that you left all your equipment behind, so now you can't even retreat properly without leaving everything behind. And that is also the reason why later these guys are again fucked up. When Hitler orders them to hold fast, at this point they're ordered to hold their position not by Hitler yet. This is still Box doing that they're supposed to hold this position when they start crying because they can't do it anymore. Later on, when Hitler tells them to hold to last man, that has different reasons. It's not just that Hitler thinks, oh, I don't want to give up any ground. I'm not sure what exactly his motivation was, but it has actually a point, and that's a tactical one. In the middle of winter, you can't get anything going. The thing, once they actually have a chance to retreat, once the Soviets actually make progress, apparently after these initial extremely cold days, it starts thawing again. That means you have muddy, shitty, wet snow and every condition again, and everything gets stuck once again. Retreating under those conditions would have been disastrous, because what little protection of the elements you have and what little equipment you have, would have to leave all of it behind. If you retreat under those conditions, you end up lying on the open field without any protection from the elements and without your heavy equipment. At that point, you're getting completely wiped out. The only chance you have is hold your positions where you have at least something. If you give that up, there's nothing you have anymore, because you have no means anymore to build anything, because all the building material can't be brought to the front, and what little building materials you have, you can't take with you back because everything gets stuck. The heavy equipment that you need to defend yourself, you can't bring that either. So if you get pushed back under those circumstances, you're fucked. So they should never have got them into this position in the first place. Once they are in there, holding it is basically the only thing they can do, because if they get pushed out of those positions, they're lying in the middle of nothing. You're basically lying with your body on the open ground that you can't dig into because it's frozen solid at 35 degrees minus. So that halt order is basically the only thing they can do. That was not the issue, and it actually prevented Army Group Center probably from being destroyed. The problem was not that halt order. That was actually saving everything. But it's not like, oh yeah, Hitler's halt order made everything well again. No. They managed to hold on, but barely. They should never have been put into this position in the first place, where you have no reserves, where you put your troops to the limit that they start crying, running away, and shooting themselves, and potentially shooting their officers. You cannot push your army to such limits. You just can't. That's just completely irresponsible. And the army group commander is directly responsible for this. He keeps going. The army commanders wanted to stop before this. Bock pushed them into another offensive, right to the point where they couldn't go anymore. Guderian, on his own initiative, stopped the offensive, and in the north, Höppner and Reiner do the same, and they get pushed back and are pushed into a rout. At that point, they want to retreat, and Hitler tells them no, because by now it's actually too late to retreat. If they retreat now, they're gonna be fucked. They should never have pushed too far ahead. They should have stayed at the positions when the mud set in. They were then in the position that they had necessary equipment to prepare proper defenses. They pushed ahead beyond that point, having to leave most of that equipment behind, and now you're in such an exposed position that you barely can hold on. But if you give that position up now also, you have basically nothing left, and then you're completely gone. Then they catch you in the open. You have to sleep on open ground, on frozen ground, with no cover over yourself. You're basically gonna freeze to death during the night. That's you have nothing. You have no shelter. You have nothing. You can't do that. This initial final assault, everything that's in blue here, that was a fatal error. I'm not even sure they should have launched the push towards Moscow in the first place. They should probably have stopped after the Bryansk and Vyazma battles and dig in already. because this offensive failed at the onset of the rainy season because they ran out of everything. The rail transport was already causing major problems in the back. That was already getting a problem immediately after Vyazma and during Vyazma and Bryansk. They should have paid attention to that. And as I said, I read a report by a guy that later summarized it all, and he said the 2 months of pause that happened thanks to the Kiev operation and this northern push, if those 2 month pause had not happened, when the railway network got a chance to recover, this would have happened sooner. And now imagine that happens. You push into here sooner. Sure, you have better weather, but that doesn't mean the logistics are not breaking down. This does not just happen because of the weather. That adds to it, because locomotives are also freezing. Yes, locomotives can freeze. It's still going to be bad because the rail situation is horrible. And now you're facing 1 more million men that can counterattack you. Not good. Not good. Also, you don't have the 2 months where you can refresh some of the forces, so you're actually in the same situation that you're after Bryansk and Vyazma in terms of the capability of your forces. So no. This should not have been done. The Kiev operation needed to happen. It took out valuable troops at minimal cost. It gave you time to recover. And yeah, they lost 2 weeks here, 2 weeks there. It doesn't matter. They shouldn't have gone for Moscow anyway. Because it wouldn't do anything. You've won so many battles. You have an all high of morale in your troops. You basically wiped out so many army groups. Call it quits while you're ahead. Dig in. You have huge morale. The Soviet Union is completely demoralized. By doing this, you completely demoralize your own troops. You have a major promotional disaster back home. You give the entire world hope that the German army can actually be stopped. And now the Soviet Union is at an all-time moral high because they just kicked your butt. That's the difference between stopping or trying this last push, unfortunately. Not that any of these two deserve to win anyway, but one of them had to, I guess. So we all know what happened after the Soviet Union won, so with Eastern Europe for 40 years. So it's not like I'm gonna root for these guys. This is a hard struggle to root for anybody, I guess. So yeah, but purely looking at the soldiers and what is being done to the soldiers here, to what limits they're pushed, I could not believe when I read this how bad this got. That the army group commander would actually, after receiving reports on how bad this was, that he still decided to keep going. That is such a level of arrogance this is the arrogance that they constantly tried to push Hitler into taking Moscow, and now that they're shortly away from it, they want it. Doesn't matter how much it costs. Doesn't matter how many people they're going to throw into the meat grinder, they want Moscow. I want that on my report. I want to go home and I captured Moscow. That the troops that have to take it are dying by the thousands, that Bok doesn't care about. All he wants is the prestige win of taking Moscow. And yeah, thankfully he gets replaced also after this. This guy is to blame for all of this, not just Hitler. This guy personally is to blame. Because fuck Hitler. Like, say stop. What does Hitler want to do? I say stop, and then I fly home and try to explain myself, and by the time Hitler relieves me of command, it's too late to get it going again. So I saved my troops. Lost my job, but I saved the troops. That's what he should have done. Even if he loses his job, so what? He can't be shot. That's not the situation in the German army. They're safe from prosecution. The worst thing that can happen to these guys is that they are thrown out of their command, that they lose their command. It's not like in the Soviet army that they can throw into the gulag. No, the German military is safe due to the organization there. They cannot touch these guys. You can be relieved of command, fine. But as I said, that's what I would have done. I would have stopped the offensive, fly home to explain myself to Hitler, and while I am on my way and keep talking to him for a couple of days, by the time he is done shouting at me and relieving me of command, it's too late to start it going again. By that time, he has to stop it. But he didn't do that. The army commanders, they wanted to stop this sooner. The army group commander kept it all going. So it's not just Hitler that's to blame here. The blame falls on a couple of people. And with Hitler ordering to keep this going again, it's not clear on whether he was actually informed on how bad this was, because he had numerous reports that nobody dares to talk to Hitler about this. Because nobody wants to tell Hitler that the German army is out of action, that they just can't keep going anymore, that they're actually beaten back by the Russians. That also tells you how many balls these generals had. They're all little pussies in the high command. Nobody dared do something about Hitler, and here they don't even dare tell him what needs to be done in order to save their troops that they are responsible for. That's the amount of the great German generals, all these big guys, don't respect any of them. They're all major assholes. And also here Timoshenko and all these Zhukov and all these guys, yeah, sure, they won the war. They're good tacticians in that sense, but also don't forget that they threw people by the millions into the meat grinder to keep this war machine going. So it's not like they're trying to employ tactics that saves people. No, they're willingly employing a doctrine that makes these offensives possible by throwing people into the meat grinder until the Germans break somewhere. So not something to idolize. At least not in my opinion. As a military commander, you should primarily be concerned with the welfare of your troops and not with personal prestige, and that's what's happening on both sides here, to a large degree. So, also one thing that might interest you, if you click on Truth Movements, you get basically the entire movements through the entirety of all these operations. I tried to clean this up a little bit. Sometimes corps jump from position to position. You can just interpret that as finished cleaning up and encirclement and then moving to the front again. The armored forces, that should be pretty clear where they went and where they were going. This is still pretty chaotic, but I think it gives you a decent idea on where anybody went. So if you ever read a book and it talks about certain operations, maybe something like this can give you an overview on, okay, where were these guys? Where were they going? So that might help. If you think that is still too cluttered, you can also just look at this. This was basically an idea by Halder on what they should take in order to be able to end the war. Obviously, you can see that that is well beyond the capabilities of doing in 1941. But this includes the micro fields. And as I said, even that one guy said, even under these conditions, the war machine probably wouldn't stop. They would have to take this entire area also in order to really take the Soviet war machine completely out of the picture. Any resistance after that would still be there, but they would not be a serious threat anymore. But even this line would not have done it. So, yeah. What consequences this is going to have, that we're going to look at in the next video. So, thank you for all the positive feedback. If nobody has any more questions, I think we can call it quits here. Again, I'm going to prepare the Soviet counterattacks, which are going to last from 5th December all the way into April. Usually you just see one map. Oh, this happened between December and April. I'm gonna try and sort that out into individual months also, so you see how this slowly builds up and you don't see one big counterattack and you don't know when what happened, because this slowly built up into an actual operational counterattack. So I'm gonna try my best and find sources. I found one pretty good book, unfortunately only one, but one I found that seems to go into the individual counteroffensive operations, and I'm trying to create something here so you get a picture of what the Soviets were actually trying to achieve and how they achieved it. I think that is also something that is almost never talked about. They basically say, oh yeah, they failed here, then they got counterattacked, and then we started 1942. Which again shows that all these historians constantly complain that the Germans toting their own horn, and then even people that are supposedly reading so much about the Soviet side, like Glantz, skip over this stuff way too much in the books where they actually look into the bigger picture. So it's a bit of a shame, because he has one book about Barbarossa and he has another book about Stalingrad, and the Stalingrad books basically starts where the Germans clean up the mess after the counteroffensives. And yeah, there's basically no good book about the counteroffensives themselves. Maybe he's planning to write one, but he hasn't written one yet, which shows that he's also just writing about what people are interested in anyway. They should write about the stuff that is not well known in areas where like this, or what was happening in the middle here, or what was happening in the Crimea. How was the Battle of Odessa actually resolved? How did these guys evacuate so much stuff without being caught? That is the interesting stuff, and unfortunately nobody writes about it. I also would want more books about this northern zone. This is a very interesting area. What was actually happening over here exactly? Yeah, I wish there was more literature on that. So I hope we're gonna see that in the future. Yeah, I read the book by Manstein, but again, memoirs you should be careful about. Memoirs do not describe historic fact. That's what the general thought he knew at the time. That doesn't mean what he thought he knew was actually the case. He can describe what is under his immediate command, but when he describes what the enemy is doing, that's what his intelligence tells him. That doesn't mean that that's actually what happened on the other side. On top of it, people like Manstein also try to put themselves into the best light, so sometimes you can't trust them. Usually where the troop movements are concerned, you probably can, but you still don't get a big picture. The Crimean operation, yeah, I can read Manstein's book for that, but that's Manstein telling it. I want a historian to look into it and also look onto the Russian side on how the other side reacted to Manstein. Just the general telling me, yeah, but he just knows what's happening under his immediate command, and he can give interpretations of what's happening elsewhere. That's not the same as if a historian is actually properly researching it. Memoirs are one way of looking into it, but you should always, that's the thing. I'm doing a lot of research here. I see that also some YouTubers doing, like Tick and other people, even though I respect some of the stuff that he's doing, he draws the wrong conclusions very often. Because if you just read books by one author and then you try to build your opinion on that, that's not history, that's reading books. You need to go into the actual sources as much as possible. I obviously can't do that to a large degree. I can't sit all day in some archive because I actually have a job. But I try as much as I can to cross-connect and cross-check data from these books with maps. For example, I take Eastery's video on the Eastern Front animated. That's my baseline, because from what I know, he based it on Russian maps from Russian sources. I think he's either Russian or from some of the Baltic countries. He's probably able to read the Russian sources. I found some mistakes in his videos. Not major ones, but some stuff gets moved around. For example, Manstein's core gets moved very strangely around. In some of the videos, it appears in two places at once. I get why that happens, because some of the elements that were before part of his core get split up and sent to different places. But that's not his core anymore. That's the division that used to be in that core, but it's not his core. And Manstein isn't even in command anymore. At some point, Glantz mentioned in his book that Manstein's core is moving forward. By that time, Manstein wasn't even in command of that core anymore. So there are mistakes in there. You need to cross-check it with other sources to make sure what you see is actually working. In Glantz's book, he once mentioned the 53rd Army and the 4th Army are being sent up. And I'm looking like, the 4th Army? Where's that coming from? It was a typo. He meant to write the 53rd and the 54th Army. There's a 5 missing. An editor will not notice that because he has no idea where the 4th Army is anywhere near there. It's an obvious typo, but nobody noticed. You need to cross-check that. It's the 54th. It's not the 4th. There are going to be errors in there. Nobody's perfect. Sometimes stuff you research stuff improperly. Sometimes you make a mistake during creating your work, typo, or you just put something there without knowing exactly where it needed to go, and then somebody else thinks it's hard fact. No, you need to cross-check this stuff. I'm reading memoirs by other people. I'm reading maps that I find in the archives. I'm cross-checking the books, what they talk about, and if I see, okay, yeah, multiple sources confirm that core is in that area and was doing that, then I'm pretty safe that's what was actually happening. But just reading one book and then thinking that's historical research, nah, that's not how that works. That's not doing historians' work. That's just reading what another historian wrote, and if that historian made a mistake, then you're just repeating the mistake. So yeah, they're hard to find and I can't read them. I have no idea where any of this. I can't read any of the place names, and I don't understand most of the unit designations. Sometimes they use the Roman numerals for the German troops, but then I have no idea what the Russian troops are supposed to mean. And sometimes they designate the German troops also with their own writing. I can't read Cyrillic, so those maps are barely of use to me. I find them German maps, which sometimes confirm what I think is going on. Sometimes there's also a core putting there, but an Easterese map is completely somewhere else. So I need to adjust because I'm assuming the Germans know where their forces are. So yeah, I need to cross-check. I can't also vouch for every core here being in exactly the right position, but it should be, for the most part, right. It should give you an idea of where you go. At Tula, as I said, they made a little bit more progress. I couldn't get to the point where I can put Heinrich's core in exactly the right position. But honestly, does it really matter? Seeing how in what conditions his forces were, if they get 9 kilometers next to each other over here, or whether it was actually down there, it doesn't really matter. If you want to correct that, map is up for you as a reference. You can always change it around and edit it on your own resources, but I think this will give people, this is also why I put this public, so people actually have a baseline on doing their own research. And if you read a book that a lot of these history books that actually really bad maps, they're printed so small in the book that you basically are not able to read anything. So having this might give you, while you read about stuff, a better idea on what these guys are actually talking about. Where's this core? Where's this town? So that gives you an idea. So I hope that helps. It certainly helped me. I got a way better understanding on how these operations are actually meant to work once I had this map in place. Unfortunately, Eastery does exactly the same stuff. He shows the center part, then he shows the northern part, and then he shows the animation of the southern part, but he never shows this picture. So you see the individual operations, but you never see them actually next to each other, so you don't really see what's happening. So you see a picture like this. Oh yeah, southern group was pushing into Kharkov, taking the Crimea and the south. And then you do this. And they were pushing here. Yeah, where is Kharkov in relation to this? That's the problem. You see this and you see this, but you never see the middle part, so you don't actually see where these two parts connect. That's a problem. That's also what history does wrong. You need a big picture. You need to know how this works together. Then you understand, like, if I just see up there, oh yeah, they're pushing south here. And then I see up here, oh yeah, these guys are pushing north. That they're actually like this. If you see it like this, you get a picture like, ah, yeah, these guys might actually planning to meet. And that's actually what they were trying to do. But you can't see that if you just see the individual parts. So that's necessary, and a lot of people don't do that. Especially the historians also don't do that. They show the map of the individual operations, but they never show the big picture, and that's a problem. People do not understand it. It's hard enough for people that are not familiar with this geography to know where this stuff is happening in the first place. Like, when have you seen a map like this that shows you Kharkov, Kursk, Voronezh? Did you know that Kursk and Voronezh are very close together, or that Tula is over here and Voronezh is there? They're important for different operations. This is 1941, this is 1942, this is 1943. That they're actually very close together, and that what's happening in the previous year is actually why this happened in the next year. You lose the overview over that. You need to have this context to know why is this actually happening together. That the Germans actually reached the Volga River. If you say they crossed the Volga River, and yeah, of course they reached the Volga. Yeah, they reached the Volga north of Moscow. Some people will laugh at you that don't actually know the geography. Nah, that wasn't Moscow, that was Stalingrad. No, that was also Moscow, because the Volga flows to all the way up here. How many people from North America actually know this? Because nobody ever talks about it. And that's what pisses me off, because historians do a miserable job at pointing this stuff out. The geography is important, and you need to explain this stuff, and they do a miserable job, in my opinion, at doing that. I rarely get a book like, why don't we have history books with a fold-out map or anything? Like a big map where you can actually see this entire Western Soviet Union, where you can see where all this shit is. Why doesn't something like that exist? You get it in fantasy books for Middle Earth, but you don't get it in a proper history book for the Eastern Front. I think that's a joke. Yeah, really, I have seen better maps in fantasy books and in Karl May stories and all that kind of stuff than I have seen better maps of Middle Earth and of the Witcher universe than I have seen on the Eastern Front in actual history books, and that's a joke. I think that's a major shame, and it's ridiculous. And that's why misunderstandings come, because nobody can actually argue with the arguments put forth in the history books if you can't actually check them, because you have no idea where this shit is going on. Someone told me like they're getting all the way close to Moscow and blah blah blah. Oh, I'm actually going to show you that real quick before you call this quits. There is a claim that troops from a reconnaissance battalion of the 7th Panzer Division got very close to Moscow, about 35 kilometers from the Kremlin. I don't buy that for several reasons. First, there is actually a monument. It's the Moscow-Leningrad highway or something that's about here. That's very close to this railway line crossing. So right about there. This is supposed to be, I'm going to put a thing here. This is supposed to be where this thing was pushed back. I think that's right about where that was. It's said that these guys got within 35 kilometers of the Kremlin and reached the bridges over the Moscow Canal. Yeah, well, let's check that. So the Kremlin is basically right in the center of Moscow, right around there somewhere. A couple 100 meters wrong, but it's somewhere over here. So 35 kilometers, right? So let's measure that out. 35 kilometers. That's weird. That's a little closer than 35 kilometers. So let's look at that. How much is that actually? That's 27 kilometers. That's what other sources say. Others say, oh yeah, they went to 25. Then they say they went to 30 and 35. Yeah, well, which is it? This is 27 kilometers. This is where the actual monument in Russia is. There are a couple of tank traps that commemorate this stuff. Now there's actually an IKEA right next to it, which overshadows it a little bit. So which is it now? This is supposed to be the distance. Okay, great, wonderful. So let's say this is where they actually got. Now let's look into this further. They reached the bridge over the Moscow Canal. This road crosses the Moscow Canal down there. And there's also a claim that these troops reached Khimki. This thing. And the bridges over the Moscow Canal. Well, the Khimki-Moscow Canal bridge, that's 17 kilometers from the Kremlin. So what's going on here? Does nobody double check this shit? So Khimki, come on. We know that the Germans got stopped at this town, Zelenograd. Like, you're telling me that one reconnaissance battalion went all the way over here? Are you shitting me? Fuck you, that's not gonna happen. So let's say this point. That's maybe realistic. So let's see, how far is this actually from the front? Let's say this is roughly the front. Not sure where this was exactly, but I know they took some of these towns. I know they took this, and I know they got stopped in front of this. So let's say this is roughly the front. So how far from these fronts are these guys? 6 kilometers. 7 kilometers along the road. Like more like if you follow the actual highway. 7.2 kilometers along the highway, which is probably defended since it's a highway. These guys advanced 7 kilometers in front of everybody in the most heavily defended area on a highway that they probably have mined and have tank traps on, and yeah, go fuck yourself. Yeah, sure they did. Fuck you. No, they didn't. This is bullshit. And on top of this, 7th Panzer Division isn't even here. This is 2nd Panzer Division. 7th Panzer Division isn't here. This is 2nd Panzer Division. 7th Panzer Division is all the way up there. Because they're part of a completely different corps. This is what I mean. All this is crap. This is complete bullshit. No, they didn't reach Khimki because that's 7. When you read, they reached Khimki, 35 kilometers away from the Kremlin. I cannot believe that's on Wikipedia, that's everywhere. Did actually anybody measure this shit? And just in case you don't believe me, let's go to Google Maps, or let's go to Google Maps. Maps, Google. Kremlin. Kremlin, Moscow. This is the Kremlin, right? There's the Kremlin. See? It's right in the center at the river bend. So it's actually even further. It's actually a little bit more like... the river bend is not probably drawn in here. The river bend, that's actually that green spot there. Is right about there. So Khimki and the road bridge, yeah, 17 kilometers. So fuck this. When they say they reached Khimki, the Khimki bridge, that's everything. You can check that for yourself. That's always what they say. They reached the Moscow Canal bridge of the highway at Khimki. That's exactly here. It's 20 kilometers. Plus minus 1 kilometer. I'm not sure whether I hit the Kremlin right. 35 kilometers away from the Kremlin. Are you kidding me? That's a mistake of 15 kilometers. But it's in every source that you read. Everywhere. Even on the memorial site that's supposed to be somewhere there. They said that's at Khimki. Maybe this is Khimki, but Khimki is down there. If this is the outskirts of Khimki, then please say it's the outskirts of Khimki. But since Khimki is down there, this is over here. I really doubt that that's part of Khimki. But whatever. Different. That's not the river bridge or the canal bridge over there. There's the monument. And that is 27. That's also not 35 kilometers. That's 27 kilometers. I'm pretty sure it's exactly 27 because once I actually measured this exactly from the Kremlin, this was 27 kilometers. And it's the wrong Panzer division. It can't be the reconnaissance battalion of the 7th Panzer Division, because the 7th Panzer Division, the former Panzer Division of Rommel, who's now in Africa, is all the way up there. They're crossing over here. This is 2nd Panzer Division. They are over here. So that's what I mean with cross-check everything. There's a lot of bullshit out there. Also, what does it matter? So they were not 27 kilometers away from the front. If they were over here, they're 37 kilometers away from the front. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit how far they were from the Kremlin? Like, if they are over here, then they're 32 kilometers away from the Kremlin. I don't care. 5 kilometers closer or farther away, who gives a shit? They didn't make it. So I don't even know why this is kept around all the time. Like, people have this idea of these 35 kilometers being important. Like, they didn't reach the city limits at the time, were probably around here. So they made it very close to the city limits. So they're, yeah, about 15 kilometers away from the city limits. Oh yeah, great, wonderful. Whether you get killed 15 kilometers away from it or 25 kilometers away from it, what does it matter? So yeah, that's the kind of nonsense that you find. It doesn't match up because nobody double checks it. That's what I mean, and check the sources. Don't just read the books and repeat what you read in the books in a video. That's not history. Not claiming everything I do here is right either. It's just to the best of my abilities, and I'm putting that out there, but I double checked a lot of this. There's still errors going to be in there, and I hope people correct me if I made a mistake here, because yeah, this is how stuff like this gets put on Wikipedia, and everybody thinks it's true, and it's actually complete garbage because it doesn't match up. So yeah, anyway, I hope I get this done in the same detail with the winter offensive, and then we're going to go into 1942, and I hope I can give you a pretty good idea on what the hell happened in 1942, and spoiler, the rail lines will play a major part there again, because the Germans made another major blunder in that regard. So, but with that, I think I'm going to call it quits. I'm going to leave it running for another minute just in case some final questions arrive. But otherwise, I think this is going to be it for today. I hope you enjoyed also the tactical scouting section with Barakata. I think that was very interesting, and definitely a point where I also need to improve my play. And yeah, let's hope we make it through 1943 in one piece in the game. Otherwise, I hope you enjoyed. And yeah, looking forward to the next one. Sorry for starting all over with Barbarossa, but I think you will agree that this level of detail might have helped clear a few things up, because you can't understand what the counterattacks are doing after this if you don't know how the Germans got there and in what state they were when they got there. What strategic mistakes the Germans made that are now going to be exploited by the Soviets. So, looking forward to what Brock has to say about this once he watches the recording. I guess he would just dropped out, just like he said he had to. Will you up this video to your channel? Well, it's a stream. YouTube should automatically put it up. It might take a while. It's 5 hours and 40 minutes long now exactly. Usually, you'll find that YouTube, once it's available, has only the last 2 hours. Don't get distressed by that. That just means because YouTube is processing it in batches, the first 3 hours will appear at some point once YouTube is done processing it. But it will be automatically on YouTube at some point. If you see the last 2 hours and it starts somewhere in the middle, then just give it another day. YouTube needs processing time for these huge streams. Once it goes over 2 hours, it basically shows you the last 2 hours, and then it has to process the rest of it. But it will be automatically on the channel. Just give it a little time until it's completely on the channel. But yes, apparently no more questions are coming in. Again, this map is open. I'm going to put it once more in the chat. It should be in the video description also, this link. You can click through it yourself. You can read the stuff. You can move around. You can delete the notes if they're in the way. Everything else is permanent. And you can look at it, and if you have any questions about it or any mistakes that you find, let me know. I can still edit the stuff. If you're missing city names and stuff, that can sometimes be that the Soviets named them, and after the fall of the Soviet Union it got renamed. I manually renamed stuff like Leningrad and Stalingrad and Stalino and Kalinin, but obviously there's a ton of names that had different names at the time, not to mention most of Poland, but I'm not gonna rename every little town in Poland to the German name. It's gonna be a little ridiculous. But if you find a name that you don't find on the map, Google it on Wikipedia. They usually have information about what the old name used to be, and you might be able to find that one and the other way around. So keep that in mind. Some of these place names might have changed. Otherwise, yeah, I think just keep the link around. I don't plan on taking this offline anytime soon. So if you're reading a book and you want to look at it while having an interactive map right next to you, feel free to take use of this. If this ever is not available, that might be due to the style of map that I'm using here, having limited bandwidth with my account. Try it the month after that. I have limited amount of views per month on that, but I don't think my channel will exhaust that, but just in case that happens, that might be because why. It might also be that you get a blank map and just the overlays. That might also happen, but I hope not. So let's get rid of it. Give another good view of Europe at the time. And yes, gonna call it quits with that. Hope you enjoyed, and keep your heads up, folks. I'll see you on the next one.